Good morning and welcome to Knockhill Circuit in Scotland. My name's Sam Parker. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got Ian Waterhouse here. Ian, what's happened?
I've got nosebleed.
Oh.
We've come so far up north. The air is so thin. I can't breathe properly. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I thought Milton Keynes was up north.
You're very southerner, aren't you?
Very southern. But it is beautiful, isn't it? That, as well, is the famous Knockhill behind us. More on that a little bit later. But Sam, what have we got coming up with Caterham's?
Oh, you're in for a treat. We've got the Caterham Academy, Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy Championship. We have the Fan Drive 270R Championship, the Bilstein Road Sport Championship, and then the Vertex 310R Championship. So we're only missing the 420s this weekend, but they raced last weekend, so it's our turn now.
They were on the touring car package. We've got loads coming up. We've got Scottish C1s, Scottish Mini Coopers, Mod Sports as well. The best thing about this weekend as well is you go clockwise and anti-clockwise as well. What a challenge.
Where else do you get to do that? And this circuit lends itself to that. It's brilliant in both directions.
Right, I'm going to take myself off to the medical centre because it's time to go racing. Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Wee Body Scotland. Yes, we've made the trip up north and it is almost time to get going for our first race. So if you're looking at the timetable, we are running well ahead of schedule. I'm very, very impressed indeed. Qualifying has come to a close and now we have the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup about to head out onto the circuit. It's their fifth meeting of the season, their first race of three today. Let's go have a chat with some of the drivers. We've got Jack Irvine over here. He is the championship leader. Thank you very much, Shane Preed. Let's go say hello to Jack, shall we? Oh, Jack, it's very kind of you to do that. How are you anyway? It's good to see you. Look, season's going well. Knockhill, good track for you?
Yeah, seems to be. There's not much between me and Chad there. It was a wee bit quicker and was able to get the pole. So.
Well, you just edged him out in qualifying this morning. Do you prefer, we're on the anti-clockwise this morning, so we're going backwards today. Do you prefer that or do you like the clockwise formation?
I like the clockwise way, but this spices up a wee bit, going something different.
Yeah. This is your back-to-back meetings here at Knockhill as well. How did it go last time out?
Had 2 wins in a second, was it? I think.
Not bad then, eh? Not bad. Right, good to see you, Jack. Best of luck out there. Lovely to see you. I'm sure we'll be catching up with Jack a few times. Let's go say hello to Barry up here as well. Not too long before they get released. Like I said, we're running very early. I just want to say hello, Barry. How are we? It's lovely to see you. You well? You good?
Yeah, good, mate. Good.
Good. Right. Well, how are we feeling ahead of this race? Anti-clockwise, do you prefer that, or do you prefer the clockwise formation?
Definitely prefer clockwise.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
By a long way.
It's hard going backwards, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I did that in qualifying. I had a bit of a backwards moment, but
yeah.
But yeah, no. There's a big spread of lap times. We'll see, but racing's always different. Racing's always close with us, so fingers crossed we get a good close race, and fingers crossed I can make up a couple of places or two.
Where's the biggest opportunities around Knockhill? Where do we need to keep an eye out for the action?
Going in the wrong direction. Definitely going into the hairpin. You'll see some moves going in there.
Because you're going downhill towards the hairpin, aren't you? That must be quite. Is that quite tricky?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's the turn in because when you turn in, the track drops right down.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just like, I need on the power, and you've got to just kind of wait and then go, right, now I can go.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise you just start spinning your inside wheel.
I imagine that's where you can lose quite a lot of time or gain a lot of time as well.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, so.
Barry, you go out. It's lovely to see you, by the way, mate. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us. Go out, have a good time, enjoy it. Right, so let's keep going. We've got James alongside. Let's say hello to James, shall we? James, I'm just going to poke this round here, if that's right. How are you? You're smiling underneath there. You look ready this morning. Have you had your Weetabix, or what is it? What is it people have up here for breakfast?
It's square sausage, I believe. And I've had plenty of that this morning. So
you're not from Scotland, though, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm from Cumbria.
Oh, well, that's basically Scotland, isn't
It's
it?
close enough.
It's close.
I've not got the accent, but I'm close.
How are we feeling ahead of this race? What can we do?
Qualifying didn't go so well. Had a brake problem. Only got one lap in, so
Okay.
I think it's fixed. Well, I'm hoping it's fixed. I'll find out when I get to the hairpin on lap 1.
You're 7th. Do it a little bit out of position, maybe a couple of places to make up.
A little bit. I'd like to be around where Martin and Chris are. They're sort of my rivals in the championship, I think, for 3rd. So
Yeah.
I think I'm in front of Michael, which is good. But yeah, we'll hopefully try and get onto the podium. That's the goal.
James, best of luck out there. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go speak to Chad Little over here, shall we? 2nd in the championship, going toe-to. Thank you very much. Thanks, mate. Chad, how are we, my friend? I'm just going to squeeze in. Look, here we are, anti-clockwise. Is that a good layout for you?
Yeah. We were fast yesterday. We were fast in qualifying, but Jack just got the toe off me and got the pole lap. We had a bit of intermittent fault with the car, but I think it's fixed now. So.
What's been the best weekend for? This is the 5th meeting of the season. What's been your most enjoyable weekend so far?
For me, it was Kyrgyzstan because I won all 3 and qualified pole, but hopefully I win 3 today. And I could say this one's best, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Cool. All right, Chad, best of luck. Lovely to see you, mate. Go have a good time. We did. Cars are firing up. Let's just go a little bit longer, shall we? You go that side, Ray, because I did hear the producer saying he didn't want to see my backside, which is fair enough. So, Martin, how we do? Do you mind me? Yeah, rather just imposing, aren't I? Just squeezing through the window here. Look, how are we feeling ahead of this one? What can we do?
I'm feeling excited. It's actually the furthest I've ever qualified, so
Is it?
it's the first time, so I'm excited. So I just need to keep it cool and just go out and have fun, to be honest.
So I take it the anti-clockwise layout suits you well, then suits your style.
I love it. I don't know why, I quite love it, to be honest. And that's us, ready to go.
I better let you go. Thanks, Martin. Best of luck out there. Here we go. The cars are firing up. They are heading out to the circuit already. Our first race of the day and the weekend here at Knockhill is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. It's their first race of 3 today here on the anti-clockwise layout. Time to go racing, everybody, and I'm delighted to hand over to your commentator for this weekend, the brilliant Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the home of motorsport in Scotland here at Knockhill Circuit in Fife, just north of the Firth of Forth near Dunfermline, the only permanent race circuit here in Scotland. It's wonderful to be here, and yep, we're racing on the anti-clockwise layout for today. We go clockwise tomorrow. This is the only circuit in the UK which is licensed to run in both directions. So racing the wrong way if you were watching the British touring cars here last weekend. Thankfully conditions have improved since the wet weekend then. It's cloudy but dry here in Fife today. And we get ready for the first of our 2 days of racing. We begin with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. We saw them at Cadwell Park and Croft earlier this season. They had a couple of away rounds to begin their season. Then they went to Kyrgyzstan in Northern Ireland. They were here at Knockhill last month on the clockwise layout. So they race anti-clockwise today. Another away day coming up on August Bank Holiday weekend at Donington Park, and then a final weekend at Knockhill in October. Identical 1600cc Mini Coopers on track then for one of Scotland's leading saloon car race series. Looking at the grid for this one, we should have 10 cars out there. On pole position it will be the championship leader, number 65, Jack Irvine. He's only been out of the top 2 in a race once. That was at Cadwell early in the season. He starts alongside the reigning champion Chad Little in car number 25. He's had 5 wins this year. Jack Irvine has had 4. Third in the points is Michael Williams, number 52. He's a bit further back on the grid. The second row, Martin Viatunga, the Scotsman of Sri Lankan descent, number 27, starts alongside number 17, Chris Coburn. Row 3, 47, Presley Barrett, who's the leading newcomer this year, starts alongside 88, Barry Holmes. Row 4, 271, James Hitchin, and 52, Michael Williams. The final row, 59, Liam Kelso, and 15, Campbell Scott. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action this weekend. I'll be accompanied later on by former Caterham champion Chris Hutchinson, as we have the Caterham Motorsport classes, the 310Rs, 270Rs, Road Sports and the Academy here this weekend at Knockhill. As we say, the Caterham 7 UK Championship not here this weekend. They raced with the touring cars last weekend. Matt Armstrong dominated that weekend, looking to retain his Caterham 7 UK title. The cars lining up then on the grid at the top of the circuit, this 1.27 mile circuit here at Knockhill. And they'll plunge down into the hairpin for the first time at Taylor's Turn, this tight left-hander. Normally the last corner, of course, but today it's the first. And we'll take you around the rest of the circuit as they go. The blue and red car, number 65, Jack Irvine, in pole position. The Dayglow yellow machine, no mistaking that car of Chad Little alongside him. Just waiting for our marshals to clear the grid then. Okay, the board is held aloft then. And we're about to get underway with our first race of the weekend here at the Knockhill circuit. Now, will they get an additional green flag lap? We'll just wait to see. Boards have been displayed. It'll be a 9-lap race, this one, not a timed race this. It's a 9-lap race for the Scottish Minis, and we are underway. Off they go down towards Taylor's Turn for the first time. Jack Irvine and Chad Little lead them away. This long drop down into the left-hander at the hairpin, side by side between the two front row men. Jack Irvine will take the lead on the inside. Martin Viertunga trying to go through in the light blue car into second place. They all make it round okay for the first time. That's along the straight towards the slight right-hand flick of Hislops, named after Steve Hislop, motorcycle legend. This is Hislops. And then on towards Clark Curve, named after Jim Clark, one of the all-time greats of world motorsport, as well as here in Scotland. Fairly busy towards the front of the field. Irvine leads the way, the rest of them string out behind. Then it's over the Arnold Clark chicane. You really drop away, roller coaster style down there, getting busy in the pack. There's Presley Barrett in the second of the Dayglow yellow cars. He's got 271 James Hitchin, the Cumbrian, on his tail as they come through towards Butcher's Scotsman corner and then climb up through Leslie's, named after the late great touring car star David Leslie, and then through, well, it's officially called Duffus Dip, what's normally the first corner, Duffus Rise, I think we'll call it on this reverse layout. So they come through at the end of lap number 1 then, and 0.6 of a second in it between the two leaders. They were separated by only 0.05 of a second in qualifying. Viertunga in third place. Chris Coburn in the white, blue and yellow car there is in fourth position. Very evenly matched indeed, these BMW Mini Coopers. They head out of Taylor's up towards Hislops, then it's Clark Curve, and then up towards the Arnold Clark chicane, the Glenvarrigill chicane as it used to be known before the sponsorship came in. There's the chicane. The sausage curves have been removed from there as well, making it a little bit easier for the drivers to get through. Then through the left-hander at Butcher's. The Butcher family have owned Knockhill for many years. Then the left at Scotsman corner, up through Leslie's and Duffus. We'll call it Duffus Rise for today. Normally Duffus Dip, of course. Chad Little in the David Slay Racing run car in second place. David Slay, a multiple former champion in this series. Over the line they go. Change for fifth place. Michael Williams is up into fifth position ahead of Presley Barrett. Then James Hitchin, Barry Holmes, Liam Kelso and Campbell Scott towards the back of the field. Hitchin up the inside on Barry Holmes. It's Campbell Scott at the tail of the field, the blue and yellow car. May not be the biggest grid of BMW Minis, but you don't need a big grid of these cars we've seen in the Mini Challenge in the UK with the JCW Trophy and Club Sport classes. Wherever the Scottish Minis race, they're always very close indeed. Look at that flying over the chicane. Martin Viertunga getting his wheels off the ground there. The first three have certainly pulled away, and Chad Little's not holding back here in the yellow car. He's attacking for the lead of the race. Martin Viertunga has done the fastest lap of the race. You can see his name in purple on our timing tower. Incidentally, if you want to follow the live timing from this event, it is not TSL timing here at Knockhill this weekend. It's Smart Timing. Thank you to them for their services. You can follow the timing at smart-timing.co.uk as Chad Little on the bumper of Jack Irvine there into the hairpin. 6 laps to go. Viertunga's going for second. He got the better exit there from Taylor. Oh, he's in the back of Chad Little, and off goes the reigning champion into the banking. And look out. Oh, he was nearly T-boned there. Goodness me. By Michael Williams. Chad Little is clearly out of the race. Now, is that going to be a stoppage? We'll almost certainly see a safety car there. Goodness me. Martin Vietunga just hooked Chad Little aside, and he goes into the bank. So that's going to leave Jack Irvine with a clear lead. Vietunga up into second place. No, he's down to third because the 17 has got through there. Chris Coburn now in second. As they climb up towards the top straight. Once again, yeah, safety car is out. So the Honda Civic safety car will pick up the field. And there's the reason. Chad Little, the reigning champion, in the middle of the circuit on the run into the left-hander at Hislops. Okay, so the pickup truck will tow the 25 car off. The marshals will sweep up the circuit. Big thanks to our volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we know them. Thanks to you, all of you, for your comments so far. I'll bring you one or two of those while the safety car is out. Hi to Peter Smith. There's Knockhill's on his bucket list of tracks to visit. I visited Knockhill when Caterham were there 2 years ago. Great little circuit this is. It was my first ever visit to Scotland, never mind to Knockhill. Hi to Tim Gooding. Hannah Lindhout. Tim Gooding says, I live in Kent, so I'm not seeing green grass for a few weeks. Yeah, a fair bit of rain in Scotland here last week. Hi to David Evans as well. Good to see the reverse direction in use, he says. The tow vehicle will remove the unfortunate Chad Little's car. Scored a hat-trick in Northern Ireland at Kyrgyzstan. Had a win at Cadwell Park early this season and won at Knockhill in July. But has had a couple of lower scores as well, so it's 26 points off Jack Irvine in the championship. So the pack circulating single file, no overtaking behind the safety car. How many laps do we have to go? It'll be 4 laps to go this time, I think. Some of the races are timed. The Caterham races are all 20 minutes. Let's have a look again. Vietunga went for the inside down the straight, coming out of Taylor's hairpin, and Little moved across. I don't think he realised Vietunga was there, and wallop into the bank. So 4 laps to go, still behind the safety car for at least another lap. Fastest lap of the race is with Martin Vietunga, 1 minute 3.108, his quickest lap so far. The next race will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the time runs out, we go into the last lap. That's the Scottish Mod Sports Championship, run by the Knockhill Motorsports Club. Quite a few BMW Minis, rather more modified than that among the entry there. It's very much a run what you brung championship. We'll see that out next. Still your leader is Jack Irvine ahead of Chris Coburn, Vietunga third, Michael Williams fourth. It's Campbell Scott at the back of the field. You can see he's got the novice cross on the back of his car, one of the 3 newcomers class drivers. The Newcomers Cup being led by Presley Barrett at the moment, ahead of Liam Kelso. Presley Barrett in the yellow car further back. Liam Kelso leads that class at the moment in 7th overall. I think the safety car has pulled into the pit lane there, so possibly going to see the pack unleashed here. Yes, indeed, the green flag waves. We're back to racing with 3 laps to run. And away goes Jack Irvine. He's made a good restart there. Chris Coburn under fire from Vietunga as they head down into the Taylor's hairpin. Irvine's made the break. Second place is Coburn, then Vietunga, 4th place Williams. James Hitchin in the black car in 5th position. Barry Holmes rounds out the top 6. Then it's Liam Kelso, the blue car there, just ahead of Presley Barrett. That's the battle for the Newcomers Cup lead. Then Campbell Scott rounds out the 9 runners. Through towards Clark's. Vietunga is in attacking mode. Towards the chicane this time. Kicking up the dust there, James Hitchin in the number 271 car. But Jack Irvine's really made the break. Look at them fly the chicane. through here. One of the most spectacular sections of circuit in, well, anywhere in the UK. I have to say, my personal preference here, but I think, in my opinion, that Knockhill works better in the reverse direction. Much more of a roller coaster. Wait till we see the Caterhams round this after the lunch break. Across the stripe they go. Jack Irvine continues to lead the way. Still in second place. All up the inside here comes the 52 of Michael Williams. He could make up 2 places here with a bit of luck. He's going for second on the inside of Coburn. Viertunga making it 3 wide. Don't fall over each other again. This is where Chad Little went off. Williams caught in the middle. On the outside for the right-hander is Viertunga. Nobody giving an inch here. This is superb. Look at this, 3 wide. You can't go 3 wide through this section. Viertunga's got the inside. He'll go second. And Chris Coburn's been shuffled back. He's been hit by James Hitchin. There's 4 of them together. Now they're never going to go side by side through the chicane. Surely Williams up the inside now. He gets second place. Here comes Hitchin. Something had to give there, and Coburn goes over the grass. But he's lost 3 places in the blink of an eye there, from second to 5th, Chris Coburn. So Michael Williams up into second place. Hitchin goes wide again. He's rallycrossing his way round. There is a rallycross circuit here at Knockhill. Once you come down Duffer's Dip in the other direction, you turn right at what's known as McRae's Corner and go through the infield section. BTRDA rallycross come here in October. The battle is still on for second place. Just a couple of laps left now. Michael Williams on the inside. Martin Viertunga will try and get the cut back here on the exit. And all this time, Jack Irvine saying, well, if you're going to fight each other so much, I'm going to clear off into the lead. He leads by over 2 seconds now. There he is. Side by side for second again. Coburn fighting back on James Hitchin as well. This is brilliant. Really kicked off after this restart. Viertunga sideways. He's going to lose it. No, he's not. Good save. And through the second goes the 52 of Michael Williams. Here comes Coburn fighting back. He's retaken James Hitchin. And then closing up on them is Barry Holmes in the number 88 as well. Going round to start their final lap this time in this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, race 1 of the day. 3 races, I should say, for them today. They won't race tomorrow. They've had their recent meeting on the clockwise circuits. The Scottish Citroen C1s here tomorrow instead. Across the stripe they go into the final lap. What's going to happen this time in a Taylor's hairpin for second place? Williams covers off the inside. Here comes Coburn fighting back. He's fired up. Down the inside he's got P3 for the time being anyway, because Viertunga, we know he's strong in this section of the circuit. And James Hitchin in the black car wants a podium as well. He had a win at Croft earlier this season. Through they come towards Clark Curve. Down slightly. There's so many elevation changes in such a short lap in the hills of Scotland. Williams holds second. Coburn up to third. It's going to be a win for Jack Irvine, but who is going to be second? Out of the chicane. Up towards the final section. Hitchin up the inside, trying to demote Viertunga, and he's done so. This is going to go right to the line for second place. It's going to be a win for Jack Irvine, surely the number 65. Up towards the top straight they come. Checkered flag is out for Jack Irvine. It's Williams second, third goes to Coburn, and Viertunga got back ahead for fourth ahead of Hitchin. Goodness me. What a superb race to kick off the weekend here at Knockhill. The win goes to Jack Irvine, the championship leader, but all the action was behind him. What a crazy battle for second and third there. Michael Williams comes over in second place. That equals his best result of the season from the clockwise direction here in July. Chris Coburn gets a podium in third. That's his third podium of the season. But it's Jack Irvine who picks up win number 5 this year. Martin Viertunga down in fourth. Best he's had this year is a second in the other direction here at Knockhill. And bad luck to Chad Little. A non-finish for the reigning champion. That's going to put a dent in his hopes of retaining the title, quite literally. Goodness me. Get my breath back after that race. Jack Irvine wins by just under 3.5 seconds in the end, ahead of Michael Williams, with Chris Coburn, Martin Viertunga and James Hitchin just behind him. Barry Holmes in 6th. Liam Kelso was 7th, and he wins the Newcomers' Cup. Presley Barrett 8th, second of the Newcomers. Campbell Scott completing the 9 finishers. Chad Little we lost in that accident. Hope he's okay. Fastest lap of that race goes to Martin Viertunga, 1 minute 3.108. So the flatbed lorry going out to collect Chad Little's car. Next up on track today is the Scottish Motorsport Race Championship. We've got saloons and sports races in together, but for now, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, our first race over in a flash, it feels like, and it's Jack Irvine who takes stronger grip at the top of the championship. What a shame for Chad Little, though. Here is Chris is alongside as well. Chris, I'm coming to you in a minute, mate. Congratulations. Let's go have a quick chat with Jack. We've got Michael Williams alongside him as well. Jack, that race a bit interrupted, of course, but it goes so quick, doesn't it, these 9 laps? These really are sprint races, aren't they? So you've got to be on it all the way through, and you certainly were. Was the biggest threat going into the hairpin at the start?
Yeah, Chad was close there for a couple of laps, just keeping us under pressure, and then unfortunately it spun round. So it was a safety car come out, and then lights went out in the safety car, and I got a good run out of the hill and had a good gap. Led it from there.
And you took it home, Jack. What does it mean to get another win?
It's good. Yeah, it'll help the championship there with Chad not scoring, so we'll take it.
Excellent. Couple more races though. You can't relax yet,
That's
Jack.
it.
Can't relax. Yeah, well done anyway. Let's go. Michael, let's have a quick chat with you. Congratulations, my friend. Interrupted race, but P2. Are we happy with that?
Yeah, very. Started 8th, finished 2nd, had problems in qualifying, so really, really happy with that. I can't thank the Performance Tech team enough.
So where's the big talk to me about Knockhill anti-clockwise. We know obviously about the hairpin. Where else is the big challenges around here?
It's really hard. I had a couple of side-by-side moments up into Clark, and it's just you've got to give each other the room, and then chicane, you've got to try it, but it's really, really difficult. And then kind of if someone's right on you and going into McIntyre's, you've got to watch because they can dive right up your inside, but we're able to manage it, so very happy.
It does have a bit of a feel of Brands Hatch Indy, both short circuits. You've got to be on it all the time, haven't you? You can't just sort of ease down a straight, can you?
Yeah, especially in this championship, everyone's right on it, so you've got to be on your top game.
Top man, congratulations. 2 more to go today. You can't rest yet, can you? Chris, well done. Hey, that was an eventful race, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun. I don't know whether I feel satisfied or dissatisfied, to be honest.
Why? Tell us why.
Well, I wanted to finish second. I was holding second after the safety car restart, and then Michael came really well from further back and just got a run on me, and I felt like I was a bit down a power down the straight, to be honest. So he just came like a steam train down the inside, and we had a lovely little battle with him and with my teammates as well, Martin and James. So it was good fun.
It certainly looked it. Look, before I let you go, Chris, look at all these stickers on this car. Look at all these stickers.
Obviously, I couldn't be here without my main sponsors, Kerr Plumbing and Heating.
Let's show the car.
Joe Walker's Flooring and Extrigo Critical Transport. And also a big thanks to V-Club Scotland for keeping my car sorted, Jack Fitness for keeping me sorted, and Fox Red Campers as well for transportation and stuff. So
can I just say, well said. It's nice to see you on your turf for a change. Normally you're on my patch, so it's nice to see you.
Welcome up, where you'll discover there's plenty of seasons in the one day up here. So.
It's beautiful. A bit cold. I haven't been this cold since February, but it's lovely, lovely to see you, Chris. We'll see you a little bit later as well. And look at all this, by the way. I live in the south of England, and I haven't seen green grass for goodness knows how long. But there it is, brilliant stuff. Beautiful scenery as well. Famous Knockhill just off to our right. I'll touch on that a little bit more in the lunch break. Right, we have more races coming up for you. So much action. I am so excited for this as well because we have the mod sports. I've never ever done them before, and a little bit earlier I caught up with a couple of drivers over in the assembly area, so let's hear it from them now. Right, everybody, we're back in the assembly area. I'm very excited for this. I've never ever done the Scottish Motorsport Race Championship before, and we've got such a mix of cars. One of my favourites, though, is from Craig here in this Lotus. Craig, I'll have to come and talk to you. Oh, sorry, he's got his headphones. He can't hear me anyway.
I never hear you.
Craig, I absolutely love this Lotus. Tell me a little story about it. How did you come to be behind the wheel of it?
Thank you very much, mate. I bought it about 2016 in boxes from a guy in Peterhead.
Oh, really?
I was looking for a rear-wheel drive car that I could afford.
Yeah.
And that really was the only criteria that we were looking for.
I know, but what a find though.
No, yeah, no, it's and they're quite rare now. This is one of a very, very short line that they made, so yeah, it's quite a rare. I probably shouldn't have messed with it.
What's it like to drive around Knockhill? Certainly on the anti-clockwise as well, is it? Because I know you've got the hairpin there, but you're going downhill towards it. I imagine that's quite a unique challenge.
It's very, very tricky. It's lucky that it's dry. Dry's not too bad. You can sort of pick your braking point, not too bad. But in the wet, it's very, very challenging. But it's good. It's great. Yeah, it's a good lap.
What's it like racing? This is my first ever experience in a mod sport.
Okay.
Such a mix of cars. It's a real joy, isn't it? What's it like to be part of it?
It's brilliant. There's a really eclectic mix. Like there's all different things. It's great. But it's Knockhill's got its own unique challenge. You know, it's a really weird track. I think I've said this before. Somebody once described it as an assault course more than a race course.
Oh, I like that. Where's home for you, Craig? How far have you had to come?
Close by. I'm close by. I'm about 10 miles up the road. So yeah.
Happy days.
It doesn't give me any advantage whatsoever.
I was going to ask that, but no. I guess no. Craig, thanks for sharing your story. Really, best of luck out there. Enjoy it as well, won't you? Yeah. What a mix of cars. We've got some Minis coming in. We've got a Ford Fiesta. We've got a Radical coming in. This an Escort Cosworth, BMW E36 Rover 25, Audi TT. You name it. A Honda Civic is pretty much going to be in this. It is going to be a cracker. Our first race of the weekend for the Scottish Motorsports Race Championship. Round 10 about to get underway. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, this is a new championship to me as well, the Scottish Motorsports Race Championship, promoted by the Knockhill Motorsports Club, who also run the Super Lap Scotland events here at Knockhill. That's the time attack style series where it's laps against the clock. But racing today in the Scottish Motorsports Race Championship, this is very much a run what you brung series, kind of along the lines of the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons that we see at Alton Park and Donington, among others, over the years. They were out at Convoy in the Park last week, of course. Sorry if you missed me at Convoy in the Park at Donington last week. I was covering motorcycle racing with a prior booking last week. But yes, I'm back for the rest of the season now. Scottish Motorsports Series, big thanks to all their sponsors: Strathern Pest Control, Super Pro Suspension Parts, Tartan Tuning, Yokohama Tyres and White Line. It's like a quick inspection of the circuit taking place before we get the cars out onto track. So we'll give you the grid for this one. There should be 21 cars that we've got entered here. And it is a legend of Scottish motorsport, Ron Cummings, 77 years young and still going strong. Ron Cumming on pole with his Nemesis sports racing car. He did a 52.126 second lap in qualifying this morning, nearly 2.5 seconds quicker than Mark Thompson, number 10, who lines up alongside him in his Radical SR10. So two sports racers on the front row. Second row, 46, Paul Smith. He's in a BMW M3. And number 1, Adam Morrison, the reigning champion. He's in a very modified 2-litre Mini Cooper S. Got quite a lot of BMW Minis in this race. 155, Adam Kindness on row 3 is in another of them, alongside 26, Michael Barron. He's in a Honda Civic. Row 4, 85, Rob Doherty. He's got a BMW M3. 96, Murray Douglas. He's Mini powered. We saw his turquoise coloured Mini in the assembly area. Row 5, 23, Andrew Cowie. He's in a Subaru Impreza, alongside 21 of Louise Strachan in a Mini Cooper S. Row 6, number 91, Craig Houston in the Lotus Eclats. We just heard from him, alongside 221, James Strachan in a Ford Fiesta. Row 7, number 14, Michael Imrie in a Mini Cooper. Alongside him, we've got 27, Peter Maxwell in an Escort Cosworth. Row 8, 217, Steve Somerville in a BMW Compact, and 129, Andrew Heron in a Rover 25. And at the back, number 11, Ali Chalmers, the last car to set a time in qualifying. He's in a Mini Cooper. And 4 cars that we didn't see in qualifying but are on the entry list. We'll wait to see if they're on the grid. They are number 8, Richard Sutherland. He's in the commentary box. I did the PA there many times. So awaiting the cars to make their way onto circuit. Quick look at the timetable for this afternoon. We're scheduled to kick off at 1:30 p.m, but with the action having started ahead of schedule this morning, it may be slightly earlier than that. We've got the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy. Great to have them here. The novice racers. Another race for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Then the Caterham Road Sports, sponsored by Bilstein Suspension. The Scottish Mod Sports have their second race over the same distance of 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Then we move on to the 270R category, the Fan Drive Caterham 270Rs, and then the quickest cars we'll see here this weekend, the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310Rs. And then a final race for the Scottish Mini Coopers, their third race of the day. Of course, they don't race tomorrow. Well, hopefully this man will be back out for the second race later. Hope there's not too much damage to Chad Little's car after he went off tangling with Martin Viertunga during that previous race. Looking at the timetable tomorrow, we kick off just after 11 a.m. with some Caterham action. We've also got the Scottish Citroen C1 Cup joining us tomorrow, and more racing from the Mod Sports too. Let's head back to Ian in the assembly area just while the circuit is cleared.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome back. Just a brief pause before we get back out onto the circuit for the Scottish Motorsports race. Round 10 coming up for them. We thought, just hearing there's still a little bit of recovery going on the circuit at the minute. So why not, let's take you for a little walk, shall we? Here they all are now in the assembly area. Let's go have a look at some of these cars, shall we? We've got some... Andrew, is that Andrew? That can't be Andrew Heron. Surely, it is Andrew Heron. Andrew, how are you? It's lovely to see you. A bit of a delay here, I'm afraid, but how are we feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, very well. Yeah, very good.
It's good to see you again out in the Rover. What's it handle like around Knockhill? Certainly on the anti-clockwise.
A little bit slippery.
Is it?
Yeah, braking on the blue and white. It's a bit slippy and a bit of a handful, but yeah.
How much experience do you have up here?
I've been there a few times. I've done the anti-clockwise before.
Yeah.
Last year I tried it, and then head gasket went in qualifying, so I didn't go too well. But yeah, I've had a few races there.
Which is your favourite then, anti-clockwise or clockwise?
Clockwise.
Oh, okay.
Much for clockwise.
We'll have a better day tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, mate. Let's have a look at some more of this car show. Look at this. Let's keep going. I want to jump through and have a quick chat with Peter. We got here. Can I just jump? Hello, Peter. How are we? All right? Can you hear me? All right?
Really?
I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's probably a bit more sensible, isn't it? It's lovely to see you, by the way. Tell us a little story about this car. How did you come to be behind the wheel of it?
Oh, I've had it for 27 years.
Really?
I've not raced it for 16 years, so this is first time out in 16 years.
First time out in 16 years? Well, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm alright.
Yeah?
I'm alright.
You're alright. Look, I better let you. I think you're almost about to go. Look, let me get that for you. There we go. The cars are firing up. Let's just jump over here, Ray. So we're out of everybody's way. Look at this as well, right here. Subaru Impreza. How cool is that? Oh, we are going to have to move back as well. Let me just grab you, Ray. I don't want you to get run over. Pop it on the cars. Don't worry about me. I'll guide you into the right place. Don't you worry. There goes Adam Morrison. He is the championship leader. Look at the body kit on that Mini. It's going to be an absolute cracker. There goes the Subaru Impreza as well. Andrew Cowie behind the wheel of that one. We were just talking to Peter Maxwell there in the Escort Cosworth. As he just said, first time out in 16 years for Peter Maxwell. So great to see him back out on the circuit. There goes Stephen Somerville in the BMW over there. Andrew Heron going, just heard from him, of course, in the MGD 25 there. BMW going through as well to number 69. That's Andrew Patterson. And just to our left, we've got the 155 Adam Kindness here, just to our left. You just turn around, Ray. There we go. In a minute, it looks like there's a bit of an issue here for Adam. The engine was running, it's just stopped. So hopefully Adam Kindness, hopefully the engine will be kind to him and he can get out onto the circuit. It's just firing it up now. It is ticking over. Hopefully they can get a bit of a shake of the head there from Adam. Oh, this could be a real shame. Can they get it out or not? I think they're going to... I don't think they're going to. I think he's going to retire. I just heard he's going to go. Is he going to try? Let me just see. Can he get it going? Oh, it's really struggling, isn't it? I don't think Adam Kindness is going to start this race. I think that is done. I think he's just trying to get himself back to the outer paddock. Just so you know, very quickly, you just pop the camera there. There's Jack Irvine there on the podium, just getting his trophy from winning the Scottish Mini Cooper race a little bit earlier. Alongside him is Michael Williams and Chris Coburn. That was your top three from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup Round 5 Race 1. They've got two more coming up throughout the course of today. Right, here we go. Scottish Motorsports Race Championship. They're out on the circuit. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, cars on their way round then to the starting grid. Will be the nemesis of Ron Cumming in pole position. Scotland's oldest racing driver at 77 years young. He raced in special saloons and special GTs for many years. He even raced in the old Boss Formula single-seater series, had an old footwork Formula 1 car, would you believe. There is Ron in the red machine. He'll be on the pole position ahead of the Radical of Mark Thompson. Now, I suspect those two cars are going to charge away at the front of this. BMW M3 there of Paul Smith, the blue machine, on the second row of the grid. We have lost Adam Kindness while unless he joins in from the pit lane at the back. There's the Lotus Eclat. That's probably one of the rarest cars out there, of number 91, Craig Houston. Adam Morrison in the white and blue Mini there, very modified Mini, the championship leader. That competes, I think, in Super Lap Scotland as well, the Time Attack series here at Knockhill. Some very extreme cars, shall we say, compete in that. Including, I saw an onboard lap from an extremely modified Westfield with Pikes Peak wings on it here a few years ago, and the acceleration of that thing was terrifying. I wouldn't like to have been a passenger in that car. Acceleration, and my face would have fallen off. There's Paul Smith, a Honda of number 26, which is Michael Barron. Behind him, one of the BMWs, 85 Rob Doherty in the E36 BMW. 96 is Murray Douglas. The grey Subaru, that's Andrew Cowie. 21 Louise Strachan with her Mini. Then the Lotus, James Strachan with the Fiesta. Blue Mini there, it's Michael Imrie. Great to have Peter Maxwell back out in his Escort Cosworth. 129 of Andrew Herron, the MG Cup regular. Well, that's listed on the entry as a Rover 25, but I think it's more of an MG ZR, that car. At the back of the field, number 99, that's Phil Webster. We didn't see Philip Webster out in qualifying. He came out in the free practice session, I think, at the start today, the shorter session. So he set his requisite laps. Just ahead of him is the BMW Andrew Patterson there, number 69, the dark blue car. That is a BMW 318 IS. As the rear number plate says, it's not an M3. Just make sure that's clear before we get the race underway. Big hello to Jane Mortimer, Mark Weller. Ilvron 7515 says, my favourite Mini was number 27, beautiful eyes on it. Yes, Martin Viertunga's car with the eyes. A lot of love there. Joy Goddard mentioning that as well. Hi to Dan Bartlett. Good to see you viewing. TCG Chris says, please say hello to all my fellow marshals following the action while at the Formula E in London. It's the London E-Prix taking place this weekend. So cars getting into position on the grid then. With the two sports races at the front, there's various classes in this field. We'll do our best to follow the class leaders if we can. Classes based on power to weight ratio in the Scottish Mod Sports Championship. Adam Morrison in his modified Mini looking to retain his title this year. So this will be a 12-minute race plus 1 lap. So when the countdown is finished, when the clock goes to 0, then we go into the final lap. So will Ron Cumming run away with this? I bet even he's lost count of the number of wins he's had here at Knockhill over the years. Thompson was quickest in free practice this morning though with the Class A1 Radical. He's the only runner in Class A1. 2 cars in A2, Ron Cumming and Peter Maxwell with the Escort Cosworth. Okay, so the board's being displayed by the marshals then. Countdown is on, the revs beginning to rise. Red lights are on the gantry above the bridge. Lights go out and away they go, and Ron Cumming wheel spins away from pole position, chased by Mark Thompson. A bit of tyre smoke further back, and look at Thompson in the radical round the outside. He's got the better getaway into Taylor's turn, and he's got the lead around the outside of Roncoming. Paul Smith in the BMW in third, then it's Adam Morrison in the Mini, but already the two sports racers are clear of the saloon and GT type cars behind. Roncoming's gone wide there, coming out of the first corner. He's straight off, wallop straight in, goodness me. Big accident there for Roncoming, let's hope he's okay. Well, he got a wheel on the grass there. I'm wondering if his throttle stuck open there, in fact. That is such a shame for Roncoming, who had a massive accident in his Nemesis back in 2018 and made the Scottish newspapers with an enormous shunt here at Knockhill. Main thing is he's getting out of the car, appears to be okay. That's a red flag, race stopped. Well, the Nemesis sports racer, the front end destroyed. Roncoming thankfully is able to walk away. Well, one of Scotland's unsung heroes of motorsport, and very sadly that's the end of his weekend. But the main thing is Scotland's oldest racing driver is okay. Whether he just got wide and got two wheels onto the grass and couldn't turn in, we'll wait and see in replay. It was number 10 of Mark Thompson got the better getaway from the outside of the front row, and they came out of Taylor's up towards the right-hander at Hislops. Cumming was on the outside. Does he just run wide? Yeah, the car just goes straight on. It barely turns in, and he just goes straight on into the tyre wall. I don't know whether he just couldn't turn in because he got that wheel onto the grass, or whether his throttle jammed open there. See it again, he's already on the grass as they approach Hislops and into the tyre wall. Such a shame for Roncoming, but the tyre wall and all the safety systems did their job perfectly there. The chassis of the Nemesis holding up very well indeed. What was a almost full speed impact there. He's not had a lot of luck in recent years, Roncoming, and obviously the officials will give him a check-up. It is protocol that the driver will be given a check-up by the medics after any incident. And a big thanks to not only the marshals but our medical staff here as well, from the Scottish Motorsport Marshals Club.
So if you're wondering why there's a whole bunch of camera people around the circuit, that explains why. But yeah,
thanks to our camera teams for bringing the action as well. Just got a shout out from the PA commentator here at Knockhill, thank you.
Hopefully we'll be able to get things underway, but yeah, as you say, major dramas already in the first lap.
And now the marshals have to clear what's left of Roncoming's car. But he was straight out of the car, no serious injury, that's the main thing. And we will be back underway just as soon as we can. Let's take a look at the start of that Motorsports race again. The two sports racers off from the front row, not surprisingly opening up an advantage, the two lightweight cars. Mark Thompson's Radical taking the lead around the outside. Roncoming tried to fight back along the straight towards Hislops. On the outside line, he just goes that little bit too wide. Two wheels onto the grass, and he's a passenger from there and into the tyre wall. I noticed another car pulling off at the back of the field there, one of the minis. That was Philip Webster off the track. He's already on the grass as they approach Hislops, the right-hander. No grip there. Straight into the wall. He barely hit the gravel trap there at all, so it hardly slowed Ron down.
I've heard he's okay. Might have hurt his hand a bit.
So Ron Cumming receiving a checkup from the medics at the moment. As soon as the medical staff are free and the track is clear, we'll get this race underway for its second attempt. Hi to Jose Moon, TN Giro, JM Vids, Tim Gooding, everybody else on YouTube. Well, while Mark Thompson and company wait on the grid for a restart, let's head down to Ian, see what he's up to.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit wall, everybody. I was just having a quick chat there with Mark Thompson. You won't be able to pick up the audio because we were shouting across, but credit to him, he was just asking to make sure the driver's okay. He said, didn't quite see what happened. He was just behind me and then gone. It was a lightning start, wasn't it, for Mark Thompson in the Radical, just behind Paul Smith now in the BMW, and of course our overall championship leader Adam Morrison in the Mini Cooper S. So as you can see, the cars are lined back up once again, ready to get going. Just it's going to be a full restart here as well. So plenty coming up for you throughout the course of the day. After this, we do go into the lunch break as well, and we'll be hearing from Alex Reid, the head honcho at Caterham Motorsport. Sat down with him a little bit earlier today. I was on my best behaviour because this afternoon we got Caterham Academy, more Scottish Mini Coopers, more Caterham Road Sports, got the Scottish the Scottish Mod Sports Race 2 a little bit later as well, 12-minute race plus 1 lap. And the Caterham 270Rs, Caterham 310s, and the Scottish Mini Cooper as well. Knockhill, very famous circuit, of course, as I'm sure you know. I've got a couple of useless bits of information. Did you know this circuit is the location for the Kaiser Chiefs Hole in My Soul music video? I didn't know that. I haven't seen it either, so there we go. That's one to do maybe later. Don't leave this broadcast. Do not leave the BARC YouTube channel or the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel. But yes, Knockhills is the location for the Kaiser Chiefs Hole in My Soul music video, and of course it is called Knockhill because of the famous Knockhill just off to our right. Circuit here though was opened in 1974. Brilliant stuff indeed. And Knockhill, the actual reason it's called Knockhill, rises 364 metres. That is some way, isn't it? Quite a steep climb up the top, and there is a mobile tower up the top, which is why I've got pretty good phone signal, I've got to be honest as well. So here we go, Ray doing a great job just showing you some of the cars. There is number 46 Paul Smith in his BMW E46 M3. He's in the C class in this one. Best time of 55.288 in qualifying. Lap record around here, 41 seconds was done in 2018. That was clockwise. Anti-clockwise that we're doing 42.940 also in 2018 by the same driver, Heather Calder, in the British Sprint Championship. So there we go. Look, you can see the whites of his eyes there as he's gearing up. I wonder if we can move down ever so slowly, Ray, not to give everybody that funny feeling as they're going there. We'll just move down a little bit further, show you some more of the cars. There is Adam Morrison in the Mini Cooper S. He's in Class D, overall leader as well. 55.619 was his fastest time. I wonder, can we get a wave from Adam? I'm trying. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Adam. We got a little wave from Adam. Let's keep going down a little bit further, shall we? Show you some of these cars. Michael Barron in the Honda. I love a Honda Civic as well, by the way. Who doesn't? Also in Class D. Fastest time in qualifying, 57.215, 5 seconds behind. Overall fastest was Ron Cumming in the number 9, the Nemesis kit car. There we go. Just behind him, the number 85. That's Rob Doherty in the BMW M3, also in Class D. Did our fastest time of 58.402 in qualifying. Let's just move down a little bit further, shall we, as well. Not too long. I think we're going to get going very shortly indeed. The number 96, the Mini Cooper S, Murray Douglas in that one in the C class. Fastest time of 59.443 in qualifying as we keep going down. And there's that Subaru Impreza. I love a Subaru Impreza. I really do. There we go, the number 23, that's Andrew Coe. I wonder, I'm going to shout over actually at Michael Barron and see if he can hear me. So apologies everybody right now. Michael, can you hear me? You all right? How's it going? Shout. Yeah, I don't think we can hear you, but I'll catch up with you a little bit later anyway. Thank you so much. If you did hear Michael there, how cool would have that been? I don't think anybody did. Marshals are making their way back up now. We're getting towards the end of the pit lane. Just there is Murray Douglas again in that Mini. Lovely colour that as well, isn't it? And the Subaru Impreza, Andrew Cowie, a little bit further back. I can also see the number 21, Louise Strachan. In the Mini the fastest time of 59.782, the last driver to go sub 1 minute. So that is about as far as we can get down here right now. One of the recovery trucks just making its way across the grass over there on the right hand side, coming across the bridge here as well into the infield. Nice to see a good group of people around the circuit supporting here as well. In fact, on the motorway this morning on the way up, I did see a sign saying there is an event here at Knockhill this week, and yes, there certainly is. So great to see so many people here. That is Rob Doherty there, you can see in the BMW M3 in Class D. He set his fastest lap on lap 9 during qualifying, a 58.402. Lovely livery on that, isn't he? He's really looked after that one well indeed. Grey skies above us. I'll tell you what, actually, Ray, is it possible? Can you zoom on the bridge over in the distance there across the river? I did ask one of the marshals here a little bit earlier the name of that bridge, but there's a few I've completely forgotten, if I'm totally honest with you. Somebody can let us know. Live chat is open. We can see it on YouTube. Can you see it, Ray? It's you're doing a good job. I've really put you on the spot there. Well done, Ray. Great job. I put you on the spot there. Apologies about that, but beautiful surroundings. It's got to be one of the most picturesque circuits, hasn't it? It really, really has. If anybody can tell me what that bridge is called, please do let me know in the live chat. I would love to know. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you haven't already, we're live on the BARC YouTube channel. We're live on the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel this weekend as well. And Doherty there just revved up the engine of that BMW. I don't think we're too far away from getting this restarted here. I'm going to take Ray back up to Parc Ferme because we're going to be asked to leave the pit wall very, very shortly. So for the time being, I will hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard, and we'll go get ourselves in position up at Parc Ferme ready for the end of this race. Dave, back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Ian. You can see the repairs to the tyre wall are almost complete down there. Very efficient marshalling team here at the Knockhill circuit. Thanks for your comments coming in. Hi to Marty. Hi to DS Ellis as well. They've got the answers right on the bridge question that we just asked. Dan Bartlett says Marshall's doing a sterling job as always. They certainly are. Thanks, Dan, one of our regular viewers. Quick hello to Caitlin Penny, top sim racing commentator as well. Belated birthday wishes to Caitlin's partner Snowy, who celebrated their birthday yesterday. There you can see the repair crew in operation. Shortly we'll be back underway with the Scottish Mod Sports Race 1. Mark Thompson for the overall win should be fairly clear at the front in this one. Now the only sports racing car out there, the only Class A1 car. The only Class A2 car now with the demise of Ron Cumming is Peter Maxwell's Escorts. Paul Smith, the fastest qualifier in Class C. Adam Morrison is Class D, ahead of Michael Barrett and Rob Doherty. Craig Houston, the Lotus, is Class D as well. Murray Douglas is Class C with his Mini. Topping Class E is number 23, which is the Subaru, Andrew Cowie. Class F is Andrew Heron, that's the MG ZR. And there's one Class G car out there. No, two Class G cars we should have. Richard Sutherland's BMW, and the other compact's BMW is Stephen Sutherland. In fact, Ali Chalmers and Michael Imrie's Minis are Class G as well. They're all based on power to weight ratio, the various classes. Very rural circuit here at Knockhill in the middle of the farming country of eastern Scotland. So the restart should be over the full distance here of 12 minutes plus one lap, because as we said, the afternoon action did start a little earlier than planned. Sound of engines in the background. So the cars now heading round on their green flag lap, ready for the restart. Hello to whoever's waving at us in the bottom left corner on the pit wall there. One of our commenters asking, are the C1s out today? No, they're out tomorrow on the clockwise layout. Shout out to the racing line as well. Thank you to DS Ellis for that. As the cars head round once again on their green flag lap, ready to line up for the restart. Will be a full 12-minute restart because the field hadn't completed a lap at the time of the red flag. So, no pole sitter this time. Ron Cumming obviously not there after the damage to his car, but Mark Thompson, the black and yellow Radical, is there. Paul Smith, the blue BMW. Adam Morrison, the white and blue BMW Mini. Very modified 2-litre engine machine. No Adam Kindness there, should have been on row 3. Saw his car struggling to get away in the assembly area earlier on, so he's not there. Michael Barrett is there, though, the black Honda Civic Coupe. Rob Doherty, his BMW, black with gold stripes. And Murray Douglas in the turquoise liveried BMW Mini alongside him. Andrew Cowie in the silver Subaru, and Louise Strachan with her Mini completing the top 10, the number 21, that's the dark blue Mini. 12 minutes plus 1 lap then, so when the countdown goes to 0, we go into the final lap. First of 4 races across the course of this weekend for the Scottish Mod Sports Championship. Waiting for the marshals to clear the grid. The signal will be given shortly. You can see the red lights on the Beatson's Building Supplies bridge. 5-second board is held aloft then. Watch for the red lights. 3, 4, 5 red lights. When they go out, the race gets underway, which it does. Now, quite a long hold, and that's caught out Mark Thompson. He's out-dragged by Paul Smith in the BMW as they head down towards the first corner, but now Thompson gets his foot down the Radical, much lighter than the BMW, and it's got the lead into Taylor's turn for the first time. Smith in second, Adam Morrison in the Mini in third, then the Civic of Michael Barron is next through. The Lotus running a bit wide there on the exit, number 91 of Craig Houston. They head out along the bottom of the circuit for the first time, up towards the left at Clark Curve. Let's hope they all make it around Hislops this time. They certainly do. It's number 96 Mini, that's Murray Douglas, holding on ahead of 85 Rob Doherty in his BMW. Subaru of 23 Andrew Cowie coming under fire from one of the Minis there. That's Louise Strachan, the purple Mini, number 21. She's got ahead of Craig Houston in the Lotus Eclat. Climb up the other side through Butcher's, Scotsman Corner, Leslie's the right-hander, then up Duffus Rise, as we've renamed it for today. So Mark Thompson completes the first lap, a 55.925 on the opening lap of this race for the Scottish Mod Sports. BMW and Paul Smith in second, but running wide there, coming out of Taylor's turn. Adam Morrison could go for second overall. They're both leading their respective classes. C and D as a change of position there towards the back. That's one of the BMWs coming through. I think that was Richard Sutherland's car possibly coming through from the back, is it? I'll check that in a moment, because here comes the midfield, and the Subaru has run wide there, coming out of Clark's. Through goes Louise Strachan past Andrew Cowie in the number 23 Subaru. The Lotus of Craig Houston is next, and that's the BMW coming through from the back of the field. It's Andrew Patterson, I apologise there, this BMW 318. There's the number plate I mentioned, not an M3. It is a 318 IS that Andrew Patterson is driving in Class E. A little bit smoky there as he goes up through Leslie's. Across the stripe they go. Mark Thompson leads overall by 1.6 seconds in the Radical ahead of Paul Smith. Then a gap of 0.7 back to Adam Morrison in third place with the Mini. Then a gap of over 6 seconds to these two, Douglas and Doherty, battling for next in the order. In fact, it was Michael Barron who came through in fourth place there in the Honda Civic. He should be next in the order, but not on our timing tower at the moment. Maybe a problem with his transponder. There's that rare Lotus Eclat. The shape of that reminds me of the old TVR Tasmans as well. Patterson coming through nicely from the back. He had problems earlier, misqualifying. He was out in free practice this morning, must have had an issue after that. So he's coming through from the back. There's the Honda across the line. He's there in fourth position. This is the battle for fifth place. And here's a battle between Peter Maxwell, making a return after 16 years away with his Escort Cosworth, but he's possibly got a problem there. He's lost out to number 11, which is Ali Chalmers with his Mini Cooper coming through from the back of the grid. It's Peter Maxwell heading for the pits, I wonder, in the Escort Cosworth. He seems to have slowed up. 8.5 minutes of the race to go. It's the main battle at the moment between Murray Douglas and Rob Doherty for fifth position. Douglas second in Class C, Doherty third in Class D. Paul Smith is leading Class C. Class D is led by Adam Morrison. I don't think we have any entries in Class B. We know that Mark Thompson is leading Class A1. If Peter Maxwell does drop out, we won't have any runners in Class A2, I don't think, because that's the only other entry in Class A2 was Ron Cumming. Bonnet flapping slightly on Murray Douglas's car here. I hope that's not going to come open. Turbocharged BMW Mini Coupe. You can see the intercooler in the front of the car. Pretty challenging. Behind them is Louise Strachan. There she is. Then the Lotus. And then that rather smoky BMW of Andrew Patterson, who's got ahead of Cowie now in the number 23 Subaru. As through goes Rob Doherty as they come up towards the left-hander at Clark's. He's pulling away now from Murray Douglas's Mini as they go through the Arnold Clark chicane. Beautiful looking car, the E36 M3, one of the classic racing saloons. Stunningly turned out example. He's up into fifth overall now. There's our leader, Mark Thompson. 2 seconds clear of Paul Smith's BMW E46 M3 now. Just under 7 minutes to go. Plus one lap, of course. There is Paul Smith in second. So there's your gap. They've lapped a couple of back markers. 2.9 Andrew Heron, we saw in the background there in the MG ZR. He's a lap down. Often plenty of lappery in these open run-what-you-brung races with a whole variety of different classes. It's one of the BMW Compacts about to be a lap there as well. The gap is up to 2.5 seconds now, so Mark Thompson's pulled away by another half second. The right's a flare for Adam Morrison in third. Then Barron in the black Civic, there he is. Not showing on our timing tower for some reason, but he is there in fourth place. There's Heron, he's been lapped, so has Ali Chalmers in the BMW Mini. Where are they running in the overall order? 14th and 15th at the moment. Drop down through the left-hander at Clark's, past the grandstand. Named in honour of, this is just personal preference of course, but Jim Clark I consider to be one of the greatest racing drivers of all, and certainly one of the most naturally talented Formula One drivers ever. Only a shame that I'm too young to have seen him race. This battle a lap down at the moment. Up over the stripe. Andrew Heron pulls away a little bit from Ali Chalmers. Andrew Patterson up ahead of them. There goes the Fiesta. That's James Strachan. He's 10th overall. Behind Andrew Cowie's Subaru. He's done his personal best lap. Mark Thompson still with the fastest lap of the race. 54.859 from the Radical. New non-starters in this race. You can see on the timing tower we lost Philip Webster's Mini on the first start. He pulled up. Peter Maxwell's Escort still going there, the tail of the field. Have we lost Andrew Patterson? He's not come through on that lap. That car was smoking, so has he pulled off somewhere, I wonder? Yeah, looks like he has. Other cars we didn't see, David Robb's Audi TT didn't take the start, nor did Richard Sutherland, number 8 in his BMW. Adam Kindness, of course, we saw not make it out of the assembly area. Earlier on. Radical carving its way through the midfielders to lap them now. Could be a battle developing there between the Subaru and the Fiesta. Andrew Cowie just ahead of James Strachan. As they lap Peter Maxwell's struggling Escort Cosworth. Paul Smith in second place behind the Fiesta as they go up through the roller coaster section. Blue flags waving from the marshals to warn them that faster cars are approaching behind them, to hold their line. It's past the Fiesta and past the Subaru as well, Paul Smith, down into Taylor's turn. Almost reminds me of the first corner at the famous Portimao circuit in Portugal, the Alto de Roma International do Algarve. But at Portimao you turn right instead of left. Similar shape of corner. Portuguese roller coaster. Grand Prix venue in the pandemic, of course, and famous for motorcycle racing. Mark Thompson, I think, is on his last lap now. Let's just check the time. No, my apologies, over 2.5 minutes left to go. Pop disappeared from my timing screen there momentarily, apologies. Bit of rally crossing from the Subaru, and the Lotus has dropped out. Cloud of steam there from the number 91 of Craig Houston. He's out of the race. Hopefully that is just steam and not smoke, and he's just overheated there. Get that back out for the race later on. There is the reigning champion, Adam Morrison, looking to retain his title this year, but he's been closed down slightly by the Honda Civic of Michael Barron. They're both in Class D. Yellow flags out on that section of the circuit because the Lotus being covered by the marshals. Craig Houston, his race is done. 2.8 seconds in it now for the lead between Mark Thompson and Paul Smith. A further 7 or so seconds back to these two. Adam Morrison in third, then Michael Barron, then a long gap back to Rob Doherty's BMW, which is next in the order. Ali Chalmers in the Mini about to go 2 laps down. Plenty of lap results. It's only a short circuit here at Knockhill, 1.27 miles. Demise of the Lotus now put Michael Imrie up into the top 10 in number 14 Mini. A couple more laps to go for Mark Thompson. Barring any mechanical maladies, he's got this race in the bag. Through the left-hander at Scotsman corner, into the right at Leslie's. So I miss you greatly, David Leslie, a man who did so much for Scottish motorsports, not just as a touring car driver, but as a tutor and instructor as well here at Knockhill, through running his Formula Ford race team. In particular, the Formula Fords used to contest the David Leslie Memorial Trophy here at Knockhill. Of course, David sadly lost to us in a plane crash a few years ago. I remember him winning the 1993 Toka Shootouts at Donington, the Mansell race, as some will know it, in the Écurie Écosse Vauxhall. So a few seconds left on the clock, then it will be last lap this time for Mark Thompson. Michael Barron has definitely closed here on Adam Morrison for third overall and for Class D. We see the Civic make a move here for a class win. Paul Smith safe in second place with his BMW. There he is in the background. He's just lapped Louise Strachan, who's 7th. The clock is now down to 0. Which would mean that time Mark Thompson comes in to start his last lap. Adam Morrison flashing the lights at the back marker there. Louise Strachan in her Mini, less powerful BMW Mini. To get her to move aside because he's got his class rival on his tail here. And the Civic is going for it. Look at this. The championship leader and reigning champion. Is he about to lose out on a podium? No, he's got past the back marker there. Now, Michael Barron will try to do the same thing. There he goes into the chicane. So will it be a checkered flag this time by for Mark Thompson, or will we get one more lap out of this? We didn't see how many seconds were left when he crossed the line. Here comes the Radical. Across the line he goes. Still showing us green on our screens, so it looks like we're going to get one more lap out of this. Just a couple of seconds early there, crossing the start-finish line. Has to do just one more lap, but he's 3.5 seconds clear. He's pulled away from Paul Smith now. Here comes the Radical. Main focus is that battle for third place. Back there is the checkered flag. And it's still showing us green on our timing, hence a bit of confusion there, but I think has the Radical already taken the checkered flag there? I think he has. Apologies for that bit of confusion. Waits for definite to confirm it. We'll see Mark Thompson come across the line to take the flag. There he is. So Mark Thompson confirmed as your winner. We'll give you the full results in just a few moments' time. So Mark Thompson confirmed as your winner of Scottish Modsport's Race 1, first of 4 races for them this weekend, by 3.5 seconds ahead of Paul Smith in his BMW. He wins Class C, and Adam Morrison did hold on by 0.6 of a second in third place ahead of Michael Barron to take the win in Class D. 5th position went to Rob Doherty's BMW. I think he ended up a lap down in the end. 6th place was Murray Douglas with his turbocharged Mini. Louise Strachan was 7th in her Mini. James Strachan 8th in his Fiesta. Andrew Cowie in the Subaru 9th overall and wins Class E. Completing the top 10, number 14 Michael Imrie with his Mini Cooper. He wins Class G. And beyond them, 11th was Stephen Somerville in his BMW Compact. Andrew Heron wins Class F in 12th in his MG ZR. Ali Chalmers and Peter Maxwell were the last couple of finishers. Of course, we lost Craig Houston, Andrew Patterson. Ron Cumming didn't take the restart, and the remaining cars did not start. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
And I'm going to get a quick word with some of our drivers as they pull in. First driver, I'm going to get a quick word with.
Well, welcome down everybody to Parc Ferme. We're still actually waiting for our overall race winner Mark Thompson to come in. He actually did a second lap. Here he comes now. He's making his way, took the checkered flag, then came round again one more time. Mark Thompson wins overall. He's in the A2 class. Adam Morrison in front of us is third place on track, but he wins Class D. Let's go over and grab Paul for a quick chat, shall we? Paul, congratulations, second on track, but class winner. And it was quite a wait though, wasn't it, to get it going again?
Yeah, at one point I was just hoping Ron was okay because it sort of happened in front of me, seeing him clip the grass off into the barrier. Anyway, I'm glad he's all right, I think. And yeah, we bit of wait in the grid. I actually turned the car off for a wee while just to cool down. Car was getting roasting, but yeah, got another good start. Luckily, a lot of clutch slip, so I was filled the cabin with clutch smoke, I think. Anyway, so just kept the head down from there. Couldn't quite catch Mark. Obviously, he's got a lot more power on the straight, but through the back section,
different classes, isn't it?
Completely different class, but it was good fun trying to chase him. And Adam was pretty hot on my heels for the first few laps as well. So yeah, brilliant race, brilliant fun.
What goes through your mind then when you're sat on the grid after a red flag and you're waiting? You just don't know. I mean, what's the communication like? You don't know how long you've got to sit there and wait, and can it be quite a stressful time?
Slightly, yeah. Obviously, the heart rate is a little bit elevated anyway, but yeah, I tend to look at the pit crew there and see how their movements are looking, and you can kind of tell when they're like, "Oh, we're getting ready to go here." So it's one of these things. It's part of racing, isn't it?
So you're still smiling, and you've had a cracking result. Congratulations,
Cheers,
Paul. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's go find Adam Morrison over here, shall we? Let's go. I think this is Adam. Adam. I'm very well. Well, more importantly, how are you? Congratulations, by the way, as well. Once it got going, it was a pretty good race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all good until I started catching some back markers, and then for some reason I looked in my mirror and just presumed that was a Subaru that I just lapped, and then you got closer and I'm like, oh no, that's for position. I need to start putting the boot down again. And
I mean, that is the issue with Knockhill. It's quite short, isn't it?
Yeah, and when you catch the back markers, the speed difference, like they'll slow you through the corners where you're normally faster. So it's kind of, you've got to play it smart and look in the mirror at the same time for people that you're actually racing with. It's good fun.
Excellent stuff. Well, look, I absolutely love Scotland here. It's you must do as well. It treats you well. Congratulations. You've got to do it again a little bit later, though, haven't you?
Yes.
Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. I think Michael? Yeah. Michael, we were trying to communicate a little bit earlier, weren't we, whilst you were waiting. How was that wait for you? Is it quite nerve-wracking for you guys? Is it quite...
Yeah, it is quite nerve-wracking. I mean, you're quite used to it by now, but it's hot.
Come in.
Hot in that car, but yeah, I mean, the back markers put Adam a bit closer to me, so I just managed to hold on to him. I don't think I had the power to pass, but I was catching him all the time, so happy with the car, happy with the result.
What's your favourite part of Knockhill on the anti-clockwise as well? We know about the hairpin, but is there a particular part out there?
Coming down through the chicane up Duffus again, it's brilliant. If you can do it right.
It's like a totally different circuit. It's like a European circuit. It's so fast and it flows so well. But the rest of it is horrible.
You guys are out tomorrow as well. You've got one race tomorrow. Is that two tomorrow? So clockwise. What do you prefer? Do you prefer the anti-clockwise?
No, I prefer clockwise just because I've done more laps than clockwise. Yeah.
Everybody's saying that. Are you an anti-clockwise or clockwise?
Before today, I had never driven it anti-clockwise.
Did you not? Really? Wow, let me come over. Well done, by the way, mate. Lovely to see you.
Nice one, mate.
Yeah, so tell me about it. Tell us your first experience of anti-clockwise. Look, hey, it's gone pretty well, hasn't it?
It did all right. I lost my splitter in qualifying, which wasn't a good look. Totally overcooked the chicane. A bit like Mike, I've got... From buying that car, I've done 4,000 miles of this track.
Sorry,
clockwise.
I don't think we've met. Which is yours? Yours is
E36 M3.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. I was waving at you.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah. Absolutely bloody roasting, just sitting on the grid there. Right?
Actually, our producer said you've got It says it looks very nice. Very nice livery.
Thank you. Very kind. Yeah, this is my first season racing, and that was my first attempt at doing it anti-clockwise. And the more I got into it, the more I liked it. Struggling a bit with tyres towards the end, but a good experience. I was dreading race one after losing the splitter and jamming it all back together. Race one done, put it on third. The aim for the weekend was just bring it home in one piece.
Well, you say that. I'm expecting big things from you now in race two later.
These two lads with their wrong wheel drive cars are absolutely lightning round here. So I'm delighted with that. This was missing. I've had 2 seconds, 3 firsts, and now I've got the third to fill the set.
Hey, that's a bit of a win, actually.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I think we've got to go do podiums, haven't we? So shall we head on down? And let's go down to. I think we can bring you to podium. We're in the lunch break now. Everybody said, "Oh, you're not missing any racing action coming up after lunch break." We go straight into Caterham's. Let me just play around on my clipboard. It will be straight into Caterham Academy. But why not stay with us a little bit longer? Because I think we can go and do the podium immediate. In fact, they're doing it here, which is unusual. There's a couple of podiums. It seems to be it's a bit of a maze actually at times here. A couple of photos, as you can see, they're making their way onto the podiums. There we go. Look at that. Let's just watch this, shall we? And there we go, look at that. There is the podium celebration. That was right there, round 10 of the 2026 Scottish Motorsports Race Championship. I want to grab Mark actually for a quick chat if we can. I was trying to talk to Mark as he was up there as well. That was a quick podium, wasn't it? Goodness me, I was expecting it. Mark.
We don't mess around here.
We don't mess around, Mark. Sorry, I was trying to talk to you on the grid a little bit earlier. I'm really sorry about it. I wasn't sure if I was live or not, my mic, but how was you were asking, of course, if the driver was okay. We believe they were. But, of course, it can be quite a nervous wait when you're just sat there waiting, can't it?
Yeah, I got the jump on him off the lights into the hairpin. I pulled a car length. We were going up the back straight, and he was maybe 3/4 of a car behind me, then just disappeared.
Yeah.
And I was like, you don't like to see anybody going off, but they tell me it was a bad one.
Yeah.
I think he's okay, so.
Look, that's the main thing, isn't it? Look, tell me about Knockhill, the anti-clockwise. Quite difficult with traffic at times, though.
Yeah, it's okay when they see you. Luckily, everybody's seen me, everybody got out of my way.
Yeah.
I've got a high level light on the car, which I forgot to switch on. That really helps.
You're going to put it on for a race too?
I'm blaming my pit crew.
Excellent. Well, thanks for talking to us. It's lovely to see you as well. Right, yes, as I said, we are in the lunch break now, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us a little bit. Now, I'm going to go for a little bit of a walkabout, give you a little look behind the scenes. Let's bring you to the garages. I've got something quite special to show you in a minute. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to or not, but if anybody's ever watched any of the walkarounds that we do, don't often do what we just kind of make it up as we go along. But here's a little look at the garages. As you can see down here, we've got some of the Caterham cars in here. They're coming up this afternoon. Reminder, Caterham Academy straight after lunch. That'll be a 20-minute race. 4th meeting of the season for Caterham Academy. They have one today on the anti-clockwise, one tomorrow as well. Thank you very much for that. Let's keep going up. So yeah, plenty of action. Then we go straight back into our second race for the Scottish Mini Cooper. They don't have long to wait around, do they? 3 races in total for them. Ray, come with me a little bit because I've got something to show you. I walked past here a little bit earlier, and like I said, I'm not so sure if we're supposed to go in here, but I think let's just do it anyway. We've got a couple of Audi TTs. I wonder if we can find anybody to have a little chat. But look at this. How amazing is this? We've got the single seaters here as well. As I said, I don't know if we're supposed to be in here or not, but it's quite the workshop, isn't it? Indeed. Let's don't worry about me, Ray. Nobody wants to see me. Let's have a look at some of the. These are the single seaters, the track day cars here at Knockhill. They look a lot of fun, don't they, to take around? We got look. There's the steering wheel as well. Look, it's quite heavy actually. Is that? Look, we've got a chap here. I wonder if he might be able to help us a little bit. Hello, how you doing? I hope it's okay. I'm just.
Are you sure? I'll give you a fist bump.
Give me a fist bump. I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about what we've got in here. These are the track day cars,
yes, they are. So these are the Formula Experience cars. They were an old racing series from back in the day that had Audi engines in them.
Okay, yeah.
So they were 1.8 20 valve naturally aspirated engines supplied by Audi. 125 brake horsepower, bits like that, but they're a little bit outdated in that now. But the only good thing is that they were actually built as school cars from the get-go, because there was a turbocharged version of this which was used for the racing.
Have you taken them out? What's your role? Forgive my naivety.
No, it's all right, man. So I'm one of the mechanics here at Knockhill. There's 3 of us: Ralph, Ethan, and myself.
Brilliant.
And basically we fix these. I don't know if you've seen the Rally Fiestas.
We have a look.
The Rally Fiestas are at the back, unfortunately.
Okay.
But just in case you've seen them. And then we've obviously got the team drive car, which is there, number 3, which just then getting a clutch done. So it's always non-stop, mate.
I was going to say you're a busy man indeed. We've got the TTs behind us as well. Are these Knockhills?
No, these are actually the owner, Derek Butchers.
Oh, okay.
Wow. So he's got 2 of them, and he uses them for track days when there is an open track day event. So he's got one for the wet, one for the dry.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
It's okay.
No, give us a hug instead. Thanks for that. I'm glad you came along, actually.
Right.
I hope you don't mind us poking around, but
okay.
the door was wide open, so I thought I'd just walk in. Thank you so much. Thanks for entertaining us. What a great job indeed. Let's go up and have a quick chat, with Peter up here. We spoke to him a little bit earlier that we first raced back in 16 years in the Escort. I did see a little bit of smoke coming up at one point. I wonder if we can just make sure if everything's okay. Hello, you're right. How's Peter? Peter, how are we? How were you? Did I see a bit of smoke at some point coming out?
I just ignore the smoke. When a Ford stops smoking, that's when you worry.
How did you feel? I mean, we spoke beforehand, of course. It's been quite a gap between races for you.
The racing's no bother, the drive's no problem. It's just getting into the rhythm. I can't get a rhythm, but it doesn't matter. The rhythm will come, but there's a couple of wee niggling problems. The car laps onto 3 cylinders a lot of time.
Yeah.
Out the corner, it had no go, so I just plotted about and kept out everybody's road.
You've got another race later. Can you do anything with the car now?
Well, hopefully it's spark plugs or something like that, but apart from that, there's no lot you can do with these cars.
No.
But I'll see. Hopefully it's something simple.
I hope so, Peter. Thanks for talking to us. I hope you enjoyed it as well, by the way. Great to have you back. Let's have a look at the car. Look, Ray, let's have a look at the engine as well in there. Look, thing of beauty, isn't it? This is the Escort. Peter Maxwell there. We just had a quick chat with. Oh, look, no, he did get. That's all. He's still got a truck. First place as well. Look at that. Look at that right there. I didn't realise you still got a trophy as well, mate, eh? That's all right.
Celebrate mediocrity here.
No, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. Top man, thank you, well done. Let's keep going along, shall we? Because we're going to end up at the Caterham Hospitality. Tomorrow we've got the Scottish C1s here as well. This is one of them that's going to be racing, the number 44. Look at that, that will be out tomorrow. Look, see if we've got some stats there for us. Peter Eady, 1 litre, of course. I used to have a Citroen C1, very good car indeed. This is 2010. I'm trying to think what mine was. Mine was 2012, I think, but it was a great car. Look at that, 68 brake horsepower, mad rapid. Race elbows out indeed. Let's keep going because it'd be good to make our way down a little bit further. Hello guys, you alright? You okay? You good? Yeah, you having a good time? Come have a chat with me. Come have a chat with me. Scottish Road Runners, what's that?
It's a racing car club all over Scotland.
Oh, nice. Okay. You're a member, I take it?
Yes.
Okay.
We're the main photographers of Scottish Road Runners.
Are you?
Me and my dad.
All right, I want to know, what's the best car you've ever photographed?
Oh, the best car I've ever photographed. It's got to be...
C1? Scottish C1?
Nah, touring car.
Okay, which touring car? I was at Touring Car Rewind.
Aidan Moffat's Audi.
Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Look, what are you photographing here today? Are you you've just been running around everything?
Yeah, just anything.
Having a good time.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Where do we find Scottish Road Runners? We want to check out some of your photos. Where do we go?
You can look on Facebook, TikTok, at GNM Motorsport Media. Yeah.
Excellent. What's your name?
Mackenzie.
I'm Ian. Lovely to meet you, Mackenzie. Good stuff. There you go. Right, let's keep going down, shall we? Look how happy he is. He's skipping down there. Absolutely love that. Right, let's keep going, shall we? We're in the lunch break. As I said, you're not missing anything. We do have an interview coming up shortly with Alex Reid, the head honcho of Caterham. But before we get there, let's just keep moving down. This is Adam over here. Oh, I wonder if we can just... Adam, it's Adam, isn't it? Adam, can we have a chat? Unfortunately, those chips look good, by the way. Though I'm not after one. Unfortunately, we saw you pull out of the race before it even got started. What was the issue?
I don't actually know yet, but something to do with throttle body, throttle pedal.
Yeah,
one of those.
It's a real shame, isn't it? Fingers crossed. There's another race. About 3 races left yet. So are we hopeful? Are we confident?
Yeah, I like starting from the back anyway. You know, it makes you feel good passing people.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, put on a show for us, won't you? I'm sure you'll.
Guys, get it started first.
Yeah. Do that first, and enjoy those chips as well. Goodness me, they do look good, don't they? Right, let's keep going down a little bit further, shall we? We just heard from Adam Morrison as well. We just spoke with him. How nice is this? A little look behind the scenes as we make our way down. We're in the lunch break here at Knockhill, day 1. We're on the anti-clockwise here. Right, let's go over here. Oh, sorry, I've just heard our producer. Can we just, Ray, can we just get a shot of this Lexus, please? Because he's just got a little bit excited about it. I wonder if we could find the owner of this Lexus. Does anybody know whose this Lexus is? Guys, we don't know who owns the Lexus, do we, by any chance? No. Just out of interest? Okay, no worries, thank you. Look, it's even got the walnut dash in as well. I used to have a Rover 200 with walnut dash. How good is that? Right, you may remember from the Scottish Mini Cooper race we had a little bit earlier, Chad Little unfortunately had a hit with the barriers. Is Chad around, guys? Is he gone? Is he? Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, Chad's not around. It would have been good to speak to him to make sure, of course, he's okay. But unfortunately, yeah, Chad Little was second in the championship going into that race. Had that off, hit the barrier. Unfortunately, he is not around. If we do see him, well, let's see if we can grab a quick word with him. Let's keep going on here. If you've never been to Knockhill, it is absolutely glorious. And the sun has come out to play as well now. There's still quite a bit of cloud cover though. If you haven't already, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Where are you? There you are. We are live on the BARC YouTube channel, we're live on the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel. So now we're moving into the Caterham camp down here. Cracking hospitality, by the way. big thank you to Caterham, because we did have a rather tasty sausage bap this morning. And look who I can see down here. I can see Sam Parker. Let's go grab Sam for a very quick chat. She's going to take over the microphone from me for the Caterham Academy after lunchtime. And look, here's some of the cars as well. James Platt always has a fantastic livery, doesn't he? Craig Evans there as well, Richard Watson. And let's just borrow Sam very quickly. Here is Sam's car as well. Look at that, very eye-catching. Sam, can I just borrow you for a second? Let's go stand in front of your car, Shoal. We've had a entertaining morning so far out on the track. We were running well ahead. I thought we might finish by like 4 o'clock today, but maybe not. Look, qualifying for you, it's done, it's dusted. How was it?
I actually really enjoyed it. I was on my own for most of it, which I quite like sometimes, just to concentrate on myself. And then I came into the pits and then went back out and caught up with a few people. So I was happy. That's the quickest I've gone in the anti-clockwise direction.
Oh, that's good.
So quicker than I did in testing. So I'm really happy. So it's a P11 overall, 4th in class. But I feel like that's where I sit this weekend. Okay. I feel like pace-wise, I think sometimes in the race your pace gets better. If the other people drag you on. So
we just need somebody to slow down in front of you, because you have been on a podium this season.
I have 4 times actually.
4 times.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
3 times at one. Well, at Donington.
I will never forget
races.
Silverstone, your first ever podium. That was quite an emotional.
Do you know what? I watched that back the other week, and it made me quite tearful watching it back, because of it. I was fine. I was holding it all together, and then when you came over and interviewed me, I just broke down. It was so funny.
It was such a day. But that's what motorsport's about, isn't it? And now, of course, the drivers going through the academy who are out next, they'll be experiencing that too. Have they asked you for advice? Because you are Mrs. Caterham now, aren't you?
Caterham Motorsport Ambassador. That is my official title, you know. Yes, it is.
What's it say?
Caterham Motorsport Ambassador.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Yeah. I've been around and chatted to a few of them, and we've discussed certain parts of the track and how the car handles. Because last time I was here, I was in academy.
Yeah.
So I know what they're going through and how the car feels around here.
So your title then, Caterham Motorsport Ambassador. What does an ambassador actually do? Because I mean, you're the face of Caterham. You're the voice of Caterham as well. Really, I'm just filling in. I'm drift instructor. I'm massively right now filling. So.
You're just filling, just chat. I mean, I think if you cut me open, it says Caterham inside. I've always been passionate about Caterham, so I'll try and sell it to everybody, because I think it's just such a fantastic car to drive. Like, it puts such a smile on your face. Give it a go. I'm so glad I got to race.
Do you think doing all the drift instructing that you do, that must have a huge help and benefit for your racing, right?
Huge, yeah. Because I'm used to the cars stepping out.
How easy is it to learn how to drift? Like, I've never drifted I've done the odd handbrake turn in my old Rover when I was younger. I'm a bit too old for that sort of thing now. But is it quite easy to drift?
Have you still got the Rover?
No, that conked out. That's on the A36 or whatever somewhere.
So we get people that have come and do the drift days. They've never driven a Caterham before in the morning. They turn up, listen to our briefing. We give them a demonstration on which way to go around the course, and obviously we talk to them about how to drift. And then they'll give it a go. They get a little slide, but they've never driven a Caterham, never drifted before. By the end of the day, they are all drifting.
Really? Do you get people that just naturally get it straight away?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, they understand it. They've watched stuff on TV and they've got that natural ability and feel, because it's feeling what the car's doing beneath you. But weirdly enough, you feel it all through your bottom, through the steering and through the pedals. But through your bottom mostly, you feel what the back end's doing. Okay. So, but we get...
The feel is all in the bum.
It really is, yeah.
Right. And on that note, you won't be able to say, but I bet you get some people who just can't get it as well.
And all we want them to do is just spin.
Yeah.
Because they're not aggressive enough on the throttle. So we're like, just spin. Then you've done that bit, and you've actually know what that feels like, and then that gives them confidence to try and slide it more.
Go and spin a Caterham. Right, I'm coming back down to the Caterham. I have been down there.
Maybe you should come and do a drift day.
I would love to come to a drift day.
I think we'll organise that.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Right, BARC, I know you're watching. Sam, I'll see you in a bit. I'll see you up at Assembly for the Academy. Let's keep going as well. Sam, Elliot says he wants to come, but I think he's barred, isn't he? I think he's barred from Caterham, so he's not allowed, unfortunately. Sorry, Elliot, I did ask for you. Right here, as you can see, everybody is eating right now. We're not going to go in because nobody really likes to be filmed eating, but we're going to film them anyway. So just pop the camera on everybody there, Ray. Let's embarrass everybody right now. There's Alex Reid at the back. There's Jasmine Charlotte. There she is. There she is. I wonder, Jasmine, can I borrow you very quickly? Can I get you over? She's going to come over and have a quick chat with us, is Jasmine Shaw, before we head off and catch up with Alex Reid. We'll turn the camera back round. Right, Jasmine, it's lovely to see you. You see, if you're going to wave at the camera, you have to come and talk to me, don't you? How's the season going?
It's going really good. Obviously, we're second to last round now, so
God, it goes quick.
I know it's gone so fast. I mean, like I feel like I started out in Caterham's yesterday, but yeah, loving it. Back in Scotland after a couple of years, so glad to be back.
How have you adapted to the track? Have you just got straight back onto it?
Yeah, it's been tough. Obviously, doing both way rounds. We're kind of racing two different circuits, so
that's kind of cool, though, isn't it? It's like 2 weekends in one.
It is, but it's a kind of double the mental work and mental capacity. So it's hard, but it's definitely challenging if you like a short, exciting circuit like this one. So it's very physical as well. But yeah, it's been fun.
What would you say to somebody who's maybe watching this and think, we just heard from Sam as well, she's been saying how amazing the Caterhams are to drive. They absolutely must be. What would you say to somebody thinking of getting started in motorsport and maybe looking at Caterham as an option?
I mean, I think Caterham, the car itself is such a cool car to drive. It's so quick, it's so light. It really improves your driving ability very quickly, and I think Caterhams do really well in sort of the framework of getting complete beginners to full race car drivers with the 5 different series, entry level. It's a really good pathway for people who don't really know what they're doing but really want to get into it, and it's so fun, the paddocks are great, and it's so competitive at the same time. So
I'm going to big you up now as well. If you are thinking of getting racing, or if you're just interested in motorsport, make sure you check out Jasmine on social media. You've got quite the following, haven't you? Where do we find you?
Instagram, Jasmine Shaw Racing, or on anything, my handle's the same. So yeah, would be appreciated if you check it out.
Jasmine, I'll let you go get your lunch. I'm going to grab some as well. Thank you for that, doing that. Really appreciate it. Yes, so we are outside the Caterham Hospitality. A little bit earlier today, I caught up with Alex Reid. Yes, he's the boss. I was on my best behaviour. We got a bit of a lesson about the routes into Caterham, the ladder. There are 5 championships in total. We had a bit of a giggle about a few things as well. So let's go and hear from Alex Reid right now, the boss of Caterham Motorsport. Well, we popped down to the Caterham Motorsport Hospitality, and I'm here with the boss. I've got to be in my best behaviour. Alex Reid is here. Alex, lovely to see you, by the way. I understand you've come up from Eastbourne as well, which is quite possibly the furthest point you could come from. How many miles is that to Knockhill?
Well, I don't know how many miles it is, but it takes an awful long time. What I did is position myself as far away from any race circuit as I possibly could, and then based
Brands Hatch is not too bad, is it?
An hour and a bit, and then based my career on having to travel to all of the race circuits. So yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Do you drive in a Caterham though? Because I bet that's fun if you do.
No, but one of our academy drivers has driven their Caterham Academy race car from Brighton, not too far away from Eastbourne, all the way to Knockhill for testing yesterday and is racing today. So fair play to him, because that's a big journey in a Caterham.
Now, we're going to have a little catch up with how, of course, you're finding the role at Caterham. You've been in the hot seat for a while now. Just before we do touch on that, I just want to touch on Knockhill. I mean, what a circuit it is. What a unique challenge as well. We go clockwise and anti-clockwise this weekend. What's the reception been like from the drivers?
Well, I always think it's really interesting because drivers have different preferences in which way round it is, and even though it's the same circuit, you can look at the lap times and see a driver who's right up in the top 5 in one direction and then really struggling in the other direction, and I think that's great. It really mixes it up. I mean, the circuit itself really suits the cars. You know, it's an intense circuit. There's always something going on. It suits the cars really well, and the drivers love coming here, right? Other than the journey, they love coming here, and the reception from testing has been really, really positive. It's a challenging circuit. You know, it doesn't allow for error errors. So it keeps them sharp the whole time as well. But yeah, reception so far has been really good, and we love coming here for that reason.
You were here last week as well for the Caterham 7 UK Championship on the touring car package. How was that?
That was mega, to be fair, yeah. So great to showcase the championship in front of that sort of crowd at a touring car weekend. Great to showcase the lap time of the championship. You know, we were pretty much...
What lap times were you doing?
So the guys in 4 times were doing 51s, which was, you know, a second to half a second off some of the British touring cars in terms of how competitive they were. We had some wet races as well. We had a smaller grid, but a really quality grid, you know, so all of the drivers conducted themselves really well, and we had, you know, I'm biased, but some of the best racing on the entire package.
I bet it was well received by the crowds, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, by the crowds, by the commentators, and it's great to see the guys put on a show. So that's the top level championship, and the drivers really showcased that. You know, they stepped up to the plate and conducted themselves really well on the big stage. So yeah, I was really pleased.
Right, let's come back to you now, Alex. You've been in hot seat for a while now. I mean, we met up, didn't we, at the Caterham factory back in, goodness me, it must be October, November by now. How's things progressed? What's pleased you most about the 2026 season?
Well, I think, you know, you're always learning in a role like this. So Simon, my predecessor, did it for 17 years and he got very, very good at it. So some big shoes to fill. But no, I've enjoyed it. And the community around it and our drivers are a huge part of that. The team that I work with here delivering the events is a huge part of that. We didn't try and change the world instantly. You know, it's something that's developed for a number of years and for good reason into what it is now. But it gives us an opportunity to look at it from slightly outside the box and think about the future and any small changes we want to make. Some small things have already happened, and I've got a sort of a wish list of things I want to try and achieve in the future that I won't share now, but that we're working on.
Are you allowed to share one small thing that's I'll tell you what, I don't want to put you on the spot, that's unfair. What is one thing that's pleased you the most about 2026 so far?
I think the introduction of the new car into Academy, you know, so obviously whenever you're bringing a new product in, it's always tense, you know, like introducing a new car, a new engine, power unit, new differential, things that haven't changed for a long time. And there's always, I think, some nervousness in the technical team as well around that happening. But our engineering team delivered a fantastic car. The drivers are loving driving it. You know, we're on top of any teething issues and developing that car as it goes through. The lap times are fantastic. And it's just great to be able to share this sport with a whole bunch of new drivers. You know, for me in this role, it's the first time I've had the chance to introduce 30 new drivers to this world of motorsport that we love, and get to share that with them it's really rewarding.
Can I say how nice they all are as well? I was down at the media centre, which is where the assembly area is, and they were just being released as I was walking out the steps. I couldn't leave, I was trapped, but I was waving at them all, and they're all giving me the thumbs up. They all look ready, they're all excited. That must be quite almost emotional, I suppose, for you, knowing that you've helped put them there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we try to, as much as we can, help them on their journey to understand what this is all about. You know, this is a very privileged, special thing that we get to do, come and play being racing drivers, right? And I think when you've been doing it a number of years, it's easy to sometimes forget how cool it is and how special it is to be doing that. You don't have that with Academy. They are living out their dream, right? And they're just lapping up every little bit of it. And that's great to see.
Right, now we did this back at the factory. We were talking about the different series involved in Caterham. We have done it before, but there's a lot of people tuning in and out throughout the course of the live coverage who maybe don't quite understand how it all works. So in total there are 5 motorsport championships inside Caterham. There are 4 here this weekend. You're going to give us a little bit of explainer on each one, aren't you? You are going to be tested right now, Alex Reid. So I have mocked this up. I went to great lengths to do this, by the way. So our first championship that you're going to explain about is one that you've just touched on. Can we see that? Caterham Academy. Where does this sit? What are the cars like? Want to know a little bit more. If somebody wants to get involved, how?
Well, firstly, great artwork. That is lovely.
I literally did that myself.
Well done.
You know,
yeah, very proud of you. So Academy is our novice championship, and that's the one that we've just been speaking about. So that is how we introduce people to this sport. And there are a couple of conditions of entry into Academy, and the most important one being that the driver can't have raced before. So we're looking
in anything, or
in anything, even like top level karting. So, you know, most of our drivers come from doing some track days, or maybe doing a little bit of arrive and drive sort of karting karting and bits and pieces. The vast majority have been interested in motorsport their entire lives, always wanted to be racing drivers, but maybe never been able to work out how to do that. It's quite a complicated world getting into motorsport. How do I get my license? Am I good enough to get my license? Where do I go? Who do I speak to? What's scrutineering? And the idea of the Academy is that we hold your hand through that entire process. So Academy is a package, and it's our only championship where it is just the full package that we sell, and that includes the car, you getting your race license and some training for that, it includes technical support at the weekends from our team of technicians, it includes the hospitality for you, your friends and your family, and we try and really walk you through those steps. Alongside us helping you with the entire journey, you're doing it with a grid of other people who are also doing it for the first time, so you're on this even playing field as you work your way through. So you're not expected to be amazing straight away, but neither is anyone else on the grid. You're all learning together, developing together, and you go through that entire season learning your craft to get off of your novice license and ready to continue either in Caterham or beyond that in the world of motorsport.
So I guess that's where I would come in. I've done track days. I've never actually raced, unless you include somebody trying to race me up the motorway in I won't say the car manufacturer, it began with B and ended in MW. I, of course, let them go on because I'm a very sensible driver. Right, let's move on to our second category. Alex, you just had a little look. You know what's coming. It is, of course, road sport. Where does this sit in the pantheon of Caterham Motorsport?
Well, handily, this is rung 2 on the ladder. So
that was pure coincidence, by the way. I was going to do this randomly.
So Caterham is Academy is one rung on the ladder. Academy is rung 2. So you've got that first season out of the way, you know a little bit about everything in the world of motorsport now. You're still learning your craft as you go, and most of the Academy grid will move forward into road sport, which is year 2. The car takes on some minor updates, and when I say minor, it's pretty much focused around grip level. So you get a more track focused tyre, because the Academy tyre is a road legal tyre which is deliberately low grip for 2 reasons. One, so you don't have to buy lots of new sets, so it helps manage the cost, and secondly because the car moves and slides around a little bit while you're learning your craft in Academy. In road sport you see an increasing grip, so you get a more track focused tyre, and also the chassis gets stiffened up slightly with a rear anti-roll bar to stop some of that roll and flex in the chassis, which we allow in the first year because it's a bit of warning. You can feel what the car's doing. Once you've learned that, we can stiffen up the car a little bit for better performance. So it's minor updates, but it makes quite a big difference to lap time. And obviously the drivers are a bit more experienced at that stage. You're seeing lap times tumble by a couple of seconds depending on what circuit you're going to, which makes quite a big difference.
And you have to go straight from, you can't do Academy twice, can you? It is literally straight from Academy into road sport.
Yeah, correct. So Academy is novice drivers only, and road sport or rung 2 on the ladder is specifically for either ex-Academy drivers or drivers from outside of Caterham Motorsport who have done less than 5 races. So say you didn't know about the Academy and you started racing something else and it wasn't really working out for you, you were struggling, and then you thought, I really wish I'd got involved by joining the Academy, that would have been a better process. Because you've done some racing, we can't allow you into Academy, but you could join that journey at road sport and be against drivers of similar level. So that's sort of the second opportunity to join us if you've done a couple of races and you're now looking for your new home, if you like, within motorsport.
Perfect. Alex, I'm going to be kind. As we're going in order, we may as well stay in order. Next up, 270R. What is this? Where does it sit?
Well, so third rung on the ladder, more of the same in terms of car performance. The car takes some suspension changes now and power upgrades. So the lap times, it really becomes a very race-focused car. Both Academy and road sport, the car sort of remains road legal, as you'd imagine, and now it takes that step into being purely a race car. Again, lap times come down because of that. Because you're more experienced, we give you more to do over the race weekends. So with Academy, you're only doing 1 race a weekend normally, just qualifying in a race. Road sport, you get a couple of races. By the time you're in 270, you're doing 3 20-minute races over the weekend. So all of a sudden, things are a little bit more intense. You're taking it a little bit more seriously. Professional team support is allowed for the first time. So you could have a team run your car and get the setup tweaks for you. So if you're looking to take it a little bit more seriously, you have the opportunity to do that in 270. Likewise, we still have some drivers who completely look after themselves, who are very competitive. But it is that sort of next step up in terms of how seriously you're taking the racing with the other drivers.
Okay, now we're going to move up into our 4th one here this weekend. It is, of course, 310Rs. There we go.
Very good, very good. How long did it take you to do all of these, by the way?
Well, a long time, and I was going to ask you to sign them after. Maybe we could auction them off and put the proceeds to, I don't know, maybe some fuel to get home.
Yeah, I don't think we'll earn a whole load of money, but we could try, couldn't we? We
might get a mile down the road.
You never know. We're definitely not getting back to Eastbourne, that's for sure.
We get the drivers to sign them. Somebody would want it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so 310 is our fastest championship here this weekend. It's our 4th rung on the ladder, and it's worth bearing in mind that these are developments of the car each year that we get. This isn't a new car that they're moving to. Each year, as the driver gets more experience, the car undertakes an upgrade package. Your original Academy car takes on an upgrade package, and you move into the next championship. And the 310R is the ultimate evolution of that car, if you like. So it's got the most power, it's got a limited slip differential, you've got very sticky tyres, which deliver really good performance. And yeah, this is the ultimate version of that car. Once again, your 3 races per weekend. Once again, team support is allowed, and I would say it's some of the closest and toughest racing that you have in that specification of car. It's really close.
It really is going to be great to watch. So this weekend we have Academy Road Sport 270s and 310s. It is going to be a cracker. We've touched on the 7 UK Championship as well. I believe you're racing on the Tocker Package again at Brands Hatch. Is that right?
We are. We've got Donington next weekend. Yeah. So we're going to land back from Knockhill and then turn around and go straight back to Donington. So yeah, we have 3 TOCA support rounds for 420s this year, and the 310 Championship, which we just touched on, had a TOCA support round at Brands Hatch earlier in the year, which is their first sort of chance at the big stage. So the guys put on a great show here last weekend in our Top Flight Championship, which runs on slick tyres, sequential gearbox, proper race car at this stage. And as I said, lap times very close to the touring car times, which is really cool to see. So yeah, they'll be back out in action at Donington next weekend, and then at Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit at the end of the year, which you don't get many opportunities to race on. So.
And I will be doing your podium as well for the season finale on TOCA Live. So yeah, make sure you come for that one. It's going to be a cracker. Alex, thank you so much. I'm going to give you a little stat. Do you know how far away we are from the North Pole right now?
I don't, but I feel like you're going to tell me.
I'm going to tell you. 2,350 miles, which is roughly the same distance as driving from here to Marrakesh. There is absolutely no link to that whatsoever. I just thought it was interesting.
That's great. Consider me interested. That's great.
You did a great job of faking it there. Alex Reed, thank you so much. It is a real pleasure. It really, really is. Don't forget, hit like and subscribe on the Caterham YouTube channel here this weekend for Knockhill. It's going to be a cracker.
A double header here at Knockhill. Let's try again to bring in Chris Hutchinson. Chris, are you with us?
Am I there? Yes.
Yes, sorry about that, everyone. Good afternoon, Chris.
It's really good to be here at Knockhill, looking out, overlook at the view we've got on our screen today, and it's about time to get this Caterham action.
We'll try and bring in Chris when we can. He's coming through into my headphones, but he's not going out on the broadcast. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. Possibly an issue with Chris's headset, so we'll work on that, everyone. And he'll be able to join us for the Caterham Academy race. As I was saying, 3 wins out of 3 for Will Mulholland so far, and he sits 15 points clear of Barney Hussey-Yeo in the championship. Ben Prince Stone in 3rd place. They're even on points at the moment, but Barney's had a 2nd place. Best results for Ben was a 3rd at Brands Hatch. And Tim George 4th in the points, 3 points further back, but he has set pole position for our first Caterham Academy race of the weekend. There'll be another one on the reverse direction, the clockwise circuits tomorrow. Will Mulholland, I can tell you, is back in P9 on the grid for this next race. It's Tim George and Peter Holland on the front row of the grid, and Peter Holland only 12 points to his name so far. He's down in 24th in the championship. Let's head back down in the meantime to Ian and Sam down in the paddock.
Hello, everybody. Welcome down to a very empty assembly area at the minute. Oh, there we go. Listen to that.
Academy, please come to the assembly area.
Please come to the assembly. However, what we don't realise is if you bring the camera around, Ray, here they all are getting ready to go. Yes, Caterham Academy, the beginning of the Caterham journey for these drivers as they come in and make their way in. I am with the ambassador of Caterham Motorsport, Sam Parker is here. Sam, I feel like maybe I need to bow to you every time, or we need to create a new meeting for each other.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you that I am that
No,
role.
no, now you've told me. I expect you to turn up in robes and a crown. That would be much better indeed. Listen, what can we expect from this? Look, you've been out on the circuit. I know Caterham Academy cars, not quite up to the same power as your one, but what can these drivers expect around here today?
Well, I watched these guys in testing, and even though obviously they are still novices and very, very new to this, it's like mini races in testing.
Yeah.
So they're getting used to being really, really close to each other, which is great. So I think we've got some very, very good racing in store with these guys. Lots of close racing. The toe's quite strong for these guys with their windscreen.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're all going to be in the toe. So expect to see lots of changes on the straights.
In my complete naivety, would assume Knockhill is a little bit more like Brands Hatch Indy, just because there is a little straight here, I suppose, but it's short, isn't it? Short and sweet. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is. It's short and sweet. Yeah, this one is a lot more of a roller coaster, actually, I'd say, than Brands Indy with that chicane. It sort of unsettles the car quite a lot. Yeah. So. And hopefully just single file through there.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Ray actually asked me, because we had touring cars here last week and a lot of them get on the curves and get sideways. I said, I hope you won't get that with the Caterhams, because I'm not so sure we'd have all the wheels on.
No, well, I don't know if you know the chicane, obviously it's raised quite a lot. It's over that chicane, for touring car weekend, there's a red sausage curb. They've removed that for us. Yeah. So we're very happy about that.
Good, there we go. Yeah. Right, Ambassador.
Yes.
Ambassador Parker, I'm going to hand over this to you. There you go.
Why, thank you so much.
And I'm going to go put my feet up.
And you go and put your feet up. We're going to talk to some drivers. So let's have a walk down to Ben Prince first and see how his qualifying session was. It's going to take a while to grid up all of these cars. There's quite a lot of them, but I'm going to come to Ben. Hello. Ben. Oh, I know it's me. So you were happy with qualifying?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it went really well. It was much better than I was expecting. So, see how this works out now.
Did you manage to find space on your own, or were you on the back of somebody else, like getting a bit of a tow?
Yeah, at the start there was a lot of traffic, but I just found 5 or 6 laps where I was just on my own, and that's where I had all my best laps.
Excellent, yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Because you do rely a lot on tow in a lot of, with all Caterham racing. But here, it only, I think, gives you a tenth or two, perhaps?
Yeah, about that. I think it's a little bit more for this track, but it's pretty considerable. But it's probably better to be consistent and be able to hammer in, 5 or 6 good laps on your own, rather than having, someone else making a mistake, being faster and slower than them can make things difficult.
Exactly. Well, I will leave you to it because it won't be long before you're out. But good luck for the race. Let's go and have a word with Olan Murphy and see how he's getting on round here at Knockhill. Hello, good afternoon, Olan. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm very good, thank you. So, big question is, clockwise or anti-clockwise, what is your preference at Knockhill?
Clockwise.
Clockwise?
Yeah. The jump up the hill is something else. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is. It's when I came here 2 years ago in Academy, I preferred anti-clockwise, but this time I prefer clockwise. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a good circuit. It's probably my favorite one we've driven so far. Yeah. I don't know what racing is going to be like because there's not a lot of space, but just like taking the car track day or something, it's really fun.
Yeah, really, really good fun. And it's quite hard to overtake around here as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. We'll see how that goes in the race. Hopefully, make up a few spots.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I wish you all the best, Olan. Right, let's go and have a chat with who've we got down here? Oh, Freddie Caldwell. Hello, Freddie.
Hi,
how are you?
I'm terrified, yeah, as usual.
Yeah, I mean, it's, obviously, what's this? Your 4th race now, isn't it? No,
fourth race number 4, round 3, race 4. Yeah. First time at Knockhill, obviously. But yeah, it's been really fun because I think it's much more of a level playing field here. No one's had any practice time really, apart from a couple of Scottish guys. So yeah, we're all heading out into the unknown.
Absolutely. But do you enjoy the track?
Yeah, I've absolutely loved the track. I particularly like this anti-clockwise direction actually. It's a really great challenge, and yeah, I hope we can all sort of get through it unscathed and maybe try and make a few moves at the hairpin and things like that. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. Let's move on now. We've got some great liveries. Look at all the different colour schemes. This one's really cool. Tom Stanton's car. And Freddie Kelly's. Dan West is really cool. Dan actually works for Caterham in the engineering department, so he's got a very, very funky design. It's actually just like our original car of these when they first came out. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. You happy with your qualifying round here?
Reasonably happy, yeah. We went, did a bit better in testing yesterday, but I really struggled to find a toe this morning, so that got me down a bit, I think. It's a bit tricky around here, but yeah, I'm kind of reasonably happy, so hopefully we can make a few places up. Yeah.
And how are you enjoying the car, the Caterham Academy?
It's brilliant, yeah, wicked. I'd really highly recommend it. You know, it's a really good group of guys. The car, Caterham have been great with support and stuff like that, so yeah, I'd really recommend it. It's been brilliant.
Excellent. Well, I love the colour scheme on your car. It looks really cool, really nice. It's quite different, isn't it? There's lots of cars have got, you know, lots of bright colours, which is quite good to stand out. And yeah, like yours is
accidental black wheels as well. They were supposed to be. They're like second-hand, like eBay wheels that I was just going to use for practice, and I put them on the first time, and I was like, I really like those, so let's use them. So yeah.
I've got all black wheels as well. I think they look smart.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Well,
yeah.
wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Let's move on down. Have a quick word with Freddie Kelly. Hello, Freddie. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Looking forward to this.
Yes.
We've never been here in the clockwise direction, let alone the anti-clockwise direction, so I think it's going to be a learning curve, but I'm excited. We've had good fun so far, and it's been very competitive in terms of time, so yeah, anyone could win, I think.
Yeah, it's quite a challenge, isn't it, really, in your first year of Academy, well, first year of racing, to on the one weekend race in two directions, which is effectively like two circuits.
Yeah, I mean, a few of the guys this year have all come through from playing on simulators, and I think which has helped, and I've sort of tried to catch up and use that to learn a little bit, but obviously it's all slightly different when you get here. But yeah, I mean, it's voyage into the unknown, so I'm quite impressed how everyone's got up to speed so quickly, to be honest.
Yeah, it is impressive.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
indeed.
Well, good luck.
Thank you very
and
much.
have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here's Bill. Hello, Bill. Do you know what? I saw your car yesterday, and I really do like your 667 on the car with the 7 logo. It's very good.
My 8-year-old daughter did it with ChatGPT.
Thank God for ChatGPT.
An hour sticking all the stickers on, and at the end of the hour she said, Daddy, if you bought a McLaren, would you that have come with the stickers?
Brilliant. So, Bill, obviously, I know, you know, Scottish accent, but you don't live in Scotland, do you?
No, I don't. I'm just outside Guildford.
Yes.
And that, but yeah, but it's my birthday today,
Oh,
so
is it?
I'm very much hoping everyone just moves out of the way and lets me through as a gift. So that's the big
They've
hope.
got to be nice to you today.
I'm definitely hoping for that. Yeah, I'd love all my car to get to the end of the race unbroken,
Yeah.
and all the other things. I think it'll be good.
I'll send a message out. Everyone be
Thank you.
clear of
Thank you.
Bill.
Do you know the tannoy guys? We need to get them.
We'll put it on the tannoy
Thank
for
you.
you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so that everyone's aware. It's Bill's birthday, and
nice.
everyone needs to be
Be
nice
nice.
and move out the way.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, have fun out there.
Thank you. Well.
Right, let's go have a word with Morton. Actually, Morton had a great last race weekend at Brands Hatch. Morton, how are you doing?
Hello, Sam. How are you?
I'm good,
Good.
thank you. I was just saying, you had a fantastic last meeting, didn't you, at Brands Hatch? You really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, Brands Hatch was really good. It was really competitive, as you guys saw in the racing. Incredible. Loved every minute of it. Good result after Donington as well. So let's hope we can get another one today. There's a lot of quick people today. A lot. It's
Very
tight.
close, isn't it, on times? I think because it's so short. I mean, you probably found that at Brands, but do you think it's more so here?
Definitely more so here. I mean, even the back markers have got their own battle going on with each other. They're all really tight. Everything's really close together. Really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it'll be good. Which direction do you prefer?
I like them both.
Oh,
I like
good.
them both.
Good.
But clockwise has got to be my favourite though.
Yeah.
Clockwise, definitely. Clockwise. It's
I'm
easier.
with you on that. It seems to, I don't know if it's maybe because I've watched it more on TV, I feel more familiar with it.
I mean, it's my first time here. I came up here Wednesday testing. I've watched the touring cars a couple of weekends ago, and Clockwise is just so much more fun. You get a lot more airtime as well going Clockwise and some cooler photos.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, definitely Clockwise is my favourite.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy, good luck, and see you on the other side. We're still waiting for a few more cars to come in. It's taking a while to grid them up. Obviously, they all have to go out in order. So let's see if we can have let's wait for that one to get into. Oh, he's going. He needs to go there. Oh no, he's going there. Zach's like, I know where I'm going. Let's have a quick word with Zach. The marshal was pointing in a different direction, but you knew where you were going.
I always know where I'm going. Hopefully forward today.
Exactly, that's the right mentality, yeah.
I always have the right mentality.
Are you looking forward to this?
Yeah, buzzing. I mean, not the greatest qualifying, but hopefully now I can make up quite a few places in the race.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, enjoy it.
Have you got any advice?
Have I got any advice? Just try and stay out of trouble for turn one. Just be aware that there will be a few lockups, perhaps.
I'm on the outside.
You're on the outside,
so
which is probably a better
hopefully we
place
can
to be.
keep it clean and make it through the first lap.
That's it, exactly.
Then get into a rhythm and settle in a bit more.
Yeah, just and you know from karting, just look ahead, far ahead as you can. Yeah.
Always look forward.
Exactly. Well,
Right.
good luck.
Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
See you later, Zach. Right, as you can see, we've still got a lot of cars to come into assembly, so hopefully it won't take too much longer, because it is 1:30 now, and obviously the race is due to start at 1:30. So let's have a word with Craig Latimer. Hello, Craig.
Sam, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good.
So, obviously, being Scottish, do you live in Scotland?
I do, yeah,
You
about an hour and a half
do.
away from here.
How many?
About an hour and a half.
Oh.
West Coast.
Nice.
Bit of rivalry east-west, but it is my local track.
Yes.
Could have done better in qualifying,
Yeah.
but hey, should be a good race.
You can still race from here.
Exactly.
And you're no doubt you will have your own battle. It doesn't matter where you are on the grid, does it? You have your own battle somewhere.
Some ding dong with Michael and John and stuff ahead. So yeah, everywhere you look, there's a race. So
absolutely,
bring it on.
So have you actually, obviously, living in Scotland, have you actually done track day here before?
Yeah, done a few track days. Would love to have done more in the Caterham. I mean, actually, first time out on track was February here in an Alpine experience with Knockhill.
Nice.
And then down to do my ARDs and then straight in the Caterham. So a bit of baptism of fire.
Yes.
So what are we on now? 6 months later, racing. So it's been good fun. Yeah.
So you're enjoying the academy experience then?
Yeah. Do academy, do road sport, and then see what happens after that.
Yeah. Excellent. Love it. Road sport was best year. Love it. Well, look, you're ready to go. So see you later. Right, they are going out. So we will hand over to David and Chris in commentary for a run through of the grid.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy Championship about to head out onto the grid for round 4 of their season. This will be a 20-minute race around the 1.27-mile Knockhill circuit. And the grid lines up as follows. Number 23, Tim George in pole position with 64, Peter Holland alongside him. Ben Princestone, number 75, we heard from him. He's on row 2 alongside number 2, Barney Hussey-Yo. Row 3, number 5, Morton Stratton, and 7, Phil McGovern. On row 4, 22 Tom Stanton and 42 Freddie Kelly. Completing the top 10, birthday boy Bill Mulholland in number 67, the unbeaten championship leader, back on row 5 alongside number 3 Zach Parkhouse. Row 6, number 8 Freddie Caldwell and 34 of Dan West. On row 7, Olan Murphy, number 19 and 73 Anthony Dan. Row 8 is number 17 Alistair Murray, 77 Donatas Jaskauskas, the Lithuanian-born driver. Row 9 we have Owen McIntyre, number 13 and 24 Jonathan Macklin. 10th row 20 Michael Bedford, 33 Craig Latimer, just heard from him. Row 11 66 of Sean McCammon and 11 Adam Mann. Row 12 65 John Wells, 49 Nick Tuckett. Final row 4 Stuart Gardner and 60 Stephen Holyhead. Now, hopefully after those gremlins earlier, Chris Hutchinson can join us on air now.
Hello and welcome everyone to Scotland and to the start of Caterham action today. Looking forward to this. So yeah, the fourth time we're seeing the Academy out on track. So they had a couple of rounds at Donington and a few weeks ago Brands Hatch Indy, ready to do the super header. So this is quite complicated for any driver, let alone a driver in their first season, which all these drivers are as part of the entry into the Academy. They can't have held a race license before, as we've been hearing over the lunch break from Alex and from Sam. So yeah, they've got this challenge of going anti-clockwise today and then clockwise tomorrow. So sort of effectively 2 tracks, and what a roller coaster of a track this is. It's brilliant. I mean, both directions have a different character, but they're certainly relentless. And as you're coming up over the top of this hill, absolutely flat out around this Duffers Rise, as you're calling it this morning, and we shall continue that into the afternoon. But also the sights and sounds of this track as well. You can see the scenery around here. It's absolutely spectacular on the days when you can see the scenery, and the weather today is treating us very nicely indeed as the drivers are all starting to take theirs. So they've got 2 20-minute races over the course of this race weekend, so we'll see them back tomorrow. And as we've already said, Bill Mulholland, absolutely clean sweep of the races so far, win and fastest lap in each case, so absolutely the driver to be caught. But it does look like around this track specifically, he has been caught. He finds himself down in 9th place, I think that is, so that's really unusual for him to see so many cars. But the sort of front of the grid sort of starting to settle in, aren't they? We've seen these same names sort of up there. I think one of the drivers who's made a good jump up this weekend, Peter Holland, into that 2nd place. So how's he going to cope with the heights of the front of the grid?
I think he was one of the drivers who was caught in that first corner pile-up at the opening race of the year at Donington, which is why he's got 2 no scores from there, wasn't he?
But he was a bit deeper in the Brands Hatch field. But yes, I think you're right. He was taken out in that opening, which wasn't a nice start for them all, but they have all got their cars back out there, and great to see them now. From the second race at Donington and the Brands Hatch race, both showing the class of this field and how they're all getting it, getting it sorted. They're all learning together, and it's incredible to see every year that we turn drivers or people watching on TV just into race drivers. And it's a special thing. It was I joined in the 2013 Academy season along with thousands of people through the years that have done this. And being here around, I've driven both directions.
Which do you prefer?
I don't really have a preference. We didn't do a super header, so it was there were separate weekends. But I drove this direction in my 310R in my championship winning season, and the other direction we did, or the more normal direction, I was in the 7 Championship UK car. So I've really driven it, in 2 of the faster types of Caterham. And believe me when I say it gets tiring, and it's a relentless circuit for sure.
Of course, the Academy car, it's a new spec this year. They've got a new engine, haven't they, this season?
They do. We're running the 130 horsepower horse engine, so 4-cylinder turbocharged, so really kind of different. They've got 6-speed gearbox in that car to keep them in that power range, and also a limited slip diff, because their torque is so much greater in this car that they were spinning up the rear wheel, inside wheel too much when they were turning around corners, so they added a limited slip diff to correct that. But it's still got the same character, more importantly, and as this car makes its way through the different grids, it will be upgraded into the various different specs. I can see a green flag though at the back of the field, so we're about to get this 20 minutes underway for the Caterham Academy and the first Caterham action of the weekend.
2 black and orange cars on the front row of the grid then. In pole position 23 Tim George, alongside him 64 of Peter Holland. The blue car of Ben Printstone on the second row, alongside the yellow machine of Barney Hussey-Yo. They're the leading runners. Watch for Bill Mulholland coming through from row 5. We're underway with the first Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy race of the weekend. Already a yellow flag being displayed further back. Yeah, somebody stalling it, so hopefully he'll get going as the 2 front row men side by side into our first corner. It is the number 23. Look at Ben Printstone down the inside into 3rd place there. He'll make their way through Taylor's turn for the first time. A little bit of dust being kicked up there. There's been a bit of oil laid down in our previous race for the Modsports. They're all round the first corner okay. The 2 leaders still side by side, Tim George and Peter Holland. Ben Printstone in 3rd place. Then we've got Barney Hussey-Yo in the yellow number 2 car. Looks like Freddie Kelly, number 42, has come through into P5 as they got towards the chicane for the first time. It is Peter Holland who's taking the lead. Look how light the cars get as they fly over the roller coaster drop there at the Arnold Clark chicane. Tim George very close to losing it there. Freddie Kelly way sideways there. He's going to go straight on, went in far too quickly into Scotsman corner there. He's lost a couple of places, but he's gathered it up. What a frantic first lap for our academy drivers.
Definitely a little bit frantic there and a bit desperate over the Geronimo leap of the chicane in reverse direction. You really do get air as Peter Holland comes across. He does retain or takes back that first place. He's having that fight with Tim George, who we've seen over the early part of both race weekends. He's willing to flick and throw his car into the corners and certainly looked like he was going to continue that. But Peter Holland currently into that lead then, taking over that first place over the top of Tim George. Ben Price Stone, he's been sort of consistent force at the front there. We see the yellow flag at the end there, so there was definitely someone in the gravel, I think, around the sort of complex just after the chicane. So some of the drivers, finding tricky to get the car threaded the needle around this track. Another car there off into the gravel. Who's that sideways?
We'll try and work out the yellow and silver colours. Will pick up the number as it tries to rejoin. I think it's the number 8 car possibly that's lost it there, Freddie Coldwell, that's gone off. He was running, where was he in the order? Just outside the top 10, so he'll try and rejoin at the back of the field.
There is Dan West in his green machine there, Caterham mechanic. He's driving us with us this year as a racing driver. He actually crossed the line first around a Brands Hatch last time out, but had a 5-second penalty, which cost him that lead. He actually ended up in 4th place when the results were published. But it is still Peter Holland out front then in the number 64 over top of Tim George, and it's the top 3 remains the same because Ben Price Stone also there. Ben Hussey looks like he may have lost out another place too. Is that Phil McGovern then, the Caterham Machine driver, our number 7 guest driver, looking down the inside there. Tim George locked up his front tyres but did manage to get it stopped. It's really tricky to overtake round Knockhill in either direction, so they're going to have to work that out, but they're all running nose to tail, and as we spoke about, the gaps between the cars from the first 2 opening rounds where they're all learning their craft have reduced, and it's getting tougher to get near the front of this field. Dan West sideways as they launch over that. You can see there's quite substantial curbing around that chicane, and if you do get it slightly wrong, and certainly as we see the faster Caterhams throughout the course of the rest of this weekend, those cars will take air and fly over that dip.
And these are some of the less quick Caterhams as well. Wait to see what the 270Rs and 310Rs do over that chicane. Unfortunately, I think the car that went off at the start of the second lap may have been our championship leader, Bill Mulholland. He's not come through on that second lap, showing at the bottom of the timing screen. So I think we've lost birthday boy Bill, unfortunately, on that second lap. So there go the leaders. Peter Holland out towards Hislops, then ahead of Tim George, Prince Stone in 3rd, Phil McGovern up into 4th place in the black and white car. Then Barney Hussey-Yo, and big lock up there from Barney into the left-hander at Clark's ahead of Freddie Kelly, who's got the fastest lap of the race so far. Morton Stratton, who was involved in that shunt at Donington on the very first lap of his academy season, is in 7th place ahead of Tom Stanton. Anthony Dunn, Freddie Kelly goes flying again. I think he spent more time off the ground than on it in the first couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, they're not heavy cars, but they're certainly the launcher pad of the curb down here. It's exciting. We definitely say it's a Geronimo, but good to see Stratton circulating. Like you say, difficult start for him as he started his season with that contact and therefore had to do it. But yeah, good shout around, or good spot, not a good shout, that Mulholland is out the back there and not coming through, or if he is at the rear of the field. So his copybook is going to be blotted this time out then, because he is not going to get back to the front with only 15 minutes to go. And it will be someone else's turn to take the top step of the podium this weekend.
So almost certainly, unless something extraordinary happens, we are going to have a first-time winner in motor racing here this afternoon in the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy. There is Morton Stratton going side by side with Tom Stanton in that black and turquoise number 22 car, being closed down by Anthony Dam, the number 73. It's the battle for 7th place. Stanton up the inside, side by side, over the chicane. That's brave, but it works out for them. Stratton goes back across to defend from Anthony Dam. Zach Parkhouse behind them, rounding out the top 10. It's still Peter Holland who shows in front, though, just under half a second clear of Tim George, who set the fastest lap of the race, 59.746 seconds. His new turbocharged engine certainly proving very impressive around the Knockhill circuit. There's lower reaches of the top 10 over the line, side by side further forward. This is McGovern and Hussey-Yo. This is for 4th position, and it is Phil McGovern who holds the place in the Caffeine and Machine liveried car. Coffee shop for the discerning petrol head, I think, is a good way to sum up Caffeine and Machine, a brand that's been introduced into the motoring world at 3 different locations across the UK in the last couple of years. If you're looking for somewhere to host a car meet, get in touch with Caffeine and Machine. As the cars fly over the curves there. Those sausage curves have been removed, we've seen over the last few weeks. On the inside of that second element of the chicane, which makes it a little easier for these cars to take, as we see the 17 there trying to make a move. That's Alistair Murray on the tail of Adam Matt.
Yeah, those red sausage curbs used to be at the top of that chicane, and made the... Oh, another car taking to the grass as you go over there. It really is a matter of getting the front end to grip, and if it doesn't, then it can be a problem. We saw a couple of laps back trying to overtake around the outside into the chicane. I don't think we'll see that too many times in the higher championships, but when you're in the academy, you don't necessarily know that's not the wisest of choices. But yeah, you can see the extra red curbs on top of some of these corners, but they have been removed from that chicane, and probably again with a view to sort of protecting cars if they do get it slightly wrong. The gap at the front though has come back down again, so Tim George has caught up what was looking like a little gap opening up from Peter Holland, but Peter Holland's still been consistently out front, and maybe he just made a slight mistake, or maybe Tim George has just sort of reduced some of his little exuberances as they've gone through, but it's still Price Stone into that the third place, and McGovern is closing across that gap as well, so he will have his rear view mirror full of McGovern very shortly.
Just under 13 minutes of this 20 minutes race to go. Here's a battle further back, the number 11 car of Adam Mal in the patchwork livery being closed down by Donatas Jiskauskas, the Lithuanian, as they head round the left-hander at Scotsman Corner. This is Ben Prince Stone. He's run wide there coming out of Taylor's turn. He's got the fourth place man Phil McGovern right on his tail there. Phil McGovern 8th in the points at the moment, just missed out on a podium in the first race at Donington, so looking to get on the rostrum for the first time, as is Peter Holland. He's only 24th in the championship after that misfortune at Donington earlier this season, but he's there ahead of Tim George. He's 4th in the points. The best he's had this year so far is a 3rd place in the second race at Donington. There's this fight for 3rd. Prince Stone ahead of McGovern, and Barney Hussey Yo trying to close in the yellow machine. Then we get back to flying Freddie Kelly, who's calmed down a little bit after literally flying around the first couple of laps. In 6th then Stanton, Dan Parkhouse and Stratton rounding out the first 10 at the moment. There goes Stanton, the turquoise liveried number 22 car. New fastest lap for Tim George, that time to 59.201, and he is attacking for the lead. Now they're coming up on some back markers as well, with it being such a short lap here at Knockhill, and Peter Holland is really having to defend as they go towards Hislops this time. To the inside goes Tim George. Is he going to take the lead? The next corner after that is a left-hander though, side by side into the left-hander at Clark's, and it is Holland who just about holds his lead.
Yep, the defensive line round the outside of the kink does mean it means you're on the inside, or guaranteed the inside, and definitely it is one of those tracks where without a good slingshot of momentum, the inside line is the overtaking line. Caterham's obviously can, and oh crikey, that was close, and that's one of our sort of leading group, Stratton, isn't it? He was off the over exuberant chicane. Maybe he got caught out by a back marker. It's easy to do, but our leader's still flowing on through is this flat out uphill section around here, but it's only just flat out. It certainly gets your attention. You're only seeing the sky when you're sitting in the driver's seat as you're coming up over Duffers Dip, but the Duffers Rise as we're calling it. But Peter Holland still maintaining that lead. Hussey Yo though has, I think, benefited a little bit there. He's now up into that 5th place. Yeah, Phil McGovern is away for 42, is also in that battle there, isn't he? So that's Freddie Kelly, who's been there all along, but it's all come back together again. That's a sort of cat amongst the pigeons with that sort of misalignment. There's another move for the lead as the back markers are really starting to play out. It's tricky to get past back markers around this track.
Yes, indeed. There's not a lot of space for the back markers to pull out of the way, is there? As Stanton making a move past Freddie Kelly there into the top 6. The leaders nose to tail as they go past that back marker. The rest of the pack flies down the chicane, drop behind them, and into the left-hander coming out of there at Butcher's, then into Scotsman Corner. You heard Derek Butcher's name mentioned earlier. That's who the corner's named after, the man who has owned Knockhill for many years. His daughter Gillian Butcher was a successful racer here in Ford Fiestas, and she's now married to Gordon Shedden, the British touring car superstar. Here come the leading runners over the top there, just past half distance to the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy. Their first of 2 races here in Scotland this weekend.
Freddie Yo absolutely sideways as he went round the hairpin that time through. There's quite a kink down. You can see it from this angle, how the track just drops away from you in this reverse angle, and if your rear is already sliding around, well, that dip will force it to do even more, and he did well to control it.
There goes the Caffeine and Machine liveried car number 7 of Phil McGovern, still in 4th place. Number 49 is the driver being lapped here. That's Nick Tuckett in the red and blue car. Through goes Stanton and Kelly. They've been scrapping for the last few laps for 6th position, bouncing over the curbs once again. Lead gap is still just 0.2 of a second. Holland ahead of George. All these cars you can see with the novice cross on the back, they are all novice racers, as we explained with Alex Reid earlier on. So they're a 1/10 of a second in it now as they went across the line for the lead.
It's worth highlighting that they've only done 3 20-minute races in their racing careers, and they're already racing as this. There's a deep move there from the 22. Stanton looking down the inside, but Hussio managed to brake later, and they get round it. But yeah, this racing is all just that, they really do look like they've got it under control, don't they? In this roller coaster of a circuit, it's really not easy to thread the needle around here and maintain momentum as our leaders still continue to battle side by side. At the moment, Tim George can't find a way through. He's up the inside though into the chicane. Is he going into the complex? It's going to be all right. He had to back away from it, but Holland's gone wide there, and he was lucky to get away with that, I think.
Yeah, Tim George, I think, thought better of it. You can't go side by side into the chicane in this direction. Well, either direction really at Knockhill. It's one car only through there over the curves. Peter Holland continues to lead with 8 minutes of the race to go, and that's allowed Ben Prince-Stone to close up, and Phil McGovern is there as well. We could soon have a 4-way fight for the lead. There's Prince-Stone, the blue car with the white stripe. Behind him is Phil McGovern. They're clear of the rest of the field to the tune of about 4.7 seconds now, as Tim George is going to try again as they come out of Taylor's Turn. He gets the better exit there on the tail of Peter Holland. They come up towards Hislop's, the right-hander, and the slightly sharper left at Clark Corner. And then it's on towards the chicane. Here comes Tim George now. He won't get up the inside there. He might get the cutback out of Clark and try the run towards the chicane this time. Is he going to get close enough? I don't think he is. And Peter Holland will continue to lead.
Yeah, whether he's going to get to the end of this race and really regret having not forced that issue last time through. It might have been the best opportunity that we've seen so far to get alongside. He seemed to have momentum, but he just got a bit spooked. And as you would coming into the chicane too wide, it's not a place that you really want that car. But nevertheless, they are threading up the hill once more, and they're going to complete one more lap. And as we said, it's coming together as a lead 4 now, as the battling out front has reduced the gap. We haven't yet spoken about the tow that you get in a Caterham, and that absolutely is in force in the Academy, where the lead car is having to push a lot of air out the way in these cars that aren't necessarily renowned for being fully aerodynamic. Another dive bomb down the inside then for the number 22 is looking down there, so looking over Hussio. So that's the battle for the 5th place, isn't it? And he's really late on those brakes, but it just costs him overall, doesn't it? He doesn't quite get it done.
Freddie Kelly looking to lunge as well. There's a battle going on behind as well. That's Zach Parkhouse in 8th place, I think, ahead of Dan West, who we saw battling in the lead group at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. He's there in 9th. The quieter race, Morton Stratton's back up into 10th. He's gone ahead of Anthony Dan. Nolan Murphy, number 19, has taken Owen McIntyre. Taking a lot of curb there and a bit more at the chicane was Barney Hussio, holding that 5th position, chased by a determined Tom Stanton. We'll see what the lead gap is through this time as well. Going through to complete lap number 14. There they go over the line, separated by 0.284 of a second this time, according to my screen. So
as soon as they stop battling, that gap goes out again, doesn't it? You can see it stretching out each time they don't battle, but here comes that battle once more for the 5th place, and now it's Hussio on the inside, seeing whether Strand can go down the outside and cut back. He's not going to quite make it happen along this bumpy straight. You see the cars as they hit all these bumps going light, and especially in this Academy car where the rear suspension, or the suspension all round, is rather soft, certainly the softest of all the Academy, of all the Caterhams we're going to see today. You can see how the car does react and sort of leans and wallows, but this lead 4 that we're watching, in fact, we've gone back to the 5th place again, and it's still Hussio just managing to hold on just over the top of Stanton.
5 minutes of the race to go, plus a few seconds in this first of 2 races this weekend for the Caterham Academy, sponsored by Caffeine and Machine. And still your leader is Peter Holland. What a turnaround in fortunes he would have, looking for his first ever motor racing victory for all these drivers. It's only their 4th ever race. Ben Prince-Stone got a good exit there. They're 3 wide as they come down towards Taylor's Turn. Holland to the inside. It was George who led at the line. Holland's got the inside line though, and Ben Prince-Stone, with a bit of luck, could get both of them here on the exit of Taylor's Turn. Look at this, that's a great exit from Taylor's Turn. George is on the outside. Oh, shades of the battling in the minis that we saw earlier on here, going 3 wide through this section.
Back markers as well. Oh, this is going to get tight.
Peter Holland has held held his lead, but Ben Princestone up into second.
Crikey O'Reilly, I think I saw Princestone do that at Brands Hatch as well. He's looking a 2-for-1 sort of specialist, and now he may be on the outside. He's having to go wide, but it does make the momentum around the outside. So it is, yes, it's Tim George who's lost out in that sequence after a very frantic opening half of this next lap.
And that's allowing McGovern to close back up as well. The four of them together there. They were getting past the 66 car, that was of Sean McCammon, who was frantically trying to get out of their way. You see him there just ahead of Barney Hussey-Yo as they come across the line this time. Ben Princestone could be in position to attack for the lead. He goes to the outside of Peter Holland. Is he going to go for the cutback off Taylor's turn, the hairpin? He certainly is. He's right on the tail of Peter Holland. There's a back marker there again to deal with as well. That's the number 60 car of Stephen Hollyhead by the look of it. Ben Princestone tries to move to the inside at Hislops. Tim George moving back into this as well. Oh, this is brilliant. They're lost among the back markers in there. Goodness me.
I'm not sure brilliant is necessarily the adjective that all these drivers are going to be saying. I think it's a stressful situation for the back markers and for the leaders trying to manage everything around them as they're getting a bit chopped off. Again, all that momentum then gets killed, and all your competitors are going to be right up there with you again. Don't forget these battlers in this part of the as they're going off onto the gravel. He's going to get bumpy rejoin, and we lost
Tim George has spun it.
Oh, he's left on Tim George. Sorry.
Yes, there was one back marker who couldn't get out of the way there. There was nowhere he could go, and Ben Princestone effectively followed the back marker off onto the grass as Tim George tried to go for the inside. The car hooked up and spun. So now Peter Holland is left with a relatively clear lead in terms of this race anyway over McGovern in second. Ben Princestone has rejoined in third. There's the back marker, so this battle is down for fourth. The back marker was John Wells, number 65, who just couldn't get out of the way there.
Don't forget John Wells is having his own battle with the cars around him. He doesn't necessarily know. It's hard to see. That's Tim again.
It's Tim again. Yeah, he's trying too hard.
Too much now. But yeah, they're having their own battles. They don't necessarily know who they are actually battling for position out there. It's a pretty complicated situation for an experienced driver, let alone someone known in their third race.
So Peter Holland continues to lead the way then. He's lapped the number 11 car again. John Wells has to take to the grass to get out of the way there as Ben Princestone comes through in third place. Second place is Phil McGovern there, the number 07 car. They're trying to lap the number 11 now of Adam Mann, a patchwork liveried car.
We'll call that Mondrian inspired. There you go, there's a culture for you.
A little bit too cultural for me to understand that, sorry. As across the line they go. Let's see what the lead gap is now. Holland ahead of McGovern by nearly 2 seconds. Ben Princestone up the inside though. He's trying to retake that second place into Taylor's turn, and he's done it as the 07 slides wide. Barney Hussey-Yo could yet get on the podium here in the yellow car. They're side by side on the straight up towards the Hislops turn. Tim George still with the fastest lap of the race, but he's further down the order here. He is now down into 11th place by the look of it after those couple of spins behind Anthony Dan as the 11 takes to the grass there coming out of Hislops. Something flew off. I don't know whether that was just a little bit of debris off Barney Hussey-Yo's car possibly, but he's still there in third place. He's got ahead of McGovern, and Stanton chasing up onto the back of them as well. There's less than a minute left on the clock now, so this will be last lap.
Yeah, and it's been a frantic race, hasn't it? A frantic 20 minutes. Well done to all the drivers out there. And traditionally, the upper classes of Caterham are going to be even more frantic than this. Let's see what we're in store for the rest of today. But fantastic to see this Academy drivers all getting it all under control as Hussey-Yo down the inside, then McGovern still trying to fight back. We saw him last time having an absolute power slide, showing all the limited slip diff in full effect as he went round Taylor's the last time through. It will be the start of their last lap though, won't it? So he's got one more chance to see whether he can get back on that podium.
Well, it's going to be Peter Holland, who's nearly 2 seconds clear at the start-finish line, who's on his last lap now. He scored no points in the double-header at the start of the season at Donington, picked up 12 points at Brands Hatch, but what a turnaround in fortune. Qualified on the front row and has somehow just about hung on in front nearly all the way in this race as back marker moves aside there to let Hussey-Yo and McGovern come through. It is going to be a win for Peter Holland in car number 64. The clock has counted down to 0. He's coming up towards the pit straight at the top of the circuit now, and here comes Peter Holland for his first ever motor race victory. Well done, Peter Holland. Second place Ben Princestone, and almost a photo finish for third. Barney Hussey-Yo just beats Phil McGovern home. Tom Stanton was just behind them in fifth, then Freddie Kelly, Dan West, Morton Stratton, Zach Parkhouse and Anthony Dan in 10th. Tim George will be dejected there, only 11th place, but he does get the fastest lap of the race. The rest of them chasing for home at the moment. Here's a battle further back in the order, the number 4 machine of Stuart Gardner, who started from the back row of the grid, battling his way through the order, battling with the number 77 there of Donatas Juskauskas as the last few cars make their way over the line. What a frantic race that was.
I am quite on edge, and I wasn't even in the driving seat, so I imagine there's going to be some adrenaline in that in Parc Ferme afterwards. We're looking forward to hearing some from some of our drivers, and get to do it all again tomorrow. Great for them to have another double header in their academy year. Normally the academy drivers only get 1 race per weekend, but we've had a couple of double headers already, and what is going to make an 8-round season for them this year. So great to see them getting to grips with this academy car, the new academy car under the Horse engine, and well done to Holland for getting that his win. And unfortunate bad day for Bill Mulholland on his birthday, so not a good birthday present from today. He will have to work his way all the way through tomorrow from the rear of the field though.
Yes, we lost Bill on the second lap, unfortunately there. That's his first defeat of the season, but I think he will keep the championship lead. Provisional result then, Peter Holland taking the win by 1.42 seconds in the end over Ben Printstone, with Barney Hussey-Yo completing the podium just ahead of Phil McGovern. Tom Stanton was just behind them in 5th. Freddie Kelly, a rather wild drive for him en route to 6th place. Dan West from towards the back into 7th. Morton Stratmate, then Zach Parkhouse and Anthony Dan round out the top 10. Tim George in the lead battle all the way until a couple of spins drops into 11th place ahead of Olan Murphy, Owen McIntyre, Alistair Murray. Jonathan Macklin completed the top 15, and then behind them were Donatas Juskauskas, Craig Latimer, John Wells, Michael Bedford. Adam Mann dropped down to 20th in the closing stages ahead of Sean McCammon, Stuart Gardner, Nick Tuckett and Stephen Holyhead. We lost Freddie Caldwell with that off at Clark Curve on the second lap into the gravel, and of course we lost Bill Mulholland as well. Let's head down to Ian and Sam in Parc Ferme.
That is one very, very happy driver, Peter Holland, absolutely overjoyed with his win. Congratulations.
Well, I am delighted with that race. The first Caterham race of the weekend, and it was amazing. It was so good. I absolutely loved that, and congratulations to this guy's first podium and first win. Wow, what an amazing race that was. Thank you for putting on such a good show. I'll let you get your helmet off first, because I imagine you're quite hot now. But yeah, great for Barney and for Ben Prince as well. Absolutely fantastic. In fact, whilst he's taking his helmet off, we'll have a quick word with Barney. Don't go anywhere. Barney,
Okay.
That was fantastic. I mean, 4th, 3rd, like 2nd, it was just all like, it was frantic.
It was all going
right?
on. It was so hectic. It was that was the most hectic experience I've had in a Caterham. That was amazing though. This circuit really rewards Caterham. So, whew, that was insane.
But congratulations, honestly. That was hard with the back markers as well, isn't it? Always hard.
That really decided the race as well. Like some of those bits, we got slowed up, we came together, we did some double overtakes on some sketchy places. It's amazing though, isn't it? It's so much fun.
And the great thing is you get to do it all again tomorrow.
God, I don't want to now. I'm done.
Brilliant. Well done. 3rd place. That was awesome. Let's have a quick word with Ben. Ben, 2nd place. You've got to be happy with that.
Oh yeah, more than.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that this weekend. In testing, I was constantly thinking top 10 maybe. Wouldn't expect that. It was very hard fought. Pete drove amazingly as well. So.
But you were right there the whole time, and obviously I think the back markers caused a bit of a distance between you all, didn't it?
Yeah, I feel bad for Steve. I think I hit him. I feel
Steve
kind of
Holyhead.
guilty. Yeah. I feel really guilty for that. So hopefully there's no damage on his car.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm sure it's fine. It's difficult, isn't it? Difficult situation
Yeah.
for the back markers as well, because they're trying to have their own little race.
Oh yeah, they were all literally racing each other as we approached them. So it's,
Yeah,
we
where
don't
do
want
you
to
go?
interfere, but we got to get on with it.
Exactly. Well, very, very well done. That was an awesome race. Congratulations. And let's go and have a word with Peter. That was well done. Fantastic. Honestly, that was a brilliant race for us to watch, and I'm sure you enjoyed it just as much.
Yeah, it was it was absolute elation the whole time. It's as I was saying to the other chap, it's really hard to pass around here. So I knew if I'd get a good start, try and get him into turn 1, I could just defend the rest of the race, and he'd have a lot of trouble getting past.
Yeah, no, it was different. And obviously, like I was saying to Ben, the back markers, it was hard to get past those, but once you got past that sort of, gave you a bit of breathing space, didn't it, to get a bit of the way?
I think the strategy was get past the back markers as quick as I could, whether it was a cheeky move or not, and then just hope the other guys had trouble and that would at least break the toe and I could pull away. But I think there was a bit of gravel at the hairpin, at the chicane at the end of the track, which was spinning the tyres up. So I don't know who stuck that on the track.
Well, there was a little few people taking off as well over the chicane, but you know it gets a bit hairy there sometimes, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. The chicane's a crazy bit of the track. You just throw it in there as fast as you can and hope you stick at the other side.
That's it. Well, very well deserved.
Thank
well
you.
done, and
Thank
we'll
you.
see you again tomorrow. Right. Next up, well, Ian has got. He spoke to some drivers earlier that are in the next race, so I'll hand over to Ian.
Here we go, second race of the day already for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Jack Irvine took the win a little bit earlier. Somebody we haven't said hello to yet is Liam Kelso here. Let's just jump in. Hello, Liam. I'm so sorry, I haven't said hello to you yet. How are you?
I'm pretty good, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you indeed. Liam, how far do you have to travel to get here? Is it quite close, this one for you?
Oh no, this one's really far away. Probably the furthest track ever. I think our journey is about 10 minutes.
10 minutes, wow.
It's brutal, honestly.
How do you cope with such a long drive home?
Oh, I honestly don't know. Usually I just smack on some music. Quite like a bit of Duran Duran.
You bet Duran Duran.
Yeah.
Favourites? Okay, right, you're a race driver.
Yep.
What is the best song to get you pumped up for a race?
Oh, now my personal favourite is Invisible by Duran Duran.
Okay.
I get you can tell I'm a massive Duran Duran fan.
I thought you were a bit too young to me even know who Duran Duran are.
No, I'm quite into the 80s, 90s.
Good man. Liam, I didn't catch up with you earlier after race one. How did it all go for you?
It was pretty good, yeah. Defending for my life against Presley. Did have a bit of brake issues, very spongy brakes, but in the end, got it done. Winning the newcomers, pretty good start of the weekend.
How are we feeling ahead of this one then? What can we do?
Well, I'm feeling pretty confident, starting 6th this time, so best thing I can do is just get a good start like last time, keep out of trouble and finish the race in newcomers win again.
I'm sure you certainly will. So, Invisible by Duran Duran, you say. How does it go? Sing it.
I can't sing.
Almost had you.
You don't want to hear me sing.
Almost had you. Good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Here we go. Second race of the day getting underway for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Dave, over to you.
Cars already on track then, thanks Ian, for the second race of the day for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, and great to see Chad Little is there at the back of the grid. This grid based on the results of the earlier race. His car's been repaired after he was taken out in some contact earlier on, spun into the bank coming out of the first corner at Taylor's Turn. Incidentally, Martin Viertunga was judged to be at fault for that collision and was given a 30-second penalty in race one, dropping him to 9th place. So the grid lines up with Jack Irvine, number 65 in pole, 52 Michael Williams alongside him. Second row 17 Chris Coburn and 271 James Hitchin. Row 388 Barry Holmes alongside 59 Liam Kelso. We just heard from him, our Newcomers Cup winner in the first race. Fourth row is 47 Presley Barrett and 15 Campbell Scott. At the final row, 27 of Martin Viertunga and 25 Chad Little, who is there. Full credit to Chad's team, the David Slay Racing team, for getting that car repaired. I thought the front axle had been broken on that car when I saw it come in on the back of the flatbed lorry, but there it is. A little bit battle scarred, but the main thing is its driver is not. Chad Little is okay and back on the grid for the second of our 3 races today on the anti-clockwise layout for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. As we said, they don't race tomorrow. We've got the Citroen C1s on the clockwise layout instead. Other championships run here at Knockhill. We also see the Scottish Legends cars. They were out supporting the British Touring cars last weekend. The Scottish Fiesta STs as well. They've got a weekend off this week, and also the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons, which had a guest appearance. I think it was down at Thruxton, the Classic Championship. It was the historic mod sports and special saloons, I think, we had at Thruxton as well. Some of the cars from there at the Thruxton Classic earlier this season, an away day for them. The Kidmon family, the stars of that, with their lovely Rover SD1 touring cars. I do like an SD1. So the Minis in position on the grid then. We saw how evenly matched these cars were, and they were battling like Caterhams earlier on. So Jack Irvine, our championship leader, looking for 25 points once again. Looking for win number 6 of his season, with Michael Williams alongside. He's had 5 third places and a second. Looking for his first win here, the two-tone blue car from the outside of the front row. Chris Coburn's car obscured from our view at the moment, the white, yellow and blue car. He looks for his first win of the season. So the 5-second board is held aloft by the marshal. The red lights have come on. When they go out, we'll be underway. 9 laps then, race 2 for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup is underway. Off they go down towards the first corner at Taylor's Turn. Decent start by the pole sitter Jack Irvine. Michael Williams trying to go with him. Watch for Chad Little from the back of the field here. Coburn side by side with James Hitchin in the black 271 car as they go down Taylor's Turn and round to the left for the first time. Barry Holmes leaning on Liam Kelso there towards the back of the field. That could let Martin Viertunga start to make his way through the field. Here they come towards Clark's for the first time. Where's Chad Little? He's made about 4 places already. There's the number 25. He's got ahead of Barry Holmes. Campbell Scott at the back of the field in the number 15. Chad Little already making short work of the midfielders here. Barry Holmes and Martin Viertunga battling it out. There is Campbell Scott, number 15, at the back of the field, the Marchstone Developments car. The novice cross on the back, but it's Jack Irvine, number 65, looking for win number 6 this year, who will lead them around on this first of 9 laps, only short sprint races for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, administered by the Scottish Motor Racing Club, who are based here at Knockhill. Have plenty of away rounds as well. We saw them in great action at Cadwell Park at the start of the season down in Lincolnshire. Inside there, Presley Barrett, he's going well, going for 4th place here in one of the David Slay Racing cars. The Dayglow yellow machines all together there in the midfield. Chris Coburn and Chad Little trying to make it 3 wide. Campbell Scott's been dropped slightly by the rest of the field here. Irvine led by 0.19 of a second, so not very much at the end of that opening lap. Somebody's gone wide, that's Chris Coburn, so maybe the 3 wide moment didn't work there, and he's dropped further down the orders. Gathered it up before the chicane though, behind Liam Kelso in there, so towards the tail of the main pack here. And somebody else has gone wide. Presley Barrett goes rally crossing in the 47. That's allowed Chad Little and Martin Viertunga through. Remember, those two started from the back row of the grid. We're only 2 laps into this race and they're already up into around 4th and 5th places. We'll confirm that as they cross the line. Irvine leads Williams by 0.4 of a second. It's James Hitchin in 3rd. Presley Barrett, is he still there next in the order? No, Chad Little is in 4th as the timing tower updates. Viertunga is up to 5th from the back, and Liam Kelso now in 6th position, and he now leads the Newcomers Cup. 3 wide behind him. Chris Coburn in there. Also Barry Holmes, the 88. Campbell Scott dropping back a little in the 15 as they head towards Clark's. Through the left-hander they go. More dust being kicked up. There's Kelso, the blue car, ahead of Barry Holmes. Chris Coburn behind him. Absolutely frantic. 47 of Presley Barrett was going so well. Tyres 4th overall early on, one of the 3 Newcomers Cup drivers in this race. He went rally crossing coming out of the left-hander at Scotsman Corner. Somebody's off in the background there. At the back of the field, it's Barry Holmes. Coming out of the right-hander, that is Leslie's. That's where Jason Plato hit the barrier pretty heavily in his touring car days. I remember one year. I think that's where James Thompson had his big off in the Vauxhall Cavalier in 1995 in a testing accident as well. So Irvine leads by just under half a second from Williams. James Hitchin in 3rd place. Chad Little up to 4th from the back. He's got Martin Viertunga, his rival from race 1, on his tail. The aggression in those eyes on the number 27 car. Down towards the Arnold Clark chicane. Fly over the curve. Not quite getting as much air as the Caterhams do. Barry Holmes has dropped to the tail of the field with that off behind Campbell Scott. 5 laps to go this time for Jack Irvine in these second of 3 short sprint races. Irvine leads from Williams. Over the line they go. Gap still half a second. James Hitchin just looking on from 3rd place, and I'm from just over the border in Cumbria. Williams late on the brakes there for Taylor's turn, but he gets the car round. Towards the right-hander at his hips. Still Little holding fourth ahead of Vietunga. Kelso under pressure from Chris Coburn for sixth position. They're not quite as frantic as the first race that we saw earlier on. If you missed that, we had a safety car when on the run to Hislop's Chad Little was turfed into the bank. Contact with Martin Vietunga, and you missed the announcements before this race. In race one, Vietunga got a 30-second penalty for causing that collision. Dropped into ninth place, hence he started from the back row of the grid for this race. Two of them fighting for fourth place now. Kelso still holding off Chris Coburn. Here's a replay of a moment from earlier in this race. So this is what happened to Chris Coburn and Presley Barrett. Barrett, goodness me, did a Gabriele Tarquini there onto two wheels. I think if he hadn't clipped Chris Coburn's there, Presley Barrett might have rolled it there off the curb at Clark's, and then Coburn managed to save that moment. Somehow Presley Barrett managed to keep that going. He was very lucky not to roll over there. Don't take too much curb is the lesson to learn. Jack Irvine's increased his lead by a few tenths over Michael Williams in second place. James Hitchens still in a safe third position, number 271. He's fourth in the championship, has had one win this year at Croft in the northeast of England. Three different race winners this year. Irvine and Little have divided up the rest of the wins between them. Martin Vietunga still looking for his first win. He's had a second place here at Knockhill on the clockwise layout. That was his best results last month. So Irvine continues to lead. 3 laps to go. He's got the lead out to over a second now as he's slowly pulling away from Michael Williams. Vietunga having a go at Chad Little for fourth place. To be confused with the Chad Little who raced in NASCAR in America a few years ago. Similarly coloured car though, if I remember rightly. Is Vietunga lining up an attack here? See on the eyes on the headlamps the flag of Sri Lanka, Martin of Sri Lankan descent. Sideways there, almost rally style into the chicane. BMW Mini is very popular in both rallying and rallycross as well as circuit racing. Pressure Chad Little into a mistake here, but it's almost making a mistake of his own through the chicane. Over the line go the leaders. The gap was 1.1 seconds. See what it is when the timing tower updates, down to 0.89 of a second now. Coburn's pulled ahead of Liam Kelso. And a gap back to Presley Barrett, Barry Holmes and Campbell Scott back to the tail of the field. There is Presley Barrett, second in the newcomers division, 6 seconds down on Liam Kelso. Separate points chart, of course, for the Newcomers Cup. See that in the C1s tomorrow as well. In the chicane comes this battle for fourth place. It has to be said, a slightly quieter race than the opener we saw earlier on. Could be a challenge on for second place. James Hitchens reeling in Michael Williams. Across the line they go to start their final lap. One to win for Jack Irvine, looking to make it a double for the day. Win number 6 of the season, bit of a lock-up there for Williams. This could be James Hitchens' opportunity to close in for second place. There's the fourth place fight. Chad Little still holding off Martin Vietunga. Coburn, Kelso and the rest of them. Hitchin is in attacking mode. They come out of Clark's. He's never going to go around the outside. And the run to the chicane. Bit of contact between the two of them. Bit of tyre smoke there. The tyre just catching on the side of Hitchens' car. So that's allowed Irvine to escape. He's going to make it 2 out of 2, but is James Hitchin going to get up the inside here into the left-hander? Williams keeps his foot in. He's not giving way. Into Leslie's. Oh, it's going to be a race to the line for second place, but it's going to be a win for Jack Irvine in car number 65, 2 out of 2 for the championship leader. He comes in to take the checkered flag. Who's going to be second? It is Michael Williams who takes second place. Third is James Hitchin, Chad Little fourth, Martin Viertunga fifth. Well done to those two coming through from the back. Chris Coburn in sixth place. Liam Kelso takes a second Newcomers Cup win of the day in seventh. Further back it will be Presley Barrett following his two-wheeled stunt driving earlier on in eighth place. Barry Holmes and Campbell Scott will complete the finishes. So it is a second win of the day for Jack Irvine. He wins by 3.27 seconds in the end. Michael Williams was kept busy in the last couple of laps by James Hitchin. Hitchin completes the podium. Less than a tenth of a second between those two at the line. Hitchin in third place, Chad Little fourth, and he was just under 3/10 of a second clear of Martin Viertunga. Chris Coburn sixth, Liam Kelso wins the Newcomers Cup in seventh ahead of Presley Barrett. Barry Holmes ninth, and third the newcomers, Campbell Scott. Another race coming up for the Minis later on in the programme. Bilstein Caterham Road Sports Championship is next up here today at Knockhill. 20-minute race for them. And I think we can head down to Ian in Park Fermé to talk to our winner.
Welcome down to Park Fermé, and it's Jack Irvine who makes it a double bubble here at Knockhill. He was a race 1 winner earlier, and he's just wrapped up the victory in race 2, the 5th meeting of this season. He gets out of the car. What a great battle though we saw between Michael Williams and James Hitchin just behind. I'm going to run over and grab a quick word with Jack here. Jack, well, what do we say about that? We've turned up today and it's a pair of wins so far.
Yeah, couldn't do any better than that.
This is a brilliant day for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know where Chad finished, fourth.
Fourth.
Yeah, so get a couple more points on him there again, so be good.
So you know what I'm going to ask, I don't like to get too ahead of things, but we do have a third race coming up and 3 is a magic number. Can we do it?
Hopefully. Depends what ball we pull out here for the reverse grid.
Well, I don't know. You never know. Jack, thanks for talking to us. Congratulations. Let's grab Michael again as well. Michael, another P2. Congratulations. What a battle with James, though, as well.
Yeah, ABS went on the third last lap.
Oh, no.
So I was keeping up with Jack, and he was probably too quick for me, but I was coming home second easily, and then ABS went. So
it did look like you had a bit of a lock-up coming down into the hairpin. Of course, that allowed James at you. But at one point, actually, you had it down to less than a second with just about 4 laps to go, and we were thinking, oh, maybe you might have a go at him.
Maybe one day, but no, with that problem, really have to come away with second, so try and get fixed for the next one.
No, they've got a third race still to go. Well done. James. Oh, that great racing. I'll tell you what, you and Michael were going toe to toe at the end.
Oh yeah, it was brilliant. I lost my ABS on lap 1, which is a bit of a theme this weekend.
Well, he lost his ABS.
I know, when I saw him lock up I thought, I've got half a chance now, and yeah, it was a good last lap, loved it. It's what it's all about.
I know we spoke earlier, and that's like it. That's the James we know, isn't it? That's the battles that we like.
Yeah, right? I was thinking all race, if only I had ABS I might be able to get on the back of them, and then at the end it happened. I thought, oh, brilliant. But yeah, loved it.
You know what? You're not going to. One chance left, still to go. It's quite nice, actually, isn't it? Having everything in one day for you guys. You get plenty of track time.
Yeah, it's quite compact. Race 3's reverse grid, so it might be a bit harder. We'll see what's drawn, but it's always the best race. Everyone always goes for it.
You never know. There's not too many of you, so it's opportunity for everybody, isn't it?
Very possible. We'll see how it goes.
James, well done. Good stuff indeed. Chad Little over there. We'll catch up with him a little bit later ahead of race 3. I'm so pleased that he did manage to get that car fixed up and get out onto the track as well after that shunt in race 1. Right, so here we go. Time to go racing. More Caterhams, and it's time for the road sports. And a little bit earlier, Sam caught up with some of the drivers, so let's hear from them now.
I'm here with the road sports now, and we've got Ben Oliver. Ben, how are you enjoying Knockhill?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's challenging. Fortunately, 3 days of testing. There's been some mild improvement there in each direction. But yeah, it's great. It's terrifying. Yeah. On Wednesday, I was absolutely terrified and thought, where on earth am I going to find 2 seconds? But eventually, a second came. Yeah.
It's a lot to take in, especially when you're going in both directions. Like I found that in the academy, it's just so much to take in.
Yeah, and a lot of it's unsighted as well, so it's not even like you can plan your route through corners, those first few laps and stuff. You're finding where you are ending up on track based on what you're doing, and that's what makes it terrifying, right? Yeah. Most of them, I think there's 4 or 5 blind corners by the time you add them together in both directions, so it's tough. Yeah,
well, that's what we love, right? We're here for the challenge.
Yes, exactly. And some of us are better at it than others. I'm still a little bit scaredy these days, but yeah, chipping away.
I feel you. I'm there.
Good to know it's not just me. Yeah.
Well, I wish you all the best for this race. Enjoy it. Let's go and have a quick word with Heinrich next. Who's behind. Heinrich, you've been going very, very well this year. It's great to see. How do you find your pace this weekend?
Weekend's been good. I only arrived on Friday, so I just had the 1 day's testing. And obviously, because we've got to get used to clockwise and anti-clockwise, it's only like 40 minutes in each track. So yeah, still feel like some of the guys who are here for a few more days have a bit of an advantage. But pace so far, honestly, eighth in quali is about where I belong, so happy enough.
Yeah, brilliant. I think it's really good with only one day's testing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And the last 4 races, I've managed to get on the podium in all 4, so hopefully we can get another podium this time around.
Yes, well, wish you all the best. We'll be watching. Well, thank you.
Cars on track then for our next race for the Caterhams, the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Road Sports Championship. The current championship leader is Ollie Smith with 3 wins to his name this year. The majority of the winning has been done by Welshman Richard Davies, number 25. Had a double at Cadwell Park, a double at Croft and a double at Alton Park, but he had a no score on the series visit to Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps, so he finds himself 3rd in the championship. The other race win this year went to Kyle Townend at Donington Park. All these drivers graduates of the academy from last season. Road Sport, the next rung on the ladder. It is Richard Davies who has set pole position for this first race of the weekend, looking for his 7th win of the year in this penultimate meeting for the Bilstein Road Sports Championship. They have 1 round to go at Snetterton later this year. So Richard Davies starts on pole with number 18 Mitch Fasania starting alongside. Now, he didn't do the academy, he went straight into Road Sports last season. 2nd row 19 Carl Townend and number 89 the championship leader Ollie Smith. 3rd row 12 John Bond, 99 Matt Fox. 4th row is number 80 Ben Oliver and 47 Heinrich Watson Miller. On row 5 86 Richard Watson and 14 Archie Kennedy Dyson. Row 6 62 Georgina Tuffin and 27 Rob Hicks. The penultimate row 21 Luke Wilson, 8 Jason Spencer. The final row of the 16 cars 88 Mark Hensler and 66 Alexander Dobrin. Boards being held out then, so we're about to get underway with our first Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship race of the weekend. The red lights are on and off they go. Down towards Taylor's turn they go for the first time. All 16 cars away cleanly. It is Davies who leads. Ollie Smith with a super start from the 2nd row, trying to get up the inside. A big lock up from Richard Davies. He's gone straight on. He goes out wide. He's nearly heading for Edinburgh then, as Ollie Smith goes up the inside. All this contact further back. Matt Fox gets spun aside. Somebody dodges to the grass to avoid him there. Matt Fox will rejoin at the tail of the field. Now, who's that's spun in there? We'll have to check the number
Bond,
in a moment.
Maybe
Luke Wilson, I think.
Okay, another lock up there. That was John Bond locking up as he went into the left-hand. At that time, you can see that we've already lost some mudguards as the Caterham Road Sports then have an exciting start. This has been a super competitive championship. Lots of drivers all competing for the win, and you can see it's a frantic action already out there then for the first of 2 20-minute races for them. Yeah, Richard Davies not converting his pole position. Fully locks up those front tyres. Didn't get them warmed up enough as he was going on his green flag lap and struggled. So we have got a different leader as they're going to come across the line. It is Ollie Smith then from 4th place, doing a really good start for him out there ahead of Carl Townsend. Mitch Fasani in the green car in 3rd place. Davies has recovered back to 4th, but he did have that contact with Matt Fox, which will be looked at, I'm sure, after the race.
Yes, Silu lost the rear mudguard there, so that's the first one of those to go for a Burton here at Knockhill this weekend. So Ollie Smith looking for his 4th win of the season. He's only been off the podium a couple of times, once at Cadwell, once at Croft early in the season. John Bond up behind our championship rival Richard Davies there. I was about to say championship leader, no, he's down in 3rd. This is Ollie Smith on top, and he leads the way at the moment ahead of Kyle Townend. Just that one win so far. You can see the air they're getting off the chicane curbs there. This is the next quickest of the Caterham cars. We'll see the 270Rs and subsequently the 310Rs later this afternoon, but it's still Ollie Smith in the 89 car that leads the way. The blue car with the orange stripe, Kyle Townend in yellow in 2nd. The green car is Mitch Fasanya in 3rd position. He goes to the outside coming into Taylor's turn. Ollie Smith gets the optimum line though and holds his lead.
Yep, Mitch Fasania, one of our drivers, as mentioned already. He didn't do the academy last year. You can enter the Road Sport Championship as long as you've only had a similar level of experience that academy has. So he didn't have his driver's license before last year, and he only competed, I think, in one Road Sport race last year. So he's allowed to compete in this championship, and is doing, and to great effect as well. He's been firmly at the front of the field, taking pole positions. Just needs to convert it a little bit more to get that consistency. A couple of spaces higher, and he'll be right in back in that championship. But we've already got to the tail end of this. We see the drivers still taking to the grass on the exit. Coming towards the tail end of this championship season. It's amazing how quick it goes, and they will be fighting out these. They will have 2 drop scores, so effectively one race weekend they can remove from their championship, and it will all be super tight as soon as we take that into account, heading into the final round at Silverstone a little bit later. But Ollie Smith doing what he's been doing all year, which is being super competitive at the front, and Davids now has clearly got the pace in that car, because he is fighting all the way back and is now on the tail of Kyle Townend, who has also been a front-running car with us all year round so far. But it looks like Davies has got a bit of a run. He's going to go for the outside then, which is the inside of this corner, but the outside of the next, and he's got momentum. No, he decides he's going to back away from it. In fact, no, he does make it stick.
Yes, Richard Davies, good switch of line there to take 2nd place going through towards Clark Curve, and now he's going after Ollie Smith at the front of the field. Remember, Richard Davies has got a 0 he can drop from Spa, but Ollie Smith, his lowest score at the moment is 20 points, so that's going to certainly even things up when we come to Silverstone at the final round later this year. Up towards the top of the circuit come our leaders. This penultimate meeting of the season for the Caterham Road Sport Championship, sponsored by Bilstein Suspension, and Richard Davies trying to go around the outside here on Taylor's turn. I don't think that's going to work. He's going to have to go for the cutback on the exit. He's goes for the inside. Townend holding back for Sanya for 3rd place. Davies doesn't get the move done this time, and it's still Ollie Smith who leads the Welshman. He now goes for it at Hislops up towards Clark Curve. Is he going to get the move done? Exactly the same as the previous lap, and he's got the lead. Superb.
Yeah, he had a pole position by 0.6 of a second this morning, and that extra pace that he's clearly got in that car. He has woken up on the far side of bed this morning, hasn't he, as he's flinging that Road Sport car. You can see they do get some air as they clip that inside curb and then head down and rely on that next curb to sort of get them back into alignment. Heinrich Watson-Miller still having a fight sort of deeper in the field than maybe we've seen him over the last couple of race weekends, but clearly got also look and see what he can do about Richard Watson just in front of him. They're clearly some speed in that Davis car, and we've just come off the back of a couple of wins. In fact, we go side by side once more then for the lead. Ollie Smith, he's going to try and fight back, but Davis down the inside. As long as he doesn't lock up again, which it looks like everything is now up to speed and up to pace, can Ollie Smith go round the outside? It's unlikely to happen. It can, and if he gets the toe, he will see what he can do. Davis going to protect on the outside of this corner to not give away the inside. I don't think the switchback is going to work for Ollie as it did for Davis last time through.
Richard Davies thinking, I've patented that move, you're not playing my trick on me, as Ollie Smith stays in 2nd place. Townend and Fasanya have swapped places further back briefly as well. Mitch Fasanya, if I remember rightly, it was at Croft he came into Road Sports last year, and I believe he took pole position for his debut, but was taken out in a crash while fighting for the lead, unfortunately. This is 5th place Ben Oliver in the almost Braun GP look-alike car there, the white and yellow, the Carl Jensen Button won his world title in, chased by John Bond in the number 12, and then we've got Heinrich Watson-Miller, the red number 47. You could recognise that car as it's got the taller roll cage on it. Because of the driver's height, he has to have the non-standard roll cage as the leaders side by side across the line this time, and Ollie Smith is much closer. They were only separated by 13 thousandths of a second. They were side by side over the timing line this time. Fasanya and Townend side by side as well. They were 19 thousandths apart at the line, so it shows just how closely matched these Bilstein Caterham road sport machines are.
Yeah, absolutely. Road legal still. They only difference between them and the sort of standard academy they would have run last year is a rear anti-roll bar to give them more sort of rear stability, and you can see that it does add some stiffness to the car. And then the tyres as well. So they're running on the Nova ZZ S tyres, as are the 270s ahead of them. So they get sort of a race-focused tyre, and it gives them extra grip, extra poise, and the rear anti-roll bar can see damage there to the number 27's gearbox. Rob Hicks, sorry, not gearbox, the exhaust piper. And clearly choosing either he's had contact in this race or choosing not to fix that one as we go in. But we're still side by side. Each time we come through, they have been side by side in this hairpin. The inside line is working out. You can see how far the track drops away from you just as you get to the apex there. And both cars reacting to that. They don't have a limited slip rear differential, but the track falls away there. It does cause some instability. I think that was Heinrich Watts-Miller getting a position potentially, but he's having a fight back now with John Bond out there in that battle sort of deep in the top 10. Super competitive this road sport, as I've said, has been all year. We're going to get to see 2 races for them. They'll also race in the reverse direction tomorrow, 20-minute race, and they're just approaching that halfway mark at the moment.
It's 12 minutes 20 to go in this 20-minute race. A lot of curve being taken by Kyle Townend in 4th place there. There's Heinrich Watson-Miller ahead of Richard Watson. Not sure if they're any relation, those two. I don't think they are. Chased in turn by Archie Kennedy Dyson, the number 14 car there, as they climb up through Leslie's up towards Duffus. Richard Davies and Ollie Smith still together for the lead. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line at this time. 0.177 of a second, so Davies slightly, just marginally more ahead this time through.
Did note last time though that Ollie Smith was credited with being ahead as they went over the line once, even though that we saw Davies come back through to take the inside line by the time we got down into our view. That'll be interesting for the final lap if it's still close. Davies this time though does look like he's got a bit of momentum, and that's a long enough gap, and maybe Smith made a little mistake to have that happen, and that gap looks now sufficient that maybe the tow won't be as strong and be able to drag him back in. It's Mitch Fasanya still in that 3rd place ahead of Kyle Townend, who's still having to defend heavily from Ben Oliver chasing along behind them. But these three have sort of lost contact with that lead too. Fasanya also looks like he's trying to break free of Townend at the moment.
So coming up towards half distance in this race, 11 minutes for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championships go, and the lead gap is definitely increasing slightly here. Let's have a look. Yes, 0.8 of a second, so he's pulled away by about 3/4 of a second on that last lap. Richard Davies ahead of Ollie Smith. It's going to be quite the showdown at Snetterton for the championship, I would think, between those two. Rich Fasanya is there in 3rd. He's down in 6th in the points at the moment, ahead of Carl Townend, who's 2nd in the championship, so he's still in with a chance of a title as well, despite not having only won one race so far this year. That was at Donington Park.
By the time we do the drop score championship table, I think everything's going to look super close for this championship. They've just been sharing around wins and fastest laps and podium positions between quite a lot of the drivers, and as soon as they sort of remove their worst scores that we've seen for some of them, sort of they're carrying zeros and lower sort of top 10 results, I think as soon as we get rid of those, things are going to tighten up quite a lot for this road sport grid, but we'll get all that calculation sorted out ahead of the final round of the season. And in the meantime, they've also got the Caterham 3 hours enduro race, which a lot of them will be taking part in at Snetterton, so look out for that on our calendars as well.
Just looking forward to that at Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time. As dodging about on the tail, we've got a spin there. 66 Alex Dobrin in at the back of the field, the Russian-born driver. He's had a problem. Has he got some damage there? Not that I can see. He's had a spin. Work out
just
where
trying to get
is.
I think McIntyre's, I think, as he was coming out there, but he just looked like he was having trouble getting the car started. Sometimes if the car's gone in reverse without having the clutch, gone backwards without the clutch down, it can cause a bit of fuel overage, and therefore they have to get rid of it. But he's got it all up and running, and off he goes again.
There goes Richard Davies. He's really pulling away. You saw there, just behind that back marker, having rejoined, he's really pulled away from Ollie Smith. Now there is Davies, the red and black car. There is Smith. The gap has really opened up over the...
He got rid of that toe, didn't he? And then you can see the effect of that toe. There is Dobrin in the spin then. A little bit uncomfortable. It was backwards, and it took a little while for it all to fire back to life again.
Yeah, it was coming out of Clark's. On that last lap, as Carl Townend under fire now from Ben Oliver in the Brawn lookalike number 80, trying to get around the outside on Taylor's turn and get the cut back on the inside. Can he take P4
We missed a gear change.
Yes, suddenly slowed there. It was a missed gear. He's got the indicator going as well. I don't think that's intentional. I thought it meant he was pulling over for a split second then as Richard Davies hurls the car through Clark's. He nearly lost the back end there.
This track is never knowingly straight or flat. It's absolutely off camber or on camber. You know, it's never actually a comfortable ride at any time. As soon as you lose the rear of the car, the track just falls away from you there. And you can see as they're coming back up to us, you get the sort of some positive camber, but it means then that the grip is over, and you've really got to end up using it. You've got to use every single last millimetre of the surface as well available to you to maximise the speed in a Caterham. And corners like this Duffers Dip uphill, they genuinely are just about flat out, but they get your attention every time you go through them.
They certainly do, yes. And talking of getting the attention, John Bond will have his attention on Ben Oliver. They'd swapped places on that previous lap, but Ben is ready to attack again for P5. Behind them, Richard Watson, Archie Kennedy Dyson, Heinrich Watson Miller's dropped back to ninth place. Rob Hicks rounds out the top 10. Good to see Matt Fox is fighting his way back up. He's now up to 10th. It's just taken Rob Hicks fighting back after his spin on the first corner.
Really important for him to do that, because the finishing order of this race will be the starting order of tomorrow. We've got a familiarisation session for all our drivers tomorrow to learn how to drive, or to refamiliarise themselves with the other direction, but it doesn't count for qualifying, and therefore he will, wherever he finishes now, will be his starting position. So to get to the top 10 is a good start. Let's see how many more he can get in the final 7 minutes.
Just over 7 minutes of this race still to go, and the lead gap is up to nearly 2.5 seconds now. Somebody kicking up a bit of gravel there.
Yeah, I think that was Dobrin in again, just running out of space.
Yes, he's got a trio of cars trying to lap him here. He's trying to move out of the way. Watson, Kennedy Dyson and Heinrich Watson Miller, the battlers for 7th position here. Heinrich with the taller roll cage, trying to get around the outside there at Taylor's turn. I've never seen anybody managed to make that move stick around the outside there. Quite a tight corner, like one part of the Knockhill Tri-Oval used for stock car racing in the summer. Here is Ben Oliver still ahead of John Bond. First four have broken away to the tune of 2.2 seconds from these two now. You see them there in the background. 2.7 seconds now the lead gap, so Richard Davies is really digging deep to be able to pull away.
As soon as he broke that toe, it just the extra space, he's clearly got around this direction. Don't forget, tomorrow's a different direction, and different cars and drivers will find their strengths are in different places, and so we're yet to see whether that will play out tomorrow. But at the moment, he's got this race under control. These are the battles out here on track then, with another swap of positions. Archie Kennedy Dyson did come across the line ahead of Richard Watson and Heinrich Miller that time, but I think was the time we got to the turn one, it's all swap again, and the John Bond and Ben Oliver still having their battle. There is our leader, this time a little bit calmer through the corner that time through, and managed to hold it all together without the massive oversteer. And you can see the drivers here using every last bit of that extra curbing, so they're actually using that as an entry point into the chicane, and then maximising as they go down the hill.
Going towards the closing stage now in our first of two Bilstein Caterham Motorsport races this weekend. Heinrich Watson Miller has recovered back into 7th place. He's got ahead of Richard Watson and Archie Kennedy Dyson's. Good little scrap going on here for 7th position. So it doesn't look as though Richard Davies is going to be caught here. Over 3 seconds clear now of Ollie Smith at the front of the field. Sanya and Townsend make their way over the line to complete another lap. To lap number 16 now, as again to the inside comes the number 80 of Ben Oliver on John Bond. They've been tied together by a piece of string for virtually the whole race, these two, and the three-way fight behind them, Watson, Miller, Watson and Kennedy Dyson with rounding out the top 10.
They've been swapping every single lap, haven't they, in pretty much most corners as well. They've come across the line in a different order to the order we see them coming out of turn one as well, and these two have Bond and Oliver just absolutely had a ding-dong as well. So behind the lead few drivers, our podium drivers, they've been having an absolutely exciting time. It's really difficult to overtake here at Knockhill, so it's one of those circuits that even in a Caterham it's tricky to do it. You have to certainly manoeuvre the drivers, and you've seen that the outside line around the hairpin doesn't necessarily work for an overtake, but it certainly manoeuvres the car to a different position, and sometimes the cutback can work by the time you get through to Clark. So it's good sort of, even though the overtake doesn't necessarily work, it's worthwhile doing just to get some benefit and momentum around the next section of the track. And here we go again then. Does that going to work out for Watson Miller then? He is on the outside and did have enough momentum, but he locks the car up. You can see him fighting the rear, so he will lose out again to Watson as they head round the turn and off onto the next little, not straight.
Well, it's sort of straight in the way that the Cooper Straight at Brands Hatch is. It leads pretty abruptly into Hislops as Heinrich moves ahead of this trio there. There's Clark Curve, the left-hander.
Just keeping it inbounds there, but he was using a bit of the grass on the exit there. That would have been a bit uncomfortable, but he did manage to get back in front. Again, the toe in this road sport seems to be really prevalent this weekend.
So in the closing stages now, just over 3 minutes of this race to go, with Richard Davies seemingly comfortable up front, but in Caterham Racing it's never over until that checkered flag drops. 3.7 seconds is his lead. Mitchell Fasania a further 3.7 seconds back in third position. It's Kyle Townend, and then these two scrapping it out. John Bond in the white, blue and turquoise car, together with Ben Oliver in the white and day-glow yellow number 80. Ben Oliver 7th in the points coming into this round. John Bond 2 places above him, so Bond will extend his championship advantage if it stays this way to the flag.
We did also see that contact, didn't we, between Richard Davies and Matt Fox out of turn 1 as they came down. I wonder whether that will go up to the stewards. Certainly whenever there is contact it generally does, so that's the only slight needle in the result so far for Davies. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy how this race has gone after that, but we'll see whether anything comes of that after in the stewards' office. But Watson Miller has been out at the front of this little trio for a couple of laps now, and there's a slight gap appearing there. Has he got the measure of this as they come into the last couple of laps? In fact, they've probably got 3 more laps by the time they get back to the line.
Yeah, they come then down towards Taylor's turn once again. The inside Richard Watson, the outside is Archie Kennedy Dyson. This is for P7, 8 and 9, of course, this little scrap. Richard Davies' lead is up to nearly 3.5 seconds now ahead of Ollie Smith, with Fasania safe in third ahead of Townsend. Ben Oliver and John Bond scrap the only other on-track fight really at the moment. To glimpse Matt Fox's car there. He's back up to 10th from the rear of the field after that spin on lap 1.
He's got a big gap though in front of him that he's not going to have enough time now to get across, so he's just reached that point where he's maximised what he can do as we watch these battles continue off and up the hill. Just need to be a little bit careful of the little red patch of tarmac on the inside as they go the right at the bottom of the dip as it normally is. That could be courses of track limits. I haven't seen any notification of that so far, but I know it's caught people out in years gone past, so one to keep an eye out for. But it is Townend here still heading over John Bond in that battle. Looking like they've sort of settled to these positions. Here is our leader. We've got 44 seconds on the clock, so I think we will be on our penultimate lap, and he should get back to the line before that clock runs out. But it's been a dominant performance through qualifying and now into the race. So is he going to be absolutely launching himself down there? You can see why this is quite hard on the A-frame and rear suspension of these little Caterham road sport cars. They are still less stiffly spun than the cars we're going to see after them, the 270s and 310s, so let's see what they're going to be like through this. 17 seconds still on the clock. The gap is still sufficient for him over Ollie Smith, so I think unless something dramatic happens, this is the top 3 sorted.
Yes, final lap then for Richard Davies. The clock about to hit 0. We checkered flag this time for the 7th time this season for the Welshman. He had a double at Cadwell, a double at Croft, a double at Alton Park last time out.
Just set fastest lap as well, so that's an extra point as well. Another point on his championship.
58.673 seconds. Superb by Richard Davies. He didn't get the best of starts, but fought back in a duel with Ollie Smith in the early laps. He will make giant inroads into Ollie Smith's championship lead, I'm sure. He's on his own in second, over 5 seconds ahead of Mitchell Fasania. Kyle Townend, John Bond next.
Lap record as well. Oof, Oliver Smith bouncing over there, but that is a lap record as well for Richard Davies to add to the trophy cabinet.
So we'll confirm the results as soon as we are able to then. We wait for Richard Davies to come in to take his 7th win of the season. Coming up to lap Georgina Tuffin. And the checkered flag goes out to Richard Davies. 2nd place for Ollie Smith. Coming over the line for 3rd, it is Mitch Fasania who heads home. Kyle Town, the checkered flag out a few seconds later. Oh, Alex Dobrin's off again in the same place, coming out of Clark's there. Heinrich Watson-Miller does beat his namesake Richard Watson home in there, scrap for 7th.
Yeah, that checkered flag was a bit late, so I don't know whether Richard Davies would have seen that checkered flag, and certainly he might have to go. He might make himself satisfied by going round once more. I know Georgie Tuffin was just in front of him. I think that was the issue there. They couldn't put the checkered out until she'd gone through.
Wondering if it's because it's the reverse direction circuit, the marshals are not 100% certain.
Or this might. It's hard to know where the actual control line is as well, as we were watching the rest of this field coming over. This might be a backup checkered flag rather than the main one. It's hard to tell. I haven't seen the final instructions. I'll see if I can swat up on that tomorrow to make sure we know where the control line is. Nevertheless, Richard Davies dominant there over the top of Ollie Smith in second. Mitch Fasania coming across to make out that top 3, and they were kind of sufficiently clear of Carl Tanner and Ben Oliver and John Bond in their race long, and Heinrich Watson-Miller made it good of his battle with Richard Watson and Archie Kennedy Dyson.
So provisional result and a win for Richard Davies by just over 4 seconds ahead of Ollie Smith, with Fasania completing the podium. Davies got the fastest lap of 58.673 seconds as well. Carl Townend in 4th. Ben Oliver topped his battle with John Bond. Then the 3-way fight went to Heinrich Watson-Miller ahead of Richard Watson and Archie Kennedy Dyson. Matt Fox recovering from the back to finish in 10th place ahead of Rob Hicks. Luke Wilson, who had that spin on the first lap, was in 12th place. Then Jason Spencer, Georgie Tuffin, Mark Hensler, and of course Alexander Dobrin at the back after a couple of spins. Let's head down to Sam in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to Parc Ferme. Sam has had to disappear because she's got to get ready for her race. Richard Davies is a very happy man indeed. The Welsh wizard himself, as he prepares to take his helmet off. He came into Parc Ferme, fist pump in the air, absolutely delighted. Richard, congratulations. It's not often.
Thank you very much.
It's not often in Caterhams we see a winning margin like that.
Oh, okay. I made it hard for myself on that first corner, though. I just completely missed my braking point on cold tyres as well. I'm so sorry to whoever got caught up in that. That was completely my fault.
It's motorsport, it happens.
Yeah, I know. It's not very ISO, but, you know.
What is it about you, though, in this place? You're the only, qualifying you were lightning fast. You're the only driver to put a time in the 58s as well.
I just, qualifying couldn't have went any better, really. I just got, felt like a brilliant lap, and I had a double toe for the whole lap, so I couldn't have asked for any better in qualifying. And yeah, I've just seemed to hit the ground running at this place, so it just suits me to the ground.
You've got to do it the other way tomorrow.
I know, that's the challenge. I know. Yes, I like to qualify clockwise as well, so that's really looking forward to that too.
Top man, Richard, go celebrate this. Congratulations, I'm really happy. Oliver Smith, Ollie Smith here. Let's go say hello to him. Ollie, how you doing? You're right.
I'm all right.
Hey, look, it was a good tussle at the start, wasn't it? And then, to be fair, in the latter stages, it's not often you can say this about caterers, but it looked a touch lonely out there.
Yeah, I think Rich and I made a couple of missed gear shifts, and that opened the little gap up. And then, I think we were probably pretty nip and tuck on lap time, and I just couldn't catch up. And then we were navigating some back markers, and still, it was a lot of fun.
I was going to say, P2 is still a very strong result, and of course, you're going backwards today. Tomorrow you go proper way round.
That's it. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Ollie, well done. Congratulations. Let's go and grab Mitchell if we can. Mitchell. Hey, how was that? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. It was quite relaxing after the first 5 laps.
Look, when you pulled into Parc Ferme, you had a very sort of relaxed look to your eyes.
Yeah, it was basically just a test session towards the end. The first couple of laps were good fun. Nice move on car around the outside of the hairpin. Yeah. Watching these two battle was kind of entertaining from behind. But
so what have you learned? I mean, it's difficult to say what have you learned, because actually that's your only race on the anti-clockwise. Tomorrow you go on the clockwise. Are you looking forward to that?
I am really looking forward to it. I think I prefer the other way around. I mean, Rich has been quick all weekend, so I wasn't expecting to catch him, but Ollie was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. So yeah, excited.
Look forward to it tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations as well, by the way. Really happy for you, mate. As you can see, look, the rest of the Caterhams are here right now in Parc Ferme. Right, we have more racing action coming up for you. Still 4 more races to come this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Let us know in that live chat, but I haven't asked us yet. I always like to know, where are you watching from? Where in the world are you? Are you in UK? What city, what town, what village, what hamlet, what field? Let us know. If you're overseas, I also want to know. Please do let us know in the live chat. We can see your comments. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. Right, time to get going for the Mod Sports now, their second race of the day. What a mix of cars we've got coming up for you. And a little bit earlier I caught up with some of the drivers over in assembly, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, it's time for round 11 of the Scottish Mod Sports Race Championship. Saw a cracking race a little bit earlier. Mark Thompson taking the overall win, Paul Smith winning in Class C, and Adam Morrison in Class D. I'm here, I've got Louise Strachan here. We're going to say hello to Louise. Hello, Louise, how are you? It's lovely to see you. Sorry, Strachan, that's a real strong Scottish name, isn't it? Are you local to this track?
Yeah, we're from Aberdeen, so not too far away.
Brilliant. We're doing the clockwise today. The anti-clockwise. Do you like the anti-clockwise, or are you looking forward to tomorrow a little bit more?
I think I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm not used to going this way, so it's a bit more tricky.
Yeah.
And I'm losing a lot more time, but hopefully this time.
You've got Dad just behind you there as well. What's it like racing with him? Is there a bit of rivalry at home between you?
No, we're fine. He just keeps pushing me on, so he just tells me to go faster.
Louise, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, really do appreciate it. Let's go say hello to Dad here, James. James, I was just talking to Louise.
Yeah.
What's it like racing with your daughter? It must be something quite special, is it? Something you can share together?
Yeah, all good fun, but I seem to be doing all the work.
You know she's going to watch this back, right?
Yeah. No, all good.
Excellent. Look, I'll let you crack on. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there. There you go, Louise and James Strachan, father and daughter racing against each other here in the Mod Sports. Dave, over to you.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian, down in the assembly area with the Scottish Mod Sports Championship. They're up next. Unfortunately, I don't currently have a confirmed grid for this next race, so we'll try and get that through as soon as we can. No confirmation of a grid at the moment, so I don't think the result of the first race has come through to us either. Mark Thompson coming out on top provisionally. One that's looking through the smart timing results files on their website. I don't think we've had a confirmed results or a grid yet for the Scottish Mod Sport Championship. As soon as the cars are on track, we will see who is lined up where. So we have got 4 races still to come today. The Scottish Mod Sports are up first, followed by the Vertex Caterham, the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship, then the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. And that is concluding the day. We have race 3 for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. We have had the grid confirmed for that one. It's the partially reversed grid race. The top 5 have been reversed on that grid. And we do it all again tomorrow, of course. We kick off at just after 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on the clockwise direction of the Knockhill circuit. So let us know where you're watching from. Dan Bartlett's watching in Bath. Samuel Garrod from Norfolk. Mr. Boone watching from Paris, normally in London. Risible Rye watching from Birmingham. Not Birmingham, England, Birmingham, Alabama. Not far from the Barber Motorsports Park. Of course, STL 13 is watching in New Zealand. That Aussie battler watching from Perth, Western Australia, while playing Forza Motorsport. Tom Nichols, hello to you, watching from Shrewsbury in England. Quick Ford watching from America. Thanks to all the rest of you for tuning in today as well. Big thanks to all of you for your comments. One of our commenters calling that the Gran Turismo line over the Arnold Clark chicane. Yes, it's kind of that way. We'd love it if Knockhill was in Gran Turismo. What a circuit it is here. David Evans watching from Northampton. Of course, Northampton, the home of the Northampton Shaleway, home of stock car racing and for this season's Speedway as well. Of course, circuits nearby. Home of British Motorsports at Silverstone, not that far from Northampton. Army Navy surplus store, says watching from Charleston, South Carolina. Cars are now on track for our next race of the day for the Scottish Mod Sports Championship, this mixture of saloons and sports cars. I think they're lining up in the order that they finished race number 1. We haven't had a confirmed result or grid sheet through yet. Peter Maxwell back out with the Escort Cosworth there, so he'll line up at the back after a few technical problems in the first race, finished a couple of laps down. Rob Say watching from Chatham, Ontario, Canada. Chris Builds a Whiskey watching from Yorkshire. Normally vodka's the choice of Tipple in Caterham Racing, sponsored by Dutch Barn Vodka over the last couple of years. Right, Andrea and Andy watching from Avebury in Wiltshire. Fishhead watching from the Netherlands near Amsterdam. Andrew watching from Stirling in Scotland, not all that far from Knockhill. Low Note Music, no, you're not the only Scot in the chat, watching from Glasgow. We've got Andrew as well from Stirling. And Brenton watching from Adelaide, Australia. And ABH82 watching from about 20 minutes away from Brands Hatch in Kent. Cars coming round to the grid then for race 2 of the weekend, race 2 of 4 for the Scottish Mod Sports. They race on the clockwise layout tomorrow as well. So it'll be a 12 minutes plus 1 lap race. Let's take another look to see if we have had a grid come through for this race as yet. Nothing confirmed as yet for the Mod Sports results. Not too clear why. It should be Mark Thompson in pole position in the Radical, with Paul Smith's BMW M3 alongside him. Second row, Adam Morrison in his modified Mini, and Michael Barron in his Honda Civic. Peter Maxwell will start at the tail of the field after his problems earlier on. So Thompson and Smith should be the front rows, basing this on the provisional result from earlier on. Morrison and Barron on row 2, Rob Doherty and Murray Douglas on row 3, BMW and Mini. Then Louise and James Strachan, the father and daughter combination, on row 4. Andrew Cowie's Subaru and Michael Imrie with his Mini rounding out the top 10. Row 6, Stephen Somerville with his BMW Compact and Andrew Heron's MGZR, and Ali Chalmers in the Mini, Peter Maxwell in the Escort Cosworth. The leading runners up to the grid now. We won't have Ron coming after his accidents earlier on. I don't think we've got Craig Houston's Lotus Eclat either. Andrew Patterson's BMW went up in smoke in the first race, and we didn't see Adam Kindness take the start in race 1. I think we're missing a few cars from the back of the grid. Scottish Mod Sports Race Championship ready for race 2 of 4 across the course of this weekend, promoted by the Knockhill Motorsports Club. And also promote the Super Lap Scotland series, run to time attack rules. So getting the all clear from the marshals at the back of the grid to get this one underway. Then the black and Dayglow yellow Radical of Mark Thompson, won by around 3.5 seconds in race 1 over Paul Smith in the blue BMW M3. Marshals departs the back of the grid. Green flag is now waved at the back. The Countdown boards are displayed. Once that final board goes out, we wait for the red lights to come on the gantry and also on the Beatson's Building Supplies bridge. There is the 5-second board. Red lights come on then. Race 2 for the Scottish Mod Sports Racing Championship is go. It's Radical and the BMW who lead them away. Slightly depleted grid from the first race. The Subaru making a decent start there further back of Andrew Cowie, and a good start by the Honda Civic of Michael Barron. Michael Barron up into second place as they go into the hairpin for the first time. Mark Thompson has already checked out in front. This is going to be really a battle for second place overall. That's Radical, a lot lighter, a lot quicker than its opposition behind him. But what a start by Michael Barron. The Honda Civic Coupe up into second place. Louise Strachan getting past Murray Douglas in the battle of the BMW Minis. Adam Morrison now up the inside into the chicane, goes second. Paul Smith down to fourth after a poor start. Rob Doherty's BMW is in fifth position. The rest of them weave their way through the chicane behind. There is Peter Maxwell in the Escort Cosworth. Looks like he's up to speed this time, trying to come through from the back on his return to racing. Completing the first lap, it's Thompson with the lead from Morrison in second. There's 2.6 seconds between the two of them. Morrison and Barron, of course, in the same class, Class D. About to split them is Paul Smith up the inside in the BMW into third place on Taylor's hairpin. Behind them is Doherty. Louise Strachan going well in sixth position ahead of Murray Douglas. Then James Strachan in the Fiesta, Andrew Cowie. And the battle for 10th is already between Michael Imrie's Mini and Peter Maxwell coming through from the tail of the field, having ironed out the gremlins with his Escort Cosworth. Rob Doherty challenge. The Civic has slowed up. Michael Barron in trouble. That's a big disappointment there for Michael Barron. I think he's got a problem there, slowing up as he came through at the back of the circuits. There's second and third place Morrison and Paul Smith now in third. And yes, Michael Barron has pulled over, almost in the undergrowth there at that Marshall's post. Such a shame. After a great start, put him up into second place, but the Civic is out of the race. Thompson leads by 2.5 seconds over Adam Morrison's bewinged Mini. Paul Smith's BMW is just on the fastest lap of the race, 55.251. That's over half a second quicker than Mark Thompson, our race leader. That's a surprise. Are they going to hunt down the Radical here? Well, Paul Smith recovering from a slightly slow start in his BMW. He was the only driver that could hold a candle to Mark Thompson in the first race. Oh, Peter Maxwell's had a spin. Had some stones onto the circuit there. It's coming along the straight towards the chicane. Must have spun coming out of Clark's. Louise Strachan now up into fifth place in her Mini with the demise of Michael Barron. Behind her, Murray Douglas with his Mini, and Paul Smith is going to second place as they come down into Taylor's turn. He's down the inside, up into P2 he goes. Adam Morrison will fight back, almost side by side on the exit. Paul Smith pulls ahead. Let's see what the gap is to our leader. Just under 2.5 seconds still between Thompson and Morrison. Further back behind these, so we've got Doherty, Strachan, Douglas, James Strachan's Fiesta still 7th. Michael Imrie's Mini is 8th, Andrew Cowie's Subaru 9th, and Stephen Somerville in the BMW Compact rounding out the first 10. So that's 7 non-starters in this one. 14 cars took the green flag. Lost one, Michael Barron already, unfortunately. 8 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to go, because of course when the time counts down to 0, the checkered flag doesn't go out straight away. They run 1 extra lap. Another fastest lap for Paul Smith, 54.993. That's 0.8 of a second quicker than Mark Thompson. That BMW, he's not holding back here. Paul Smith is going for the overall lead. Can he defeat the sports racing car? Morrison still there in third place with the Mini. That's 3 seconds off our leader. He's 13 seconds clear in turn of Rob Doherty's BMW E36 in 4th position. See what the gap is as they go through this time. 1.3 seconds now. Thompson did a 55.59, a 54.9 for Paul Smith, their best laps of this race. See the gap coming down. Now there's back markers to contend with as well. Ali Chalmers' Mini being lapped. Paul Smith is really reeling in that Radical. You can see it now as they go past the Mini. The MG ZR about to be lapped as well. Hasn't met it in the best place there, Paul Smith. Andrew Heron moves aside on the left-hander at Scotsman Corner, formerly known as McIntyre's. Now, has that delayed him a little there, lapping those couple of back markers? We'll see as they cross the line this time, see what the gap is. Yeah, it's back up to 2.6 seconds now, so Mark Thompson meeting the back markers in a better part of the circuit, I think there was how he was able to pull away. There's Smith in 2nd place, Morrison 3rd. Going to lap the 217 car, that's Steve Somerville. Adam Morrison, a bit delayed there, trying to lap Peter Maxwell's Escort. Escort Cosworth, perhaps more famous as a rally car than its circuit racing exports, although Charlie Cox used one in 1994 to win the National Saloon Car Cup, the London Evening Standard sponsored car, before he moved into British touring cars with the Mondeo the following season and had the biggest rollover I'd ever seen in Thruxton. The Australian later became a popular commentator on BTCC and subsequently on motorcycle racing. Adam Morrison moving the back markers aside, flashing the headlamps. See, it's past the 23 of Andrew Cowie, the Subaru. Cowie still leading Class E. Peter Maxwell, the only runner in Class A2 now, with the demise of Ron Cummings' Nemesis. Michael Imrie, number 14, has been lapped. He's in 8th place overall. Understeer there for Adam Morrison's Mini through Scotsman Corner as he tries to keep up with Paul Smith. See what the lead gap is. The leader is going across the line now. Here comes Smith over the line. Yeah, the lead gap's up to over 4 seconds now, so the Radical has pulled away again. Just under 4.5 minutes of the race still to go. Michael Imrie, he's in 8th position. He's leading Class G at the moment. Same class as the BMW Complex. Paul Smith gives chase to our leader. Battle there further back with 2 cars we saw fighting it out in race 1 as well. That's Heron and Chalmers in the MG ZR and the BMW. The BMW Mini. They've just been lapped by the BMW of Rob Doherty, who's still 4th. He's about 23 seconds off our 3rd place man Adam Morrison. And looks like Peter Maxwell's in trouble again. The Escort slowing down again. Paul Smith still with the fastest lap of the race as Ali Chalmers up the inside. He's tagged the back of Andrew Heron. Is he going off? Yes, he's onto the grass. Thought that was going to be a spin for Andrew Heron's ZR. Lucky not to be spun aside into the grass. They just see him in the background next to the timing tower. Andrew Heron in the MG ZR. Rover 25 on the entry list, but you can see the MG badges there. He's trying to get going again. And towards the closing stages now, just over 2.5 minutes to go. There's the Subaru of Andrew Cowie in 9th place. He leads Class E. Steve Somerville's BMW compact behind him. He's second in Class G behind Michael Im. Ali Chalmers is 11th, ahead of Peter Maxwell, with Andrew Heron having spun. Hopefully he can rejoin. A few drivers with some repairs to do ahead of tomorrow's races in the other direction. Michael Barron, Craig Houston with mechanical problems today. It's Andrew Patterson from race 1 as well. Ron Cumming, I don't think is going to be back out tomorrow with the Nemesis Sports Racer, pretty much wrecked. Not as wrecked as his previous Nemesis was in 2018 though, that massive accident he had when he clipped a BMW Z3 at 140 miles an hour here at Knockhill. Pictures made the daily record here in Scotland. 90 seconds of the race to go then, plus 1 lap. That's going to be another win for Mark Thompson in his Radical. Chicane he goes. Now, will it be last lap this time? I don't think so. I think we'll get a couple more laps out of this one for the Scottish Motorsports. It's the top of the circuit, less than a minute on the clock, but of course next time around it'll be last lap because the counter goes down to 0. We don't see the checkered flag, we see the last lap board in this championship. Just over 6 seconds clear now of the BMW E46 M3 of Paul Smith. Here's Michael Imrie still leading Class G. He's in 8th place, a better run for him this time. Somerville under fire from Louise Strachan. She's 3rd in Class D, a good 5th overall. Father James back in 7th place in the Fiesta. Clock has now counted down to 0. So we're going into the final lap this time. Over a mile to negotiate for Mark Thompson. Can he make it 4 wins out of 4 this weekend? With Ron Cumming almost certainly out for the weekend, and I would say it's likely. Hope I haven't just put the curse of the commentator on the Radical. So we get to lap Louise Strachan, so we'll have just 4 cars on the lead lap at the end of this race. Through the chicane. Final few corners. And a Scotsman corner up towards Leslie's and Duffus. Roller coaster section. Checkered flag will be waiting. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for Mark Thompson in the Scottish Motorsports Championship. There's the checkered flag. Thompson wins it by a much clearer margin this time over Paul Smith than we saw in race 1. 5.8 seconds the winning margin. Adam Morrison comes in for another class win, extends his championship lead in 3rd overall. Waits Rob Doherty to come through in 4th place. Everybody else is going to be a lap down, I think, except for possibly Rob. Louise Strachan takes 5th. She wins her class. No, she's 3rd in her class, I'm sorry. Murray Douglas in 6th in his Mini, then James Strachan. Michael Imrie wins his class, that's Class G. And the ZR of Heron not going again, he crosses the line. At the provisional results of that one then. Mark Thompson taking the win by 5.8 seconds over Paul Smith. He got the fastest lap though, 54.974 for the BMW. Oh, I was wondering where Louise Strachan had gone. She's pulled over now. If she's finished just behind Mark Thompson, she will be classified. So So Louise in 5th place. So it's Thompson, Smith and Adam Morrison our top 3. Rob Doherty in 4th place with his BMW. And yes, Louise Strachan will be classified a lap down in 5th place. Murray Douglas with his Mini 6th, then James Strachan's Fiesta 7th, and Imrie, Somerville, Cowie, Chalmers and Maxwell are next, with Andrew Herron completing the 13 finishers. Let's head down to Park Fermé.
Well, Mark Thompson wins round 11 of the Scottish Motorsports Race Championship. He's in the A2 class. And I'll tell you what, though, it was quite close, wasn't it? Paul Smith in the BMW behind was starting to run him close at the midpoint of the race, but in the end, Mark just managed to pull away. Let's go have a quick chat with Mark and find out, get his thoughts on the race. So Mark, congratulations, 2 for 2 here. And although I tell you what, there was a point where Paul was starting to catch you up a bit.
Yeah, it goes really well, that thing. He's seen massive improvements with his rear spoiler. It's a lovely car as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, yours isn't so bad. Tell us a little story about it.
It's a Radical SR10. It's got a 4.2.3 EcoBoost engine, same as what's in the Focus RS.
Yeah.
425 brake horsepower and it weighs 725 kilos.
What's it like to drive around here? Is it an absolute joy?
It's actually quite a docile thing.
Is it?
I've never found a limit on it yet, but there's probably a car will go faster than I'll overtake it.
I'll tell you what, it sounds good though. It sounds really good. Thanks for bringing it out to play. We'll see you tomorrow as well. Well, congratulations, great day. Let's go talk to Paul Smith there, because he really was, wasn't he? In fact, Paul Smith did set the fastest lap of anybody. Paul, just saying, you were the fastest man out there. You set the fastest lap of the race, and for a point actually, it looked like you were starting to catch up to Mark.
Yeah, that was quite a surprising start of events there, because I think I need to invest in a better clutch. It just completely slipped and
really,
obviously lost a few places, but hey, that makes it fun, right? So worked my way through, and yeah, I did close right up with Mark. Again, I was like, it was like false promise. I was thinking, can I? And then, you get back up, and I think he puts the hammer down a wee bit. But anyway, hey, it's all good fun. Brilliant race.
You made for some great racing for us. So lovely, great day as well, by the way.
Man.
Congratulations. Second on track, but class win, of course, again as well. Paul Smith winning Class C there. Adam Morrison winning Class D, 3rd overall. Adam, congratulations. Again, another class victory. You're racking these up.
Yeah, quite happy. At the start, Michael caught up with me and passed me, and I thought, here we go, this is going to be one of those races where we're just door to door. But after like the first lap, we seemed to drop quite far back, and I think he had some sort of mechanical issues, I'm guessing. So kind of a bit of free air. I was obviously with Paul, but it's a different class, so it wasn't going to fight too hard with him.
Are you quite pleased that we've got slightly cooler weather this weekend? Because the heat, nobody really likes it when racing, do they?
No, it's fine to have it dry, but cool, because it is still hot in the cars even like this. But like when it's hot in Knockhill, it gets so hot and uncomfortable that you just don't like being in the car.
There's a bit of a breeze actually. Can you feel it out there, or is there enough weight in these cars that you don't really feel it?
I don't really feel it. The car's all twitchy anyway because it's so light, so it doesn't matter if it was windy or not. It's kind of all over the road anyway. You get used to it after a while.
Adam, just tell us a little bit more about the car, because obviously it's got the body kit on it. What engine have you got in there?
It's a Honda K24 engine,
right.
So that's why it's a bit faster than a normal Mini. And then we just had to add bigger tyres to get the grip.
Yeah.
So we went wide tyres, and it meant it didn't fit inside the arches, so custom wide arches. Ended up with a full flat floor diffuser, and it's just kind of went beyond what it should have been, to be honest, but it works, and it's kind of it's crazy.
It looks pretty good as well, doesn't it? It does.
Yeah.
Well done, congratulations. Well done, guys. Hey.
Okay, we're moving up.
We're moving up. Look, well done. Hey, another great race.
Technicality, it wasn't any kind of skill. Something happened with Mike's car, so by default I jumped to his place.
Take it. Just
Yeah,
say, no, it was completely me. It was all skill.
My harmonic balancer shot itself at the end of race 1. We had to go way over the Forth Row Bridge to get another one, get back. We held up the start of this race trying to get the car ready. So the fact that it made it and made it to the end, delighted. Second place, take it.
Come on,
Thanks,
come on.
guys.
See you tomorrow. Yeah. Yes. There we go. So apologies there if you did hear any language there. Of course, the drivers, they've literally just got out of the car. It is live sport, of course. So apologies about that. Right, we are moving on to the action. We still have 3 more races to bring you. We move into Caterham's now, and our first look at the 270Rs this weekend. A little bit earlier, I caught up with Henry Speaks over in Assembly Area. So let's hear from him now. Right, everybody, it's time for the Vertex Caterham 270, our first race of the weekend. Very much looking forward to this one. Of course, on the anti-clockwise formation of the circuit. Henry Speaks is here. Henry, how are we? It's good to see you, by the way. How are you? You well?
Yeah, I'm really well. It's having a great old time being up here.
Where have you come from? Where's home?
Currently in the Midlands in Leamington Spa.
Okay, so I mean, it's always a distance anywhere here, isn't it? To be fair, but it is a lovely circuit, isn't it? What have you made of it so far?
I've always had a lot of fun here. I think it's perfect balance of sort of banzai and technical.
Okay.
It's exciting to drive, and regardless of where you are on the circuit, you're always having a great time around here.
Have you done both anti-clockwise and clockwise before?
I did about 2 years ago in road sport.
Yeah. What's your memories of anti-clockwise? Are they good?
No, I kind of got T-boned.
Okay, forget about that then. Forget about it. Listen, one thing I want to know, Henry, the cars, the Caterham cars, right? Do you design the livery yourselves? Was this you?
This one I did, yes.
Yeah.
Just thought something a bit distinctive, a bit
like
different.
it.
Oh, thank you.
No, I do. You're allowed to have a bit of imagination as well, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I just thought I don't see this colour combination all that much.
No.
You see stripes mainly, not many spots.
I like the dots. I like it. Look, what can we do in this race? Finally, you get to get out on track in racing anger now.
Well, I think the main thing is to have fun and keep it on the road, and then just push forward and see where we end up.
Excellent, Henry. Lovely to see you, by the way, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time, and I hope it's better than 2 years ago. I really, really do. Right, more cars coming in. There's Craig Evans. Look, he's just going to make his way through. In fact, Craig Evans was fastest of anybody in qualifying, a 57.531 for him, who is going to make up the top three in this race. There's only one way to find out. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
We certainly will enjoy, thanks Ian. Let's take you through the grid first of all for this Fan Drive Caterham 7270R Championship race, sponsored by the Fan Drive app. Grid sees 86 Craig Evans in pole position. He's only 9th in the points chart at the moment, alongside 4th place number 33 Brian Thornton, the Irishman. Row 2, 28 Sebastian Thole, the South African, alongside 18 Paul Oglesby, who's had 6 wins so far this year. Row 3, 37 Henry Speaks, just heard from him, alongside Ryan Thole, number 48, father of Sebastian. Row 4, we've got Gary Cross, 23, and 42 Scott Helm. The 5th row, the championship leader, despite not having won a race yet this year, surprisingly. Number 88 Luciano Caruso, alongside 38 Jimmy Way. Row 6, 31 Andrew Bailey, 20 Steve Loriman. The 7th row, 63 of Andy Palmer, and 78 Dan Crawley. The 8th row is number 21 Jasmine Shaw. We heard from her during the lunch break, alongside 72 Christian Bond. Row 9, 53 Chris Hicks, alongside 19 of Chris Morling. Row 10, 74 Charles Chapman, 15 Shane Forster, the American-based driver. Row 11, 27 Sean Murphy, 58 of James Platt, completing grid 62 and Hall. So a championship leader without a race win to his name, Luciano Caruso. The wins have gone mainly to Paul Oglesby and Brian Thornton, but they've picked up some penalty points, Chris.
Yeah, it's been a should we call it a feisty season? This 270R, the third step of the motorsport ladder here at Caterham, and yeah, they've definitely had their fair share of really close action. It's been brilliant to watch. At Alton Park, I think it spilled over just a touch, and yeah, so Brian Thornton, I think, picked up a couple of penalty points, which then, if you pick up a penalty point on your race licence, we have what we call a 3 times multiplier, so you get negative points on your championship, and then you're not possible to drop those. And Oglesby also has 9, so he would have picked up 3 penalty points on his licence over the course of the season. So yeah, that drops them down a little bit. But Caruso has been the sort of consistent force. Everyone else has sort of had ups and downs, and some of that contact and needle has led to sort of some lower end finishes for a couple of our leaders. But himself, and also, yeah, Seb Thole as well has been a sort of story of this season. Just sort of jumped up and inserted himself in that lead group and has maintained it pretty much throughout the whole course of the season. And it's back up there this weekend doing very similar things. Craig Evans, though, good to see him on the front. I'm not sure whether he's had a pole position before now, so if it is his first one, great, but he's certainly good to see him jumping up there to the front of the grid, clearly enjoying this circuit configuration. Brian Thornton, yep, been there or thereabouts all the time. You can see him on the left of our screen in the blue and orange machinery there, so expect to see him. He's been very forthright when he's got out in front, big wide elbows, and we've seen earlier on in the racing that it's possible around here to defend. Looks like we're just about getting all the drivers in place. Then they'll have 3 races over the course of this weekend, so we'll see them today, and then we will see them twice tomorrow in the opposite direction. I can see the green flag, 5-second board. Time to get this racing underway again.
Craig Evans in the black and white car on pole position. Brian Thornton in blue and orange alongside him. Seb Thulley and Paul Oglesby. He's in the bright green car on row 2. Luciano Caruso further back on row 5. The championship leader in the Rothmans lookalike car. Look out for him coming through. As the red lights come on the gantry, the revs are up, and the Caterham 7.2 70 hours are underway. Super start by Paul Oglesby in the green machine from the second row. He's going to try and muscle his way into the lead down the inside of Craig Evans into that first corner. He almost gets a wheel on the grass there, but Oglesby's got the line. Craig Evans, a big lock-up, that's nearly taken out Brian Thornton. Oglesby has got the lead. Superb first corner from the former Academy star. There's a bit of contact at the back, there's bits of bodywork going everywhere, but I think everybody survived, unless there's somebody off in the gravel over to the left out of our view there. We'll pick that up in a moment, but everybody else surges through. Big lock-up again. Some of these drivers will not have raced on this circuit, of course, because Caterham's didn't come to Knockhill last season. Evans has retaken the lead, meanwhile, from Paul Oglesby as they fly through the chicane there. Somebody very sideways there. I think that was the 63 possibly of Andy Palmer that got sideways there. We'll pick that up in a moment, but it is Craig Evans who's retaken the lead from Oglesby. Thornton in third place.
Yeah, Oglesby, like I say, fantastic rocket ship start, got those lights absolutely nailed and fired himself into the lead. It was really uncomfortable with Craig all the way into turn 1, and Craig Evans did get back in front again by the time they came back into our view. A couple of rear mudguards hanging around at turn 1, but I saw the marshals out there for Thornton and Oglesby, and that's the nose cone of Oglesby already dislodged then, and if that does fling up in the air, it becomes a real distraction, and it's actually does affect your eye line as well. You can see as the wind gets underneath it, it was starting to raise, so it does look like Oglesby's going to have to deal with that throughout the course of this race. We already know these corners are blind, so you don't want that nose cone up and also causing a problem. So just a minor touch between Oglesby and Thornton there as they headed through turn 1 for the second time. You can see these cars a little more stiffly sprung than the cars we've been watching so far in the Academy. You can see the cars there bounce themselves over the dip down through the chicane and heading up then through Duffers Dip. It's racing continuing as it has left off from Alton Park then.
Yeah, it certainly has. We had a fair bit of rough and tumble at the Cheshire venue a few weeks ago. Brian Thornton going around the outside there of Craig Evans trying to take the lead. Is the Irishman going to be later on the brakes around that outside line? Yes, he is. Can he make it stick there? Superb bit of driving. Well done to Brian Thornton there. He's got the lead. Side by side for third. The aero will be compromised on Oglesby's car there. He's got Sebastian Thulley, the South African, up alongside him in the number 28 machine, trying to take P3 away. And then on their tails is Henry Speaks, the number 37. We heard from him before the start of the race, the man who's worked on the Valkyrie for Aston Martin in his day job. He's up there in P5 with Scott Helm and Ryan Thulley. Ryan, the white car with the red stripes, father of Seb Thulley, in 6th place, just ahead of Scott Helm in the sort of metallic turquoise liveried car. So they climb their way up and around the bend, as the song goes, up onto the top straight for the second time. Brian Thornton across the line. Craig Evans is going to try and play him in his own game here and try and get back around the outside.
He's got it done as well. The momentum in these two 70R cars is enough to take around the outside. Oglesby had a massive run on everybody as he came across the line that time as well. He'll have the distraction of his nose cone each time he pulls out from behind another car, and as the speed increases, you can see it's raising up there. It's also stretching and deforming the bonnet. It's not going to be great. It's going to be something he'll have to keep an eye on. There's nothing much he can do about it though, as it drops itself back down as they head back into line. Seb Thulley was also sort of firmly in that lead battle, but Oglesby seemed to mug them all along the straight, so clearly he had the super toe where he's following a number of cars in front of him. Evans there wide as he went through the chicane, everyone else managing to keep it within bounds. Lorryman here in that Union Jack festooned car in the sort of rear of that top 8.
Yes, he's in 9th place at the moment, just behind Jimmy Way, who's running well in the Golf livery car, the blue and orange colours. Seems to be an unwritten rule that every UK motor race meeting has to have a car in Golf colours. Brian Thornton slightly similar with a darker shade of blue. He's going for the outside again, going into Taylor's turn. Is he going to do it again around Craig Evans? He certainly is. Seb Thulley has got Henry Speaks trying to pull off the same manoeuvre there as well for 3rd place. Behind them is Oglesby. New fastest lap of the race by Scott Helm, the man behind this group. He's just on a 58.37, so he's getting the toe off the lead group here. You can see that nose cone rising higher into the air on Paul Oglesby's car. If it starts to become dislodged, it won't only prevent him from seeing where he's going, he may get the black and orange flag and have to pull into the pits.
It'd be disappointing if they did that. It's hanging on well at the moment, so it's only if it'll start dangling and looks like it might dislodge that they will do that. So hopefully he can continue. It does vary a little bit. And as the experience level went to this third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, you can see the pack racing that we've got going on at the moment with that front group all coming back together again. The tow in this 270 really is helping them. They've got enough speed over the line and enough oomph up the hill to get them clear. And Craig Evans then is back in front again. Or is that Foley? It's the 86. So it is Craig Evans. So he has clearly got speed in that car this weekend. Brian Thornton not able to do what he has been doing for a lot of the season, which is get out in front and then have that white car spin at turn 1 there as well. That's the number 53 then. That was Chris Hicks, who we saw having a moment through the chicane earlier on, wasn't it, in his pink machine there, taking on the Roger Patke, the colour scheme. It's great to see them out there as he heads on through. And Roger, I think, still holds one of the lap records in one of the directions here. So that name is there. That's Caruso, our championship leader, looking down the inside, but he is ensconced in a battle that's just off the lead, isn't he? So he's not quite where he needs to be to continue his form into the latter part of the season.
He's not just off the lead, he's down in 16th place at the last lap. So it must have been him who got caught up on the first corner, I think, because he's got a rear mudguard missing. So as well as Hicks in a fix, we had Luciano Caruso in problems on the first corner.
If you can find a rhyme for that, I'll be impressed.
Side by side. Well, Caruso was a famous opera singer, wasn't he? I'm not very knowledgeable about opera, so I wouldn't be able to get that in. Enrico Caruso, that was many
years ago. I said Mondrian earlier, and I feel like I've done my cultural references for today. As Thornton then leads this pack, you can see them going to the extreme left edge. It wouldn't be the normal racing line, would it? But it's the protecting the inside as you come around Clark's and all feeling like they had to do that. Also, obviously, you want to be in the tow of the car in front. These cars will run about 7 miles an hour or something along those lines faster by following the car, and if you get a double tow it can be even more than that, which is why we see these cars all running absolutely nose to tail then as they're heading off and up again keeping an eye on track limits. No notifications of track limits, and they're all keeping within that bounds as they head on up the hill. Then you can see them just clipping the inside curbs there, and it just flings the top car, but they do have enough turning power still as they head over the crest to get them round without touching the gravel track, which is there. They're heading down then. They've been pack racing all the way through so far, but Brian Thornton manages to hold on this time through.
This is proper Caterham racing, galloping around Knockhill race circuit in a pack like this. Thornton from Evans, Foley. Now Evans going to try and make a move, perhaps up towards Hislops and on towards Clark's, but he has to bob back in behind the number 33. Brian Thornton, who started the season with a double win at Cadwell Park, but was eliminated early on in a tangle in race 3. Had a win at Croft, 2 at Spa, 1 at Donington, 2 at Alton Park. He's had at least 1 win at every meeting so far this year, but a couple of no scores as well, and those 6 penalty points. He finds himself down in 4th in the championship behind Caruso, Oglesby and Seb Foley, 3rd in the points at the moment. There's Jasmine Shaw, she's lost a mudguard as well early on in this race. The 63 of Andrew Palmer under fire from Andrew Bailey, the red car with the blue roll cages. This little lot are battling further outside the top 10 as Craig Evans to the inside into Taylor's turn. It gets through on the inside this time. And Paul Oglesby has lost out to Henry Speaks along the top straight there. The 37 is up into 4th position. Then it's Scott Helm who's still got the fastest lap of the race, Ryan Thulley and Jimmy Way. So it's an 8-car train at the front of the field in this fan drive Caterham 270R Championship, first of 3 races this weekend.
They also get 3 drop scores that they will exclude from their scores by the end of the season. So a lot of people who have had a lower finish will be able to disregard those. And again, it will all close up as we come into the final round. Next time out, we'll do all the maths around that. Big shout out to Ben Robson from Bolton, who's in the other chat on the Caterham Motorsport side of things. So welcome and welcome to the Caterham world of madness and racing. But Brian Thornton heading over the line. No, Craig Evans is the lead this time through, so he will take that lead group. Seb Tholle looking down the inside. Is there a gap? Is there a chance? Not this time through. And it is Henry Speaks also making good progress and maintaining that progress in the as we come into just about the second half of this race. So just heading towards that. Saw Scott Helm really competing earlier on in a different car. He's in a competitor's car who's lent him for the remainder of this season, and doing a good job at maintaining the front half of this field. Every single position in Caterham racing is kind of worth 1 point, So you really, everything maintains tight towards the end. Every single point does matter. As this number 78, that's Dan Crawley in his that sort of fluorescent coloured. He's doing a partial season this year, and he was just overtaking. I think that was that Christian Bond. I think it was
number 72. So out in front, Craig Evans looking for his first 270R victory. Here's our championship leader, Luciano Caruso, the Rothmans liveried car, moving up to have a go at Christian Bond now after his delay on the first lap. Henry Speaks did the new fastest lap of the race last time around. That's just been usurped by Paul Oglesby at the back of this lead group as Thornton round the outside retakes Craig Evans for the lead.
I just heard as Caruso was going up the hill, I could hear someone without an exhaust, and then just caught a glimpse. Yeah, Caruso has lost the exhaust pipe, so we've currently got him as a straight through pipe coming out the cat converter. So there was a bit, I can hear him in the background. It's just a much more raspy noise of the car without it, and he's running without that exhaust. It won't cost him too much speed, but it'll certainly make him a noisy participant today.
Somebody else losing another mudguard there, another souvenir for our marshalling team here at Croft. I remember walking through the paddock at Alton Park at the end of the meeting last time out. There was an absolute stack of them next to the pit lane, waiting for their owners to be reunited with them, as Jasmine Shaw chases down the number 15 here of Shane Forster, the American. This is towards the lower reaches of the top 15 places, 14th and 15th positions. Paul Oglesby still with the fastest lap, and who's that going? Grass tracking there. It's one of the multicolour livery cars in the back. It's 58 of James Platt.
Yeah, it didn't look like he made the corner at all. I wonder whether he's got a problem in that car. It doesn't seem to be fully up to speed, maybe getting back up to speed. So maybe he had an issue on the corner before, but he just didn't seem to be able to turn that car in as this lead group absolutely... There's less space between them now than there was on the starting grid, I think. So, yeah, they're absolutely nose to tail. And you can see there's no rest for any of the drivers out there. Every single corner leads into the next. And as we said already, the gradient's such here, it really is like a roller coaster. And believe me, your stomach drops away from you every time you go over that chicane. Oh, we've got number 23 there.
Gary Cross.
Yes, he's in the middle of a lot of bodywork and can't get the car going again. It looks like he's maybe just about getting going. So, yes, he can get it. He's lost now 2 rear wheel arches onto the piles.
Yeah, he'll certainly be very cross indeed with that one as he gets going in towards the back of the field. Yes, I know, I did have to get that one in. So there's yellow flags out as the cars come into the top straight. I think
I wonder if they've got a safety car. Yeah, I think there's just. I was going to say the race director won't be too happy with that much bodywork everywhere across the track, especially with the car sideways and not looking like it was going to be able to withdraw. So they have got the safety car out. The marshals, first chance today that we had a breath to say thank you ever so much to all the marshals who allow us to go racing. And yeah, Orange Army out there, really important. And hopefully Caterham drivers have seen them good with their goodie bags this weekend, as they always do.
That's a nice touch. I didn't know the marshals were given Caterham goodie bags.
Yeah, the drivers all collect together and make sure that the marshals all get a little goodie bag that take away with them. A bit of food in there, a bit of this and that, and yeah, really safe. It's a privilege of mine on behalf of all the drivers to thank the marshals at every race weekend, because yeah, they don't get paid, they do it for the love of it, and if they weren't there doing this, then we wouldn't get to do what we love doing, which is drive cars, and we know that it's such an important part of our race weekend.
Do they get Jammy Dodgers in their goodie bags? We've got Jammy Dodgers here in the commentary box.
We have indeed. We're always festooned with Jammy Dodgers, and very nice they are too.
I'll bring some wagon wheels next time for a bit of variety.
We should have a Tunnocks tea cake now we're in Scotland, shouldn't we?
Yes, indeed. I hadn't thought to bring any Tunnocks tea cakes. I'll get some of them for next time to make up for it. Maybe bring some to Snetterton for the final round.
Here we go then. So as they went across the line, then they're following now. Brian Thornton is the pace car until the pace car does join, and he came across the line last time. So Craig Evans in that second place, Seb Tholle. 6 minutes to go. We should get all that bodywork cleaned up. We should have still plenty of racing laps to come, and as soon as they've just got that cleared everything away from the racing lines, we should be good to go again. But there is Brian Thornton in the orange and blue machine, and Craig Evans the white and black, and followed by the other white and black of Seb Tholle in that third place. Henry Speaks will have to do a bit of defensive again. We've got Oglesby with his waggling nose cone, and following on behind him we've got Ryan Tholle. So Ryan, I think that's probably his, oh, there we go, a bit of a tangle, wasn't it, between the three of them.
Yeah, Andrew Palmer, Gary Cross, and Chris Morling was the other one, the purple card.
So all just getting caught up at the apex as the apex of the track sort of drops away there. We saw them running very close together a little bit earlier on, and clearly it's just got a bit too close there. I think this is Ryan Tholley's easily his best running order so far. Can he keep it going? He's in that sort of white / silver and red stripes on it. And not normally in sight of his son at the front, but only a couple of cars between them this time.
There's a pop quiz question for you. Have a father and son pairing ever finished on the podium together in a Caterham race?
Well, yeah, we'd have Matt Armstrong and Justin Armstrong not too long ago
Yes,
in the top flight of Caterham Motorsport.
So Justin had got his first podium at Alton Park.
Yeah, and they finished. It was great to see them there together. So, yeah, absolutely has happened.
Matt dominated the meeting here for the Caterham 7 UK Championship last week when they supported the British touring cars. Well, that's why the 7 UK Championship not on the Caterham package this weekend. They were on the Toka package here recently.
Back with Donington for the Toka package, I think next weekend, or I think it's next weekend. So yeah, it's absolutely flat out for the Caterham crews and all the teams that run those. They're having to go all over the country following these drivers around.
Safety car lights are out. That's pulling into the pit lane at this time. So Brian Thornton leads the way then. Ready for the restart with 4.5 minutes left on the clock in this Vandrive Caterham 270R Championship race. We are back underway, and Brian Thornton's made the break on the restart. Watch for Seb Tholley down the outside into Taylor's turn, trying to take second place away from the similarly liveried car of Craig Evans. Henry Speaks and Paul Oglesby in behind them. It's on to straight up towards Hislops they go, but it is Brian Thornton who has held his advantage. If anything, pulls away a little bit further from Craig Evans in second place, Tholley in third, then Speaks, Oglesby, Ryan Tholley, Scott Helm, Jimmy Way, and of course this has allowed everybody else to close back up, and look who's got the fastest lap of the race now. Luciano Caruso is up into 10th, having been caught up in an incident on the first corner. There he is.
There he is, without his exhaust, clearly not slowing him down at all.
There's Jasmine Shaw, a little bit of damage to her car, just behind Andrew Bailey. He's chasing Christian Bond in the 72. That nose cone not slowing Paul Oglesby down either, not affecting his cooling either. Sometimes if you lose your nose, it can damage your radiator.
The radiators in these Caterham, you can see it hanging down just below that, so you can see half of it is blocked by that nose cone compared to normal, but generally speaking, yeah, cooling not a problem in Caterham's overall.
Caruso another fastest lap, 57.709. He's up to 9th now. He's got ahead of Steve Lorriman. He wants to keep his championship lead, which is currently only 3 points over Paul Oglesby. Another 3 points back is Seb Tholley, and then 11 points back on him is Brian Thornton. So very close at the top of the charts, but of course drop scores to be brought into play at the end of the season as well. Just under 3 minutes of this race to go for the Vandrive Caterham 7 270R Championship. Goodness me, I thought Brian Thornton was going to take off there over the chicane. That was Caterham stunt driving.
I think since they got rid of the red sausage curb, we've seen less absolute flights, but I've certainly seen one on the Fandrive app. If you go over to fandrive.app, you'll see some pictures of people flying over the chicane through testing. But I think the removal of the red sausage curb has sort of lessened that slightly. I've had seen pictures in the past, and people have literally flown all the way down like a ski jump almost. Brian Thornton round the outside, not going to get that momentum, is he? Yes, he is able to sweep across the front, but I think that has drifted him a little bit wide. That's going to put him on the inside of this kink, but that will be the outside of the left at Clark. So I think he's going to lose that battle, even though he won one of the wars. To Oglesby, still fighting with Henry Speaks as well. He's going to try and fight back one more position. Is that going to work out for him? Yes, it does. Henry Speaks has to capitulate, let that position go.
Yeah, it's a good move there by Paul Oglesby. Caruso's made up another place. He's got ahead of Jimmy Way now as well. Where's Caruso? We should just be able to see him. There he is behind Scott Helm on the back of this lead train now with just under 2 minutes to the race to go. Can he gain any more places? There's the blue and white car. We just caught a glimpse of him in the foreground as they climb up the final section of the lap. There's a couple more laps to go here at Knockhill for the 270Rs in their first of 3 races this weekend. Over the line they come. It is Craig Evans with the lead back again ahead of Brian Thornton. He's going to try his patented outside manoeuvre now. He's going to get it done again. Look at Oglesby around the outside of Seb Tholley as well, trying to get back onto the podium. Henry Speaks looking on. There's Caruso in behind Ryan Tholley. Oh my goodness, great stuff. Oh, and Tholley nearly clipped by Caruso there. He's going to try and take both of them on the run into the right-hander at Hislop.
Three
Craig
wide's
Evans
not
still
sensible.
holds the lead. Well, 3 wide didn't work for the minis earlier on. Caruso, he's got round the outside of Ryan Foley. He's got that move done. Now he's going for Scott Helm as they head towards the chicane for the penultimate time.
Be like, hi guys, I'm back again. Did you miss me? He's fighting all the way through, and there, 3 wide doesn't sound like a sensible idea, but it works out for Caruso that time, and he's got Helm just in front of him now in that kind of cyan-coloured, shiny metal car, and it looks like he's got every bit of speed in that car that he needs to try and get through there as well. So one of the drivers running wide and into the little touching of the gravel and dirt and grime, but Evans having to protect down the inside, but Thornton to the outside once more, squeezing Evans to the inside and getting it done once more. It seems like that inside line with the bump that it's got there just doesn't give them quite enough grip, and the outside line carrying that momentum down the hill.
Look at Caruso up on the outside of Scott Helm in that sort of turquoise-coloured car, or I think teal we called it last time. It was Sophie Daughtry down in Cornwall who termed that colour last time. But anyway, up on the curve, Henry Speaks and Luciano Caruso nearly went flying there, practising for the chicane there, I think, over the ski jump. So it's Thornton who leads from Evans. It's going to be a struggle to keep up with this all the way to the line. Then Foley, Oglesby, everybody else in a solid scrub of cars behind.
This is for the flag this time, I think.
Yep, the clock has counted down to 0. The checkered flag is awaiting them. I've no idea what order are they going to appear in as they come up over the line this time. I think it's going to be either Brian Thornton or Craig Evans. Thornton leads it. Here comes Evans. They're going to finish side by side. It's going to be almost a dead heat over the line. We'll go to the timing screen on that one. According to Smart Timing, Brian Thornton got it by 0.049 of a second.
Crikey O'Reilly, what a race again by the 270s, showing all throughout the course of this racing as the rest of the field still coming across the line, battles up and down the order here. So yeah, absolutely continuing there with only 49 1,000th of a second between Brian Thornton and Craig Evans over the line. Really was close. Seb Tholle only another 2/10 behind. Watch the tail end of the field, some of the drivers who had a few issues earlier on, and Oglesby did manage to hold on over the top of Henry Speaks, and Caruso ended in 6th. I think at one point he'd nearly got to 4th, so it really was a bit topsy-turvy on that last lap as well.
Okay, pausing for breath. Less than 1 second covered the top 6 over the line in that one. Brian Thornton the winner from Craig Evans by 0.049 of a second. Seb Tholle completes the podium. Less than a quarter of a second covered those 3 at the line. That was a proper Caterham finish. Paul Oglesby, despite the damaged nose cone, finished 4th ahead of Henry Speaks. Then Caruso fighting back from about 20th place on the first lap to finish 6th, and he got the fastest lap of the race as well. 7th was Scott Helm ahead of Ryan Tholle, Jimmy Way and Steve Lorryman a little further back, rounding out the top 10. Then behind them were Dan Crawley, Andrew Bailey, Christian Bond, Jasmine Shaw, then Shane Forster, Chris Morling, Gary Cross rejoined after his incident to finish ahead of Charles Chapman. Then came Chris Hicks, Sean Murphy, James Platt, Anne Hall, and finally Andy Palmer. Looks like everybody went the distance in that fantastic race.
There is that exhaust. It was a shame for Ryan Tholle. I think the safety car was perfectly not timed for him, whereas it was perfectly timed for Luciano Caruso, wasn't it? So yeah, people were the winner in that safety car and others were losers, but maybe that looks like in good enough shape that it might be able to be reunited with Caruso.
Well, we know the Scottish love playing the pipes, so not that sort of pipe though.
Piper recovery.
Indeed. Piper recovery, recovering pipes, exhaust pipes. Let's head down to Parc Fermé in the meantime before I make any more terrible puns.
Oh, I love Caterham's, my word. Brian Thornton, Craig Evans going toe-to-toe over the line. They're not 0.049 of a second. That was it. Wow. Oh, wow. Brian Thornton. Oh, wow.
I have to bleep this, but fucking hell.
Yeah, we are going to have to bleep that. Sorry, everybody. But wow, what a race.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen you in a while.
How are you?
Oh, that was nerve-wracking. Oh, my God. Really good fun. We said at the start of this race, if we finish in the top 3 on the podium, we all couldn't be happier and couldn't be happier.
It was unbelievable.
I thought I dropped them on the safety car and then boom, they're back on me. Oh man, thanks God. I had a big prayer this morning. I was like, please get me there. So yeah,
Brilliant
thanks be to God. So great crack.
Legend. Look at that. This is what it's all about. Yes, apologies for the bad language there, everybody.
He hasn't been on the podium in a long time.
Craig, let's have a chat with you as well whilst we've got you too. Unbelievable. 0.049 of a second.
Was that
when it was across the line.
It was
so close. He drove so well though. There was a few moments where I just thought, I'm building a bit of a gap here, and then it's just a toe down the straight, absolutely kills you.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you actually coming over penultimate lap, and I thought you just got past you, and I thought, actually, the amount of times you guys tell me you don't want to be in the lead going on to the last lap, and you were just second.
He had a little bit of a moment on the hairpin, and I was like, and I kind of went through and then thought, actually, that was the worst thing. I should have just let him go, because then you're going to get toe down straight. But honestly, I'm so happy to be second. I haven't been anywhere near second this season, so I'm absolutely over the moon.
Right, well done.
Can I just say massive thank you to Josh and Steve at Woodcote and Cops.
Yep.
Josh turned 16 yesterday, so it's a big day for him.
Happy birthday.
And everyone who supported me, Matt Blythe Motorsport, and it means a lot, this one.
Right, well done. Congratulations. Really, really happy for you. I don't know where Sebastian has disappeared to. We'll see if we can find it. I don't know where he's gone, actually. Sebastian has just run away. Congratulations to him coming home in P3. Let's just find out very quick. Brian, whilst you're up here, because we're not too far from St Andrews, are you going to take advantage?
You're going to kill me. I'm staying in Glen Eagles, and I'm not in Glen Eagles, just outside in the poor seats, and I'm just looking in over the hedge going, I wish I had my sticks with me, but no. I have met, I've met 2 racers today. We got one racer here that owns a course down in, he's going to kill me, Cornwall.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so Christian Bond, so we're going to play there, and then one of the Academy racers has invited me over to Loch Lomond, so next time I'm up, we're going to do there. When are we going to golf?
Anytime you want.
I'm in the middle of building a 4-man sim in my place in Ireland. Once your winter breaks down, come on over. We'll do sim golf, we'll go do real golf, and we'll have a feed of Guinness.
Sounds
if
brilliant.
You drink.
Yeah, I do, yeah. Cheers, thank you. I love that. Right, here we go. We are going to go racing again. More racing. In fact, we've got Caterham's coming up for you again. If it's anything like that, boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat. Just quick apologies there for the bad language. Although the drivers, they are hypercharged. You see what it means, the emotion. Right, so 310Rs coming up. A little bit earlier, I caught up with a couple of drivers just before they're about to head out of assembly area. So let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, we're back in the assembly area. 2 races to go, and we've got a cracker for you now. Yes, Caterham Motorsport, the 310Rs. We've got William Harris over here. Let's go have a quick chat with Will Wright in the hunt at the sharp end as well. William, how are we? Are we good? Are we all right?
Yeah, we're all right. Bit nervous, but we're all right.
Okay, why are we feeling nervous? I know, obviously, a bit of pressure, of course, this week with the hunt going on.
Yeah, there's always pressure, but I mean, I always get nervous before the races.
Do you?
Yeah, I think everyone does, really.
You need to listen to some music or something. William, what would you listen to? What would be your get yourself motivated, ready for the race song?
Nah, nothing. I like the nerves. Makes me faster.
I quite like that. Yeah, do you get that sort of tingly feeling? What do you make of the anti-clockwise circuit here?
Yeah, I like it. It's aggressive. It's technical, but I enjoy it. I like it, and hopefully it makes good racing.
No, I'm going to leave you alone because I know when you're nervous, the last thing you want to do is see my face. So good luck out there. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's go say hello to William Chadwick here as well, shall we? William, how are we? It's good to see you, my friend. Are we feeling good? Are we feeling confident? Are we ready?
I'm not too bad. I feel okay. I feel fairly ready. It's a bit frustrating with qualifying what happened, but you know, we have to deal with that. I can make it all back.
For those who don't know, what happened?
We had a track limits violation. We didn't know. It was very marginal. Essentially, the car came up off the ground. I couldn't steer, and we just slightly violated track limits. Didn't gain anything, but rules are rules. But obviously, they've took that track limits away now, so now we're not abiding by those regulations anymore. So got to go for the race. We've replaced the rear shock, so we had a rear damper that had basically not rebounding anymore. So car's in a better condition now for this race, and thanks to Callum, Reese and Danielle for getting it together in time.
Fantastic. William, best of luck out there. Thanks for talking to us. And yes, I'm sure we might well be catching up after the race. Yes, more cars coming in. Almost time to get going. The Caterham Motorsport 310Rs about to get underway. Dave, over to you, my friend.
Thanks very much, Ian. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. The fastest Caterhams we will see this weekend. We've got 16 cars that took part in qualifying. It's number 88, Ryan Wilby, who is on pole. 7th in the championship, yet to take his first win this season. He starts alongside the championship leader, 14, Will Harris. 3 members of the Harris family in this championship. Second row, number 8, Will Chadwick, had a couple of wins last time out at Alton Park. He starts alongside Blair McConaughey, number 34, the local man making a guest appearance this weekend. I don't think he's registered for points in the championship because he's a guest driver, but he won on this layout here at Knockhill, the anti-clockwise layout here 2 years ago. Row 3 of the grid, number 4, Charles Harris. Will, alongside 17, Alex Vincent. He had a win at Donington earlier this season. On row 4 of the grid, number 5, Ben Lopez Appleton, and 96, Peter Mott. Completing the top 10, 49, Steve Lancaster, and 36, Chris Buck. Row 6, our very own Sam Parker in number 7, and 42, Chris Broom. Row 7, 95, Steve Harris, father of Will and Charles. 70, Andrew Johnston, another of our guest drivers on row 7. And on the final row, Graham Finlayson, number 11, and 99, Andrew Davison. Andrew Davison in the orange car there towards the back of the field. And Graham Finlayson is in the green and orange car, the Mazda Le Mans lookalike.
Welcome back to those drivers. Good to have you on board again. Blair McConaughey, a previous Caterham champion as well, just coming back to do his local circuit. Always has a good bunch of friends and family out there supporting him along the way as well. This the fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, a bit more power, but then we've seen a little bit more stiffly sprung. All those things go into making this the 310R championship. We've also got Pro Am class and Am class in this one as well. So just to call out that Peter Mott is on the Am class podiums, Lancaster, Buck and our own Sam Parker there. They've been fighting out for those podium positions in that Am class all through the season. It looks like that's going to continue from there, starting from position 8 downwards is where our Am class are in there. Ryan Wilby though, good to see him back up at the front, and Will Harris is continuing the good season that he has. So he's leading us as we come into this race. And again, the tail end of the season, again, amazing how quickly it all starts to happen. But yeah, again, drop score is going to become really important for these drivers, and Blair's going to be in the mix today, not counting for points though. He will be seeing whether he can take a trophy or two away, but he will have to be disregarded as far as points go, but everyone else will want to move forward for sure.
Yes, another driver who's not racing with points this year is Tom Willis, as he's not doing the full championship, and he's had 3 wins this year, 2 at Brands Hatch and 1 at Alton Park. Will Harris with 4 wins to his name, including a hat-trick at Cadwell Park. Ryan Wilby yet to win in 310R. He'll aim for his first here, going from pole position in the number 88, the black and red car. Similar livery to Will Harris alongside him.
He's been fighting all year for that win though, so can he make it happen here?
Well, the boards have been displayed, waiting for the red lights to come on the bridge. There's the final 5-second board. The red lights are on, the revs are up, and the 310Rs are go. Watch for Blair McConaughey from the second row. He's made a great getaway. Will Harris gets away well. There's Ryan Wilby on the inside. McConaughey trying to move across on Will Chadwick into the first corner. Again, they start to lock up slightly. It's further downhill, steeper than you realise there into that first corner at Taylor's Turn. But it is Ryan Wilby who takes up the lead, running ahead of, looks like, McConaughey through into second place. Will Harris didn't get the best of starts there. Will Chadwick is going to come through into third behind his ahead of his championship rival. A few lockups into Clark Curve. It's sharper than it looks from our camera angle there. One car running out a little bit wide alongside Sam Parker, who gets through on the inside of the result. They fly the chicane there. Spectacular as always. There's the 42 car towards the back of the field. That's Chris Broom in the lime green machine. He's dropped to the rear of the field off the start.
These curbs, you can see them there even on our screen now. They're really ramped up there, especially around Clark's, that left-hander. You really have to climb up the hill, and they can push you offline, and the gradient and the camber of all these pieces of the track just really do make the cars react funnily sometimes, and you really do have to work out or position your car perfectly to get that racing line. The drivers here in the 310R Championship, Ryan will be leading Blair McConaughey. Remember, McConaughey not here for points, but will be taking the prize of the pot, but he's coming in that second place. And then it is Will Chadwick in third place. Lock up from Lancaster once more. He's had a bumpy old track through, hasn't he? There's Sam Parker in the Team Parker Racing car there. Looks like for her next year to be moving on into the maybe some of the management side of things. So let's see how she gets on for the tail end of this season, as the rest of them flying around and on up through Duffer's Dip, as they again, as there's they've seen all the 4 steps that we've got of the Caterham Championship this year, and bouncing over the corner as they come over the line once more.
Chris Buck was on Sam's tail there. It seemed to run wide coming out of Clark's on the first lap. As trying to get round the outside is Blair McConaughey for the lead. They're still side by side though. Wilby will hold McConaughey off. It's Will Chadwick in third place, battling with Will Harris. A tale of two Wills at the top of the points at the moment. They're separated by 12 points. Harris ahead of Chadwick. Of course, the other two members of the Harris family a little bit further back down the order there is the number 4 of Charles Harris. He's third in the points, yet to win this year. He and his brother very quick in the 270R Championship last season. Will Chadwick goes flying over the chicane, so does Charles Harris further back. He's chased by number 17 of Alex Vincent, had a win earlier this season at Donington. As we said, our other winner this year, Tom Willis, taking 3 wins. Must say hello to Tony Harris as well, Steve's brother, who's watching from Northampton. Normally lives over in New York State, but over in the UK at the moment, cheering on the Harris family here as Will Chadwick down the inside, side by side with Blair McConaughey. The car with the green wheels got the inside line. Chadwick up into second place.
So yep, does manage to take that second place away then. So Blair, after that initial sort of running forward from 4th place on the grid, now having a little bit of work to protect from the rear. Ryan Wilby has been benefiting from the fighting going on behind him and got a slight gap, but it's certainly nothing like he needs to shake the toe. We did see that once Dave was in the Road Sport earlier on, once he shook, crikey O'Reilly, they are really bouncing. You see how much stiffer the suspensions are in the upper classing of the Caterhams that we got there. If you just catch that curb wrong, it really does fling you down. We'll call that the boing, shall we? Flying down that hill. That wasn't Knockhill. That was more like the Finnish Rally of the Thousand Lakes over the jumps on that. That was incredible the way the race leader flew off the road there. He's lucky to go flying into the tyre wall. He's still got the lead. Here comes Blair McConaughey down the outside. Will Chadwick's got the fastest lap of the race. He's tucked in on the inside. Then Will Harris going with his group. Charles Harris heads up the next group ahead of Alex Vincent. Then in 7th place, Ben Lopez Appleton. I think his transponder's playing up a bit because it's taking him a while to appear on the timing tower. Peter Motzer leads the AM category, I think. Check that. Yes, he's ahead of Stephen Lancaster, and they're still squabbling away over 2nd place here. Blair McConaughey back up the inside there at Clark's. You don't very often see overtaking moves made there as they fly down the ski jump once again. These drivers are loving this. Millimetres between those cars. They all know that Blair's been driving these cars for absolute years and really still remembers exactly how wide it was. I don't think there was more than a millimetre between those cars as they went through that left-hander. Uncomfortable position to be in for the drivers, but they made it work. And another position gained back by McConaughey, but he's going to have to fight a wall again as they come down there. There's Chadwick after that slight indiscretion with the track limits that cost him that pole position that he thought he had earlier on. He's now fighting into that 2nd place. It didn't cost him too much out on the track, did it? Now he's got to do that. But Ryan Wilby has been making good whilst they have been scrapping, and he's got a slight gap once more.
Battle there towards the back of the field. That's Davison coming through from the back in the orange 99 car. Graham Finlayson in the Mazda Le Mans lookalike. Surely that car should be number 787B rather than 11.
Should be screaming along at higher revs as well, shouldn't it? You can hear that car from the other end of the circuit at Le Mans, I remember. Yeah, amazing. So here's Sam Parker, though, heading down through the chicane. I think that's Chris Buck just behind her, so she'll be fighting for position. So overtaken on this lap, I think, into the chicane that time through. So this is part of that AM class podium battle that we've been chatting through, and Sam Parker currently leading the AM Championship as we head into these final 2 rounds, but that still means there's plenty of racing after this one. Still got 5 whole races to go, and drop scores again coming into effect for this 310R. They have 3 drop scores throughout the course of the season.
Will Harris up into 2nd place now ahead of Chadwick and McConaughey. Charles Harris in the Team Lotus lookalike car, the green and yellow, in 5th position. Of course, the Caterham Mark drew out of the famous shape of the Lotus 7 designed by Colin Chapman all those years ago. Alex Vincent in the grey car with the blue roll cage at the tail. This group, goodness me, look at them fly through the air. This is more like motocross than Caterham racing over that jump there.
It definitely feels like a roller coaster. You get that feeling in your stomach as you bounce over those curbs, and like I say, they're actually a little bit less severe this year, can you believe it, than they have been in the past. And yeah, it's fun. It's a fun old thing. When you first start doing it, you can't believe it's going to happen. You're going to have to race like that, but you kind of get used to it as time goes on. But it gets your attention when there's other cars doing it around you as well. Chadwick Rack over the top then of the number 14 of Will Harris, our championship leader and probably most consistent driver, which is why he's done, finds himself in that championship lead as we go into the tail end of this season. Certainly got the confidence in that car, but Ryan will be looking good at the moment, isn't he? He's got a bit of a comfort gap back to that second place at the moment.
Here's the battle towards the back of the field. Davison, Finlayson's in there, Chris Broom at the back in the lime green car, and also the number 70 Andrew Johnston in there as well in the Moobob car. They were sponsors of the Academy a couple of years ago when Andrew Johnston was racing there. Good to see him making a racing return. This week we've got a couple of our returnees in this battle towards the rear of the field.
Because we've seen him in another championship. I think maybe this is the first time he's been up there in the 310. I can't remember. It's hard to say the Caterhams, as even someone who's been watching Caterhams for years, they do all look similar, so forgive me if I'm calling that wrong, but it's good to see him here fighting in this 310R championship. Really is a great car to drive. You get 155 horsepower in this 310R, limited slip differential, which is the sort of big upgrade over the top of the 270s, which you've already seen, and everything else in them is just a bit more power and a little bit more revs to play with as well. So the ultimate incarnation of the Academy car, and we're going to see that overtaken by the Horse engine as the Academy car from this year sort of makes its way up through the ranks. But this is a very capable machine as they see them again bouncing. You can see how much the bumps also affect the line. You really have to be dynamic as a driver. You've almost got to figure out how have I landed this time to see what you're going to do next time out, and whether you're going to get back onto the power immediately or you've got some oversteer to sort out. And over the top of the hill here as well, that little curb there can really ping you out. You can see some dust getting thrown up because you really are on the edge of the track as you exit that corner. There really isn't a millimetre to spare.
So just under 11.5 minutes of this race to go. We're not even at half distance yet as this cracking race continues here. Ryan Wilby leads by 3/4 of a second over Will Harris, the championship leader. Will Chadwick is there in third place. Then McConaughey, Charles Harris, Alex Vincent, Ben Lopez Appleton trying to close in as well in the number 5 car a little bit further back. He's just over 1.5 seconds off. There he is at the top of your picture. Peter Mott still leads the AM category at number 96 as they go flying through the air once again down the chicane. They fly off the curb on the inside of the following left-hander as well at Butchers. Climb back up towards the start-finish straights.
That lead gap though has evaporated. It was second a little while back, and a couple of laps later it's going to be down to 0 as they go across the line this time, I fear, for Ryan Wilby. So he has to now focus on his rear view mirror, and not only that, it's got the championship leader in it now, so he's managed to make his way through into this lead group and is moving his way forward. Can he make it all the way to the front by the time? We are only halfway through this race though, so plenty of laps still to go.
Plenty of laps, plenty can change. In Caterham racing, it's not decided until the last few metres of the race, as we saw in our 270R race. Still your leader is Ryan Wilby's a little bit sideways there though, coming off Clark. He clipped the curb on the inside. It's a high curb there. Not as extreme as this one though. Lift off once again, bouncing down the ski slope as we call it there. Ryan Wilby ahead of Harris, still with Chadwick on their tails, and a great bit of dust being kicked up there as they come out of Scotsman corner. Then this climb up again. Must be pretty disorientating going around Knockhill as a passenger, never mind as a driver.
Pretty sure I wouldn't want to do it as a passenger. You'd be rocked left and right centre. You're clinging onto that steering wheel for stability. If anything else, Ryan will be having to defend two drivers, and I think Chadwick is going to go all the way around the outside, although he's not quite got it slowed up. So that's going to mean that Ryan Wilby does block that off, but it will give Chadwick the tow as they go off round, and also Will Harris being on the outside there. That is going to turn to the inside, but it's not sufficiently alongside, so it's going to be really tight as they get into Clark this time through. He has to give away. Ryan Wilby still maintains that lead just for now.
It's Harris who led at the line. Let's see what happens as they come out of the chicane. It's more tricky to pass on this second part of the lap until you hit the top straight. They fly over the curbs once again. These three, if anything, starting to pull away slightly from Blair McConaughey now. You can see they're about just over a second clear of the local hero in fourth position. He's got Charles Harris on his tail as they climb up through Duffus once again. Vincent next, then a gap back to Lopez Appleton. There he is.
He flew over that curb. He clipped the red on the inside, and it was just enough to send his car into the air.
Chadwick again.
As they went over that to 3 wide.
Here they come, 3 wide into Taylor's hairpin. Wilby on the inside. Is Chadwick going to get it right this time? No, exactly the same. That's a mirror image of what happened the previous lap.
Harris is slightly further alongside this time. He may well make that work, and down the inside there really wasn't a car space there. 3 wide into this is not going to be good. Who's going to come out on top? Still Ryan Wilby, but he has to take a really compromised line. Is he going to make it out of the corner? Just does, but everyone else has to check up. We're going side by side into the chicane. Again, not a wise idea, but that all happened from there. There really wasn't 3 wide. Ryan Wilby having to go all the way over the grass that time. Crikey, O'Reilly. He landed in the right direction though.
Goodness me, he's going to be a bit battered and bruised after the landing he took there. I think that was a ski jump landing from Ryan Wilby. And I have to say, Will Harris can possibly feel slightly aggrieved there, because Will Chadwick came through for second with 2 wheels on the grass there coming into Hislops. He's made it stick in second, and he now takes the lead from Ryan Wilby. He's been trying that move a couple of times down the outside. You can see Harris is fired up here, though. He's going to try and do what Chadwick did in the previous 2 laps, and he's going to try and get alongside and saying, well, if you can pass along this section, so can I. I'll go wheel to wheel with you.
Let's do it again. Why not? It was fun last time, wasn't it?
Is he going to take the lead? 3 wide coming through Hislops. And Harris has done it.
Oh, he's locked up though. He's gone off wide. Yeah, he doesn't manage to quite slow up, although he just about did it. I think they were all so on the limit that they couldn't. None of them could stop it. But here comes Blair McConaughey back, thinking, well, that looks fun up ahead. Let me come and join in, make it 5 wide. Let's do it.
I'm getting flashbacks to 2 years ago here when McConaughey came back through from the back and won on this same circuit there. This is incredible racing. We've still got 7 minutes of this to go as well.
I don't think I can take it.
I'm not sure these drivers' backs can take it either, flying over the chicane and landing like Ryan Wilby did there when he landed on the grass. But here comes Will Chadwick. It's 2 wheels at the front of the field. Here's McConaughey. Now he's launching his attack down the inside. Oh, don't lock up! He's nearly taken out Will Harris there. I thought he was going to T-bone him going into Taylor's turn. He just got the car stopped in time there. But as a result of that, Will Chadwick was able to break away by a car's length.
And they're still battling wheel to wheel there. Ryan Wilby got squeezed out onto the grass on the outside. Lancaster behind also onto the grass. That's really taken a step up as they go. Blair McConaughey has made that position. And because Ryan Wilby's going to lose out now to Charles as well. And Alex Vincent looking to see whether there's anything he can do about it. He just got moved out of the course 1 little bit, and that's enough. It's, oh, crikey, O'Reilly, the sideways through the chicane that time through for Chadwick, but does manage to hold on. So it is Chadwick, then Chadwick, then it's Harris, and then it's McConaughey at the moment, for the moment.
There's somebody into retirement. I think that might be Ben Lopez Appleton that's pulled off with. Oh no, it's Graham Finlayson. Green roll cage. I got that bit right, sir. So Graham out of the race on his comeback, sadly. But I was last week at the Enduro GP of Wales in Rhayader, and the Enduro bikes there were not getting as much air as these cars were doing off the curves. This is more like motocross racing out there at the moment on 4 wheels. Look at this. There's 6 of them together for the lead of this race. We've still got 5.5 minutes of this race to go. This is one of the most exciting races I've commentated on in anything this season. Chadwick from Harris then. Here comes McConaughey up on the outside of Will Harris. Charles Harris up there as well to try and help his brother. Who am I kidding? They won't help each other. They're fighting for the championship lead. McConaughey round the outside. He's not going to get round the chicane. He goes grass tracking, and Harris will take the place on the inside. He somehow held 3rd place though, Blair McConaughey, and Ryan Wilby says, remember me, I led the first half of this race. I want to get back on the podium places.
The grass really looks slippy earlier on, but I think it might have dried out a bit because they're certainly making it grippy grass as they go over the chicane, aren't they? There's managing to make that work for them and not lose a position. So it's Chadwick out front. Blair McConaughey did lose some speed up the hill though, and it's going to be Charles Harris looking round the outside or around as they come down. But Ryan Wilby's been the big loser in that sort of real bust up. He got squeezed onto the grass just once at exactly the wrong moment, and that's seen him slip all the way to the back. Alex Vincent though is looking to see whether he can make that pain even greater, taking another position. He seemed to have the run of them. There's Lancaster. He was on the gravel last time we saw him. They're heading through. Then there's the William Harrison, followed by Blair McConaughey. Remember, McConaughey's not taking points away, but his car is getting in the way of everyone else wanting to try and move forward towards Harris as he's disappearing off up the road.
So Will Chadwick is starting to disappear off up the road now. He led by 1.27 seconds at the end of the previous lap. We'll see if his lead margin has increased here. Will Harris is still at the fastest lap of the race, 55.557 for the number 14 car as they come up to the line with 4 minutes to go. This time at least 4 laps still to go here. A lap taking just under a minute here at Knockhill. Now here comes Charles Harris on Blair McConaughey down into Taylor's turn. Ryan Wilby and Alex Vincent still in there behind them. McConaughey runs a little bit wide coming off Taylor's. Charles Harris tries to move to cover.
The rear of his car just cried no just as he turned in. The car went, nope, got nothing to give you, and it's sideways for Blair McConaughey, which is why he lost the speed, but he's managed to just about hold on in there. Certainly he's got himself back into the swing of things in this 3-turn championship, hasn't he? Just immediately, it's not easy to jump straight into this level of motorsport and still be pointing in the right direction. Just had that one chicane moment where he used the grass. now having to absolutely mark defence. And here comes Ryan Wilby on the attack once more. Then he's stopped the rot and has moved again, made sure that Vincent didn't get past, and he looks like he's got the super toe as they head up over the line this time through. Sam Parker bouncing her way through, just now following Buck. They've been backwards and forwards with their positions throughout the course of this race weekend.
It's 10th and 11th, those two. We've hardly had time to take our eyes off the lead battle, though. Ryan Wilby at the inside on Charles Harris and Blair McConaughey. He's back up into third place.
Contact radiator blown for Blair McConaughey. That's the end of his
then.
race. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull over because the radiator has burst. There, you see, he went into the back of Charles Harris, who lost some bodywork. There goes the rear mudguard.
He needs to stop now, otherwise that engine will be gone.
Yeah, there'll be coolant everywhere as well on the one side of the circuit. Blair McConaughey's going to have to pull up, and that's spoilt his weekend because he'll have to start the second race tomorrow from the back for the 310Rs. Will Chadwick still leads, but he's being hunted down by Will Harris.
There's water down, isn't there? Everyone
down,
else,
yes. From McConaughey's car. Alex Vincent just went off on the fluid there. Lancaster gets past him over the chicane.
Oh, he's still going. Don't do that.
No, he needs to pull that car over.
He would have seen that as well, so it's unusual as a driver with such experience not to do that. Genuinely, the engine can't cope with running with no coolant, and it certainly won't have any left by the time he gets there. We've also got now the driver's going to have to be aware that, well, they might not be aware, there is fluid down. I'm sure they'll get a signal, but it's on the outside of this track, and they'll start feeling it now. But if they, they're on the absolute raggedy edge already. If the coolant is enough down there, then they will all just, slide wide. Which let's see whether they get it all under control. Hopefully, they've managed to just about do it. So hopefully, it won't be too much of an issue, but it certainly will get your attention. They'll have felt it around the left-hander.
Yeah, the marshals will have the red and yellow striped flag out for slippery surface. That's broken apart the lead battle, though, slightly. It's just the two Wills up front now, the two championship protagonists, fighting it out for the lead. A couple of laps to go this time in this Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R championship race, with Ryan Wilby and Charles Harris next in the order. Who does that belong to on the top straight? Who knows, as they head down into Taylor's Turn. This race still not over yet between the two championship leaders.
2 laps to go, haven't they, as well? So still actually time for stuff to happen. And they'll have now felt that fluid around there, so they'll be a bit more used to, a bit more expecting of it around that section. Ben Lopez-Epperton, I think it was, in the background, still locking up, so still really tricky conditions out there in this 310 to balance everything off. Can Will Harris then come over the top of Will Chadwick and win this race?
Well, Chadwick will close the gap by just a couple of points in the championship if it stays like this. There's 12 points between the two of them at the moment. A further 10 points back is Charles Harris. Paul Goldstein fourth in the points, who's not here this weekend. Ben Lopez-Appleton rounds out the top 5. He's in 5th place now as a result of the demise of Blair McConaughey. There's Charles Harris through a little bit further back, so Lopez-Appleton will be next through as the leaders go side by side. Will Harris on the inside.
Starting their final lap as well.
Yes, indeed, but the place you don't want to be in a race like this is leading into the final lap, and here comes Ryan Wilby. He's on the fight back.
Thirsty
as well.
Thirsty for those positions that he lost out, and he will feel a bit grieved by it because he was squeezed onto the grass a couple of times, so he will definitely want to see whether he can do anything about taking 2 places in that final lap, but surely he can't do it now with only a couple of corners left, and really isn't easy to overtake, as we know. So I think he might have to be in 3rd place. I'm not sure how he's going to be feeling about this race. He'll feel like he's definitely lost out, but equally to get back to 3rd place, it wasn't looking likely at one point.
Here they come then, and Wilby could go for 2nd place here on the run to the line, I reckon, but I think Will Harris has almost done enough unless Will Chadwick does something special here. They're coming up on the final run to the line out of the final corner at Duffus. The checkered flag will be waiting them. Who's it going to be in front? Is it going to be Will Harris? Only just. Let's have a look at the timing screen for the winning margin, then 0.063 of a second for Will Harris over Will Chadwick, with Ryan Wilby in 3rd place.
Then next up it was Charles Harris and Peter Mott in that AM class, progressing all the way up to 5th place overall, so well done him. In fact, there's a few drivers being bumped back in there as their transponders were bouncing
Ben
around
Lopez
a bit.
Appleton's transponder wasn't working, so he gets 5th ahead of Peter Mott in 6th. Vincent down to 7th after his off. Stephen Lancaster 2nd of the AMs, and Sam Parker did beat Chris Buck in their battle for 9th.
Just saw them go over the line just in front, so well done to Sam in that battle. What a race then for the 310R. That really was breathless, and there were mostly millimetres between cars. Sometimes I think that reduced to slight negative figures, and I think Blair just got caught in sort of the sandwich in a filling which just burst his radiator as his front nose cone just got pushed back onto it. The first thing you do hit on the front of your car is your radiator, so unfortunate to see him go out there. He will have to do some work, but as you already alluded to, he has done that before, worked from the back of the field all the way to the front. But congratulations to the 310R and all the Caterham action today. And we've got that all to do again tomorrow and a little bit more as well. So please do tune in when we get back underway with the Caterham action tomorrow, starting from just after 11 o'clock and taking you all the way through to just about just gone 4:30. So yeah, looking forward to it. Well done to all our Caterham drivers today, though.
Yes, and well done to you, Chris, for keeping up with the action with us there. Let's give you the provisional result then. Will Harris, the winner by just 0.06 of a second over Will Chadwick. Will Harris's 5th win of the season. And that means that he will slightly extend his championship lead by a couple of points. Ryan Wilby on the podium in 3rd place. Then Charles Harris in 4th and Ben Lopez Appleton 5th. Peter Mott in a fine 6th overall wins the AM class ahead of, in 7th place, Alex Vincent. Stephen Lancaster 2nd of the AMs ahead of Parker Buck, Steve Harris, Andrew Johnston, Andrew Davison. We lost Blair McConaughey with that blown radiator, and also Graham Finlayson and Chris Broom were also retirements. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. It is William Harris who gets the win. Sam Parker might be taking the microphone over from me. Let's just see if she wants to come over and grab the mic. But if not, I'll go speak to drivers. William Harris, your race winner from William Chadwick, 0.063 of a second this time. Incredible stuff. Nothing to be nervous about for Will Harris. Just a signal. Sorry, apologies there. Sam's just signalled to me to crack on. So let's go have a chat with Will, shall we? Said he was nervous before the race. What are you nervous for at all? It was only the rather large gap of 0.063 of a second over the line. We'll let you get your helmet off. Brilliant stuff. Not nervous now, eh?
No, I told you they make you quicker.
Does it, as soon as those lights go out, that's it? Or everything, all fear, everything just goes out the window, right?
Yeah, it disappears. To be honest, it disappears for me maybe on the formation lap.
Yeah.
That's when I'm ready to go.
You know what you're
Sorry,
doing. No. Have some water. Well done. Celebrate. You deserve it. Good stuff indeed. More tomorrow. William Chadwick's run off down there. So let's go. Sorry, I'm going to turn you around. Let's grab Ryan, shall we, for a quick chat. Ryan, get out. You're all right, mate. You pop out. Don't worry. You're more important, so you do what you need to do. All right? You Caterham guys, you always put on a show for us, don't you? We absolutely love it. What is it like to be behind the wheel of one of these around Knockhill?
Very exciting, yeah.
I bet it is.
Yeah, especially with everyone else around you all trying to get to the same apex at the same time, especially in turn one.
Is it quite tricky? Because there's a little kink that takes you downhill, just, I imagine, straight into the braking point.
Yeah, like just at the braking point is just after, and then like the camber changes the whole way around. There's multiple lines through there, and you get somebody you think you've got two covered, and someone comes flying down the inside from nowhere. So it's very exciting.
You got a big smile on your face. Happy with P3?
I started P1, so anything less than that, I was hoping for a win, to be honest. But I did get back to 6th or 7th at some point, so to get back right up, I was really with them at the line. Yeah. I was pleased in the end, but yeah.
What might it be? You never know. Yes. Tomorrow's a new day, Ryan. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations. I know you should be absolutely delighted. Let's go grab William Chadwick here. Family's happy for Ryan. Anyway, Will, can I grab you, bud? That's better, isn't it? Not quite the victory, but it kind of makes up a bit for qualifying.
A little bit, but it's an error from me, really, because I just didn't think it was the last lap. So it's
really. Is that so?
Yeah, I would have fought him, but I just thought, set him up for the last lap. He wants to go early.
Oh, no.
With Wilby, I thought maybe he wants to go with Wilby being behind, but yeah, I know it's fully on me. I thought it was 107 with just before the line, but it's clearly my own fault. Apparently, it was 40.
Look, brush it off. You still finished second. It's not bad at all after the issues of qualifying earlier.
No.
And tomorrow's a new day, right?
No. It's a decent result in the grand scheme of things, but obviously my objective is to beat Will. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess up from my side, but I'll rectify it tomorrow.
So thanks for talking to us as well. Right, there we go. It just goes to show, doesn't it? Tiny margins make all the difference, don't they? Right, so I'm just going to have a quick look, make sure the circuit is clear. Where is Sam? Yeah, let's go have a quick chat with Sam. She's over here. Look, I think we've got a little bit of time before our final race of the day gets underway. In fact, it's the final race of the weekend for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Can I look at this. Sam, I just wanted to have a quick chat with you, if that's okay. Yes. Thanks for letting me take the mic right away. I saw you coming in, I wasn't sure, so I thought, let's see how it goes. Yeah. How was it out there?
Really good. I really enjoyed that, actually. Really good. Obviously, there was fluid down, so me and Chris both had a big sideways moment on that.
So it's pretty slippy out there.
Really slippy, and I was thinking, is that the whole lap, or is that like... And so I was being quite cautious after that, because I thought I don't want to end up in the gravel. And then I was staying behind Chris. We were trying to work together so that we could keep, gain time on Steve, but the gap was too big, obviously, in the end. But Chris had missed a gear going into Clark, so obviously he went into the gravel, so I carried on. So yeah.
Well, you've got another chance tomorrow, but on the clockwise tomorrow, that's going to be
races,
better, isn't it?
Two races for us in clockwise.
Most people are looking forward to that.
In testing, I preferred clockwise. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Look, you Caterhams always put on a show. The 270s over the line, it was 0.043. This one was 0.067 or something like that. It's unbelievable.
I mean, we like to keep it close, don't we?
Sam, thank you so much. See you later. Right, there we go. Our final race of the day about to get underway. It is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Their final race of the week, and I can't believe it. And our final race of the day. A little bit earlier, I caught up with a couple of drivers, so let's hear from them now. Welcome everybody to the assembly area. For the final time this weekend, we say hello to the Scottish Mini Coopers. Yes, it is their third and final race of the day and the weekend. Won't be seeing them again tomorrow, unfortunately. We will be back here at Knockhill. Chad, right, this is the one, isn't it? I know. First of all, are you okay actually after race one?
Yeah, a bit stiff, to be honest.
Are you? It did look like a bit of a hit.
It was bad, but it's done a bit of damage to the car. It's damaged the shell.
Look, the important thing is you're okay. You were out in race 2 and you finished fourth as well. It's not bad, eh?
Yeah, it was all right. Pace wasn't there. The car's not handling very well. There's not much we can really do about it, to be honest.
I was going to say, there's a bit of damage here, isn't it? But look, can we end this week on a high?
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? I hope so.
I think we've all got everything crossed for you, Chad. Thanks for talking to us, mate, as well. Look after, be careful, won't you? Look after yourself. Let's just go over this way, Ray. I just want to move around over here, see if I can just say hello to Mr. Barrett up here, Presley Barrett. We haven't said hello to him yet, so let's just jump in. Hello, Presley. How are we? How you doing? You all right?
All right, Ian. It's a long time no see. I haven't seen you since Croft.
I know, it's been a while, isn't it? How's your summer been?
It's been okay. Just 1 or 2 track days, a bit of time on the simulator, and I'm just ready to go out here and try and get a newcomers win for the weekend. The team have been working really hard, especially with Chad's car, get the repairs done. I'm going to try and match the performance and just get ahead as quickly as I can.
Do you know what? I think everybody has got the fingers crossed for you guys in this race, of course. So look, the anti-clockwise, are you a fan of it, or would you rather go clockwise?
Any track's a track. If it's got corners, it's probably a good track, and Knockhill is a mega track. I think the fact that we run in 2 directions just makes it a whole lot more interesting.
You've got the best attitude in the world, Prezi. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really good to see you as well. Have a good time, won't you? Thank you so much. Top man. There we go. Yes, that is it for the assembly area today. We are back here tomorrow, of course. Now, though, for the 3rd time today, we go racing with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian, and thank you, Chris Hutchinson, as well, who are joining us for the Caterham races today. He's done for the day. He'll be back for our Caterham action tomorrow. He's gone for a well-earned drink now and to enjoy his evening as we get ready for the final race of the weekend for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. It's a partially reversed grid, same lines as BTCC, really. The number drawn is the number of cars reversed. Number 5 was drawn, so 5th in our second race was Martin Viertunga, so he's on pole for this race, and Chad Little is alongside him, the one we just heard from in his battered and bruised car. Thankfully the driver not battered and bruised. Second row 271 James Hitchin and 52 Michael Williams. Row 3 Jack Irvine on a hat trick going into this race alongside 17 Chris Coburn. Row 4 59 Liam Kelso and 47 Presley Barrett. Row 5 88 Barry Holmes and 15 of Campbell Scott. We've got all 10 cars back out there. Of course, we look forward to the C1s being here tomorrow. We should hopefully have about a dozen C1s racing. So it's the light blue car of Martin Vietunga with the eyes on the headlights on pole position. He and Chad Little had a great battle for fourth place in the earlier race. Turned out it was a battle for pole position for this race as well. Chad Little in the Dayglow yellow car, held together by a fair bit of tape we saw there in the assembly area. James Hitchin in the black car on row 2 alongside the two-tone blue of number 52 Michael Williams. Watch for Jack Irvine, the blue car with the red flashes, hoping to come through and make it 3 wins. So 3. 6 wins so far for the season for Jack Irvine. Can he make it 7 here? Chad Little looking for his 6th victory. James Hitchin for his 2nd. But can Martin Vietunga take his 1st win in the championship this year? The best he's had is a 2nd in the other direction at Knockhill earlier in the summer. 5-second board is displayed. Watch for the red lights. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And away we go. Race 3 for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup heads down towards Taylor's hairpin for the first time. They're all away well. Who's going to get the lead away then? It's side by side between the 2 front row men. Martin Vietunga has got the inside line. He will just about lead. James Hitchin trying to get down the inside of Chad Little. It's 3 wide for 3rd place. Little went out wide there. Hitchin's got 2nd, and look at Jack Irvine, the 65, trying to make his way up the inside. Michael Williams is caught in the middle as they head towards Hislops, then into Clark's. Can Irvine play his cards right here up the inside? Williams is the man who got squeezed out there. Little goes out wide. Hitchin's up into 2nd place. And here comes Michael Williams back on the inside now of Jack Irvine. What's going to happen when they hit the chicane? They somehow getting through side by side there. Little with Chris Coburn. They've all got round the first lap okay so far. There's Campbell Scott at the back of the field in the number 15, just learning his craft in his first season in the championship, chasing Barry Holmes in the 88. So draw breath at the end of our opening lap then. It is Martin Vietunga and James Hitchin who lead the way. 3rd is Irvine, made up a couple of places from back in 5th position on the grid. Williams is 4th. Chad Little is down to 5th. His car perhaps not handling as well with that earlier bit of damage. Side by side for 2nd as Irvine makes his way down the inside. He wants a perfect 3 out of 3. The only driver to score a hat-trick of wins so far this season was at Kirkistown in Northern Ireland, and that was Chad Little. Martin Vietunga looking for his 1st win of the season. That's in front, side by side for 2nd. Irvine up the inside on James Hitchin. Through Clark, Hitchin kicks up the dirt. Michael Williams on their tails as well, through towards the chicane. Surely Irvine's going to go through here into the chicane. James Hitchin's going to have to go over the grass. He rally crosses down the ski slope, and through into 2nd goes Jack Irvine. Williams is 4th, then Little, Coburn and Presley Barrett in the next of the David Slay racing cars in the Dayglow yellow. Small gap back to Barry Holmes, who's got ahead of Liam Kelso. Campbell Scott at the back of the field. Those Dayglow yellow cars really stand out. You can buy a road-going BMW Mini in that colour as well. In high-vis yellow. James Hitchin up the inside, holds off Williams, who was briefly up into 3rd over the line. Presley Barrett drops a wheel onto the gravel there, but keeps it going. He's leading the newcomers category, trying to stop Liam Kelso scoring 3 out of 3. James Hitchin fights back with Michael Williams. Williams crowding him there as they go through Clark Curve. Chad Little under fire from Chris Coburn, again the 17. Hitchin is going to go side by side. Williams, he loves going side by side through that chicane. Chad Little over the curbs as he tries to defend from Chris Coburn, and he does defend from him. Super close racing from these identical BMW Mini Coopers. Martin Vietunga continues to set the pace. Another 9-lap race this one. They've completed 3. Here comes Chad Little on the inside. He's going to try and take James Hitchin and Michael Williams in one move for 3rd place. He won't get through there. First 2 have got away as a result of this squabble for 3rd place. Leaders separated by just under a second, and Irvine's on the fastest lap, 1 minute 3.401. As he chases after Martin Vietunga for the lead. These two still side by side. It's like they're glued together, James Hitchin and Michael Williams. Here comes Coburn having a go at Little again as well. They're going to be 4 square going into the chicane. No, Williams pulls ahead of Hitchin into the chicane this time. Little's forced to go down the curbs. Presley Barrett in behind them in the 47. There go the leaders. You can see how Jack Irvine is closing down Martin Viertunga. The gap was 0.95 of a second last time through. What's it going to be as they cross the line this time? It's going to be a lot less than that, I think. Wait for the timing tower to update as battle for third rages on. 0.339 of a second the lead gap so much. Jack Irvine is ready to attack our leader. Oh, Chris Coburn is attacking Michael Williams. He clipped the back of him there coming into Taylor's turn. That sent James Hitchin wide as well. Chad Little on the attack in the 25. And you can see now for the lead, Jack Irvine is right with Martin Viertunga. He's got 4.5 laps to resist, so it's half distance in this final sprint race of the day for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here at Knockhill. Through the chicane section, then up towards the left at Scotsman Corner, up on the curb there, running wide Martin Viertunga. Irvine could pounce here along the pit straights. Fans cheering them on from alongside the top straight. Great to see. Here they come. Now Irvine's in the slipstream. He could get past here into Taylor's turn with a bit of luck. Here he comes. He's going for it. No, you don't, says Martin Viertunga. Moves across to the inside, but has he outbraked himself? A little wide on the exit, but he gets the car round okay. About 4 seconds clear now of the battle for third place, which is Williams. And where's Coburn come from? Up into 4th position there. He's ahead of Hitchin and Little now. Jack Irvine all over the back of Martin Viertunga, trying to pressure him into a mistake here. Viertunga needs to keep his eyes on the road ahead. He doesn't want to spend too much time watching his mirror for the car that's on his bumper. Through the chicane they come. Through Butchers, up towards Scotsman Corner. It'll be judicious on the brakes there. It's like an 8-wheel BMW Mini that absolutely nose to tail. 3 laps to go this time. There's the battle of the third. It's Williams ahead of Coburn, Hitchin, and then Little and Barrett. Couldn't tell which way round they are from a distance. They're identical looking cars. Irvine tries again. Again Viertunga moves to the inside to defend. Oh, there's a bit of contact there into the hairpin as Jack Irvine swung it back to the inside. Get off, says Martin Viertunga. Michael Williams still there in third. I don't know how, he's got 4 cars swarming around all over his bumper. You think you've got it difficult, he says to Martin Viertunga. Jack Irvine determined to take a hat-trick of wins here at Knockhill today and extend his championship lead. Down the drop out of the chicane. Taylor's turn, the first corner will be his best opportunity. Up they climb again, just a couple of laps to go now. You see the fans cheering them on in the background, they're loving this. There's the third place fight. Williams has got away a little bit now, and who's that up into 4th place? I think that's Chad Little who's come through to 4th. So he's made up a couple of spots. Yes, there he is. Is Irvine going to attack for the lead this time? Not through Taylor's. That's the turning for the stock car oval. We pass the point where the rallycross course comes back in off the loose section. See that in the background there. Viertunga a little bit sideways through Clark's this time, but he holds the lead. To the chicane for the penultimate time in this pulsating race for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. They really have been so entertained today, just as they were at Cadwell Park and Croft on our streams earlier this season. And a pleasure to have them this season. Big thanks to all the officials from the Knockhill Motorsports Club and the Scottish Motor Racing Club who administer this championship. And coming up towards the final lap of the day here at Knockhill. 1 to win for Martin Viertunga. Can he break his duck in 2026? What can Jack Irvine do? He's going to try and get the cut back this time, off Taylor's turn. He knows it's the last lap. Viertunga keeps his foot in. He'll have the inside line for the right at Hislop, because he's got to be careful through Clark's not to take too much curb and run wide. Sharper than it looks, we said, from this camera angle. This is Clark curve. Viertunga trying not to lose the rear end there. That rear end is being shadowed by Jack Irvine. He's not going to get him at the chicane, I don't think. Through the chicane. Irvine is poised. He's going to have to wait to the top straight and try and slipstream him, I think, or is he? He's going to try and go for the inside at Scotsman. No, he's not close enough. Leader runs a little bit wide, puts a wheel on the dirt. He needs to keep the momentum up the hill. Going to the outside now, Jack Irvine. He's trying to move back across as they come through Duffus. They're coming up towards the line now. They're going to finish side by side. It's going to be a photo finish. We have to go to the timing screen on this one. Oh, photo finish across the line. Who got it? The winner by 0.017 of a second is Martin Viertunga. Incredible. Williams third, fourth for Chad Little. James Hitchin is fifth. Barry Holmes sixth. Liam Kelso seventh. He gets the hat trick in the Newcomers Cup because Presley Barrett has dropped back in 8th place. What happened to Chris Coburn? There he is. He's gone off on the last lap. We'll try and pick up what's happened there. Well, we couldn't take our eyes off that lead battle there, so we'll have to wait and see if we've been able to pick up what's happened in the battle for the minor placings. But Martin Viertunga has taken his first win of the season. And there's the tangle. It was with Presley Barrett. That's why Presley dropped back. That's at Clark's. So the battle came to a head with Chris Coburn in the gravel. I'm out of breath after that one. The marshal's digging Chris Coburn's car out of the gravel. He's okay. Let's see. We'll let's check out the result then. I've lost my thread completely there. Martin Viertunga, the winner, his first win of the season by 17 1/1000ths of a second. Closest finish of the day. And the Minis have done their best to put the Caterhams to shame today. Fair play to them. Jack Irvine second, Michael Williams on the podium in third. It's Chad Little in 4th place with James Hitchin in 5th. Barry Holmes 6th, then Liam Kelso takes a hat trick in the Newcomers Cup. Presley Barrett's got into that tangle with Chris Coburn, so he finishes in 8th place. Campbell Scott's the final finisher. Chris Coburn ended up in the gravel. That's Clark's. Okay. That's about all from me then. I've run out of voice, so I'm going to head off for a well-earned drink shortly. And I'll rejoin you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for our second day here at Knockhill. All the Caterham action once again, plus the Scottish Mod Sports and the C1s will be joining us as well. Thanks very much for listening today. I'll hand you down to Park Ferme. See you tomorrow.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Park Ferme. I'm stood right in front of the widest Mini Cooper in the history of the world. Martin, that was incredible. 0.017. We thought Caterhams were close. Martin, 0.017.
I thought he had me there, to be quite honest, and I just kept the foot in it. Then I looked and I just got the nose in front. I was like, have I just done what I think I've done?
Do you know what? Coming down here into the hairpin, this is the one. Jack, come over as well if that's all right, because the back end of this is the widest Mini in the world, isn't it?
Yeah. Martin made a wee mistake in the last lap. He just got on the gravel and I got a good run up over the hill. I thought I had him, but he just did a wee bit more there to the line. But good race and well done.
You've already had 2 wins today. Let him have one. 0.017. That's how close it was.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That
great
was
racing.
close. That was great, man. That was actually one of the best races I've had.
Great racing between the pair of you. Great respect as well. Thanks for putting on a show, guys. Martin, congratulations. Jack, congratulations. 2 wins and a second. Great stuff indeed. Michael, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off then. We were chatting just as we brought the camera live. He said ABS went again.
Yeah, just second or third lap ABS went, so it was just fight really keep everyone behind.
I'll tell you what, it's a great battle behind there, wasn't it? I think it was, 4 of you involved in it. Every time we're coming down to the hairpin, I was sort of squidging my toes like, oh, please, nobody hit. And nobody did. It was great racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. I think 2 of them went off there at Clark's. Hopefully everyone's right, but for my part, mostly clean, so happy with that.
Top man, 3 podiums, eh? Not too shabby, Michael. Well done. Yes, I'm going to unsquidge my toes now, if that's even a thing. Thank you to all of you for watching today. Really do appreciate it. We are back tomorrow, though, don't forget. So if you haven't already, please hit that like button and subscribe button. We are live on the BARC YouTube channel and the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel. What a day. We have had 3 races, our final 3 races of the day, all settled by less than 1/10 of a second. Incredible. You're in for a real treat tomorrow. We're back live from round about just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, so it'll be great to have you back. Thank you so much for tuning in. Big thank you to all the teams, the drivers, the organisation here, and of course all of the marshals. Big thank you, and to the team around bringing you the live pictures. So we're going to go get ourselves back to our Airbnb. We'll be back tomorrow around about 11. See you then. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.